G'day everyone, welcome to the Sunday Sesh. Hope you're having a good day. There's music I like. G'day Ben, g'day Ed, g'day Zenboard, and I saw that Whiskey Lover Society was in here earlier. G'day to you all.
Good
Working in 30 minutes, so I can't
Stream
stay long there.
Whiskey glass.
So having to work on a Sunday, that's not much fun. Well, I need a drink. So I'm going to pour a beer. Give us a thumbs up. Hey JD, how you going, mate?
Good day. JD Bourbon Approach.
It's a bit
Whiskey
more,
glass. Good
there's
day.
Whiskey Lover Society. How you going, mate?
Whiskey Lovers Society.
How's Belgium on this fine
Whiskey
Sunday?
glass.
If everyone, Whiskey Lover Society, type exclamation mark plug, and then one can go over and follow your channel. Give them a sub. I'm gonna have. Oh, what do I feel like? Actually, I have a fantastic sunny cold weather. Nice. We had a fairly warmish day today. It was just over 30 degrees Celsius. So I'm gonna have a Hefeweizen. This is a Hefeweizen. I'll have one of them. Replace it with another one. That's the trick, isn't it? You just replace it in the fridge until you run out. And you go to put one in and you can't because you run out. And you get sad. So there we go with this one. So I can get a good pour on it. What? You want some beer? Currently 2 degrees with only a high of 9. Coming up today. Damn. Yeah, we're certainly a lot more than that. Right, what whiskey should we have? I have not decided on what whiskey. I was actually going to kill a couple of bottles, but I can't remember which ones are actually the most dead. So I need to, I think my, Glenkinchie's getting low, but I don't think... Hey, 210, how you going? Cheers, mate. Getting ready to head to the American football tailgating game.
Good day.
Baltimore Ravens.
210.90.
Nice.
Whiskey glass.
Winter is coming. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Ah, nice. So I know the Craggamore is pretty much dead, so I might kill that. Three, but a high of 7. Yep. What am I drinking? Punch it.
Yes, master.
So it's a Hefeweizen. They're not bad. I don't mind the old Hefeweizen. Punch it.
Yes, master.
Last night I had a couple of Enringers and a Crystal Weiss. And a Weihnachtsmann. Wish US would get more Australian beers. Only decent thing I'll come across is Cooper's. Cooper's isn't too bad. Actually, there's a little bit more in there than what I
Good
thought.
day. Edward Jarvinen.
G'day, Ed.
Whiskey
Did you manage to get yourself a Tobermory? Sold out. Yeah, I did get one, Ed. Did you get one? Yep, I jumped on that and grabbed it. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, I jumped in that as soon as I saw the email. I'm like, purchase. That is a little bit more than what I thought. Alright, I'll have a little sip of this to start off with. I've had this bottle for a while now. Wouldn't mind replacing it. It's some of the older one-off jobbies. I mean, Craigamore gets a bit of a bad rap, but it's not bad for a light malt. It's not too shabby. It's got that nice little bit of malty smoke on it. And this is the Distiller's Edition. I bought it ages ago. Yonks! Which bottle is that? Whiskey camera.
Affirmative.
So Ben, this one is the Craigamore Distiller's Edition. Got it ages ago. And that's my beer of choice to start with. Boop. Whiskey camera.
Affirmative.
Yeah, got one check back, all gone. Not surprised that I had it. Yeah, I know, eh? Yep, so there's only a very small, lucky 120 amount of people that have managed to pick one up. One of the newer ones? Yeah, I think they've changed the package. I know it in one store here. Hey, shoot kitty! Wow! I know one of the stores here, they still have one of these old Distiller's Editions. Is Scotch much more prevalent down under than bourbon, or is it kind of half and half? No, I would say definitely Scotch is more prevalent than bourbon. Saying that, we do have some bourbons. Good German beer again. That's nice. Sorry, Shuggy. Yeah, Scotch is more prevalent than bourbons in the sense of range and availability. We're very limited on what we can get here in bourbon. And some bourbons, you know, are not even technically bourbon. Like the stupid so-called Jim Beam White Label. But the other things, like your Blantons, we can get quite easily. Eagle Rare, we can get quite easily. Buffalo Trace's Bastardized. Weller Special Reserve is easy to get. There's plenty of Russell's Reserve 10, small batch, Russell's Reserve. Now I went the Vice Versa beer for breakfast, and the Verst is all gone. No! Same in the EU. Yeah, I can imagine. You guys get a lot more Scotch in the EU with a lot better prices than what we do in Australia, that's for sure. Sorry, Shoot Kitty. Yeah, I finished all my Verst last night, so I'm out of Verst. 70% Scotch, 30% bourbon. Yeah, that'd be a good... That's pretty much it, yeah. I might even say 60-40 actually, because we can get some bourbon if you shop around, but definitely more Scotch. It's lunch. This one will always surprise me. It's a shame it's 40%. You know, it'd be nice to have that 46, 48 even. But for a start off light entry malt, it's not bad. Good to know Turkey's able to distribute there. That's better than yep. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Like 101 Reserve. I mean, not 101. The normal rye, 101 rye we never see of. Normal Turkey, 101. The other one, the special, whatever it is, I can't remember the name of it, brain fart. They're all around, and then Master's Keeps, you find them pop up all over the place.
Zenbood. Whiskey glass.
Greetings again, Zenbro. Down to the final 6 Hatcher Shores, and like I said, something from Monday, or I need another case or something. Yeah, I just went through what I've got here. I've still got a full case of Weihnachtsmann Hefeweizen beer, got half a case of Schifferhofer, and then I've got half a case of Edinger, and then I've got about half a dozen mixed ones still in the fridge. Video killed yesterday, likely replaced with Mitch's American. Nice. I got an Eagle Rare 12 months back, still unopened. You knew that. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, Eagle Rare we can find. Weather Special Reserves, easy. Knob Creek, you can find a bit of Knob Creek around. Just the box standard stuff, 100 and 120. Yeah, we don't get anything like, you know, you never see Smoke Wagon or Lost Monarch, you know, Red Bull Empire stuff, or any of that stuff. Never see any of that. It's just the box standard stuff. But yeah, Wild Turkey products, easy to get, and blends. And Buffalo Trace crap. Then anything else, yep, you gotta bring it in. And that always helps to know people. That's for sure. Bad Llama. Emperor's New Groove coat. Bad Llama. I'd be happy with our Dingo, but I prefer to have a half pour Pennsylvania for it. I can get this one, it's fine, but it's like 5 more. Yeah. I mean, the price we pay here for the Heather's Fire Nana, it's still like between $3 and $5 a bottle, which is insane. I mean, a case cost me like $65. It's very expensive here. Like everything. I mean, on those few cases of beer, it cost me like $200. And it's cheaper than craft beers, but it's still freaking expensive. Might have that Paulana after. Yeah, I don't mind this Triple Hofer. I think they've still got a couple more cartons left at the bottle shop. And I can't say I've actually had the Weihnachtsmann Dinkum. I don't know whether that's any good. It's a wonderful see shirt bitch tonight. I keep eyeballing this every time I glance over and I keep seeing this. I'm like, dang. I have squirreled away a couple bottles of this. Samples, that is. This stuff is delicious. I should have grabbed 2 bottles. Couldn't afford it at the time though. So the new bottle that's coming out for the Whiskey Club here is going to be a Ben Rick. No, sorry. Ben Romac 12 Smoky. It's a new one coming out. And supposedly the Whiskey Club's got the first batch of it and been distributed. I get Spartan, Frank's, Carna, Paulana, Hacker Shaw for 33 a case. So 33 case is like 50. Yeah. Finest fun is 39, 40, but remember those are 24, 3. Oh, you're only getting. Oh, okay. But still, I mean, a case for us, we only get 12 500s. We only get a dozen. So you're actually getting more alcohol for your $39. I'm paying $65 and I'm only getting 12. 500, so I'm only getting 6 litres. $330 US standard for the imports. That's interesting because our standard is for our beers here in Australia is $330, $350. But for some of the proper German imports, we're getting them 500s. Yeah, these are all 500s. I know Beck's is $330, I think. I think this was 500 as well. Looks like a 500 can. Yep, 500ml. Yeah, our standard stuff. It's very small. Usually only 330 mils. $375, between $330 and $375. Average is, yeah, $350-ish. Depending on what you get. We get some 4 mils, but they're all sold loose. Yeah, we do get, like, most of these you actually find in the bottle shop. You can buy a 6-pack or get them loose as well. And screw that, always just grab a case. We have the 750s. Well, yeah, 750s used to be like a long neck, we used to call them. They used to be popular. So the problem with the 750ml here in Australia is that shit heats up way too quick in summer. You can't do it. I mean, in Europe, you could get away with it. You're just not going to happen. Very popular for sharing, yeah. I mean, a 750ml, you can definitely share that with a couple of mates, that's for sure. Hey, Calypso, 330ml are sold in 6-packs. 4ml no package that way.
Whiskey glass.
Actually, that's a point. Yeah, we don't get the 4ml in 6-packs. Yeah, they don't, because they're all loose, aren't they? Yeah. No, you're right. They're all loose. Yeah, same here. I just remember seeing them in the thing. Yeah, they're not strung together. I know the Guinness are. Oh, they're 500, is it? Guinness 500? No, they're not. 440 for Guinness. They're strung together. And it's not, your craft beers are all over the place. They're all different sizes, depending on what you get. Turn the pub on, I suppose. And because I can.
Good day.
Yeet! How you going, Odin?
Aiden. Whiskey glass.
I think that whiskey glass, when she announces it, is starting to annoy me. I can't turn it off. She just says it. Sometimes I kind of find it funny, and then other times I'm like, no, it's lame. I think I might get there. I like the burnt taste on this. We get some 50s when they're the most expensive bottles. Yeah, so we get custom filled cans, whatever, I can't remember the name of them. We get them. Like if you get a craft, they'll bring a keg, and then you'll get the certain bottle shops that'll bottle them, or can them I should say, in the big cans. Growlers, yeah, they call them a growler, I think. Dribble. If it's a can, it's a growler. Yep, there we go. I thought it was.
Good
G'day, Aaron.
Aaron Hardiman.
A few Brit beers,
Whisky
like Smith's
glass.
for the UK, 16 ounce plant and 4 packs. Nice. Yeah, we got a couple of Brit beers here, not too many. I do like a Brit beer. A nice chunky stout. They'll go down pretty good. Alright, so we're done with that one. Might have some of this actually, my bottle shop, I managed to pick up another bottle of the Ben Rec 21 Temporis, which is sold out and discontinued. He's able to get me a bottle of it for the same price I paid for the original bottle. Hell yeah! Microbrews here are going great gums with growlers because they can still sell them for less than a growler, even though the can is throwaway. Yep, pretty much the same here. Same situation. There's a company around that will come on premise with accounting equipment to your brewery. All you need is the labels printed and they do all the work. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so one bottle shop I go to, they've actually got the gear all there, ready to go. So you can wander in and say, yeah, I'll have 2 growlers of such and such, whatever they've got on keg. And they'll do it right then and there for you. Which is pretty cool. You can just growlers, 12 ounce or 16 ounce. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. No idea what an ounce, 16 ounces. I know what 3 ounces is, and a 1 ounce and a 2 ounce, but anything above that, I'm like, no idea. Other than 12 is more than 16, that's all I know. This cork is loose. Let me look how loose that is. It's crap. Yeah, Mum's loose. She's very loose. She's been in the grave for 10 years. Actually, no, she's not in the grave. She got cooked. So, yep. Probably should find another cork for that, because that's shite. What cork will fit in there? Let's try... I won't put a lug of woolen cork in it. How about a piece of crap Macallan? It's close. Considering how much bourbon I consumed last night, I feel pretty damn good. Hydration is key. You're not bloody wrong, Ed. Now that's loose. Giggity. Somebody type exclamation mark, giggity.
Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee, ooh ting tang, walla walla bing bang.
Alright, let's see if this Taylor cake is any better. There we go. That'll do. That's tighter like a tiger. Almost German American our time. Hell yeah. Much better. Point. Point like a tiger. Good whiskey. Well, that cork situation is now rectified. They like their Sunday morning pours. I always wonder if they end up in church right afterwards. I suppose that's one way to go to church. With a nice buzz. Nothing like a Sunday morning pour. Hell yeah. Yeah, so last night's whiskey track episode, we've thrown that out of the airlock. And we'll do that in the next fortnight. If people are available. Tomorrow night I might do Lego and Drams. Don't know yet. I think Hobbito Drinks is going to pop on in. Had a nice bon à 12 for lunch. Hell yeah. Killing the WDO reminds me. No Creek Rye single barrel I have is almost gone. Go for another. Did you want me to pick up 2 and send you one to Florida? How much are they running for? Well, I'm trying to save up for the Lego at the moment. So Aaron, I'm currently working on the typewriter. So I think we're about 2/3 away for this build. The typewriter. $50 at most, so that's like $75. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then a bit of shipping, and then pay $200 once it gets to Australia. Yeah, that's no joke. I mean, if you're able to grab one and I'll fix it up later. That'll be fine. Otherwise, yeah, that'll be cool. Either way. Yeah, it's the shipping is a killer, and then the customs duties and excises and crap. I know those taxes, man. It's fucking taxes. Yeah, so the $50 US bottle is going to cost me at least $200 Australian. At least. Like $250. It's usually 2 to 3 times more. Yeah, work now, Ben. No worries, mate. Don't work too hard. Yeah, bloody government. It's freaking criminal. And there's no reason for it. There really isn't. Here, Ed. Here. Fuck taxes. Still getting my samples from the UK without customs interference. Nice. Yeah. I mean, my samples I can get, usually they're not too bad. They don't bother with samples. They take a long time to get here, and it's a bit of a cost for people to send them over here to Australia, but if you shop around for your shipping, not too bad. It just takes forever to get here. But yeah, they usually don't bother with that. And I've been lucky with the stuff that JD sent, but if I do it the correct way, fucking hell, you just get bent over the barrel or something bad. I mean, the worst was getting the stuff in the UK. Those 2 bottles from the UK, oh my god, that's so expensive. Come to say hi before because I uploaded a long video and had some issues before it's finally out now. It's about Orchard House Compass Box. Oh, cool, you did the review.
Guide.
Nice one, Greg.
Whiskey glass.
G'day, mate. What's the best company to use for shipping? Yeah, DHL might say they get it in less than a week, but they're not going to. DHL's probably the only one you're going to be able to use at the moment. DHL and FedEx, USPS is not going to be able to, Australia's not receiving anything from them. Because of beer bug issues, bullshit, so they've stopped receiving USPS shit. Yeah, it might take a week to get to me in Australia, but then it'll take 4 weeks to get across Australia to get to my place. It took Shoot Kitty's samples took 2 months to get to me from when he sent them. That's pretty standard.
G'day. Bourbon baller.
Had the same problem when I lived in
Whiskey
South
glass.
Africa. Yeah, I can imagine. G'day, Bourbon Baller. How you going, mate? Got the review open, still need to watch it through? Yeah, I'll watch that later. It's just easy to pick up 2 as it is 1. On the other hand, I can also get more like a double-sized sample bottle. The ones I sent were 2 ounce. Yeah, they're really good samples though. They're awesome size, man. Cheers for that. It's good because I can go back to it multiple times. Alas, all depends on the last step of delivery. With French staff, we do not respect much consumer and parcel. Yeah. I mean, most of the delivery drivers here are pretty good because we live in a small town, so that does help. But the poor buggers are worked to death at the moment. It's the system that's failing. I mean, the demand is just through the roof. And obviously with the shortages, it's just, like I read today in, what port was it? San Diego, or might have been somewhere. There's 100 cargo ships waiting to get into port to offload their cargo. It's like, holy shit. Just sent a bunch of samples. Hate sending small 1 ounce pounds, don't seem like enough to really taste it. Yeah, it makes it a little difficult. I mean, it's good for one session. You can get a bit of a go at it if you take it easy. But then, you know, if you want to explore it again on another day, you know, with a different palate, different time of day, you know, all that kind of shit, you just can't do it. Out of links to a pal as a chemist, all messed up a bit with chemical quotes, names, more interesting. I think this is the tasting part. Nice! Amazon France is terrible compared to the German one. Huh, interesting. Know that. Yeah, 2 ounce pour was a really good, good amount. I mean, it shits me in some of these things that you order online with the samples online, and they give you 15 mils. It's so lame. You need 2.5 CLs to at least enjoy something. Yeah, 30 mils is good. They're sent via UPS, which was way cheaper than regular USPS. DHL was possible, but tougher for me to drop it off. Wouldn't have a problem with FedEx, but usually too many dollars. Yeah, FedEx is always expensive. Samples in Belgium is 30 mil, perfect for samples. Yep, I agree. 30 mils is perfect. Just bought a $17 bourbon and paid $15 for shipping. Jesus Christ. That's like when you go on eBay and you buy something for $2 and it costs $20 shipping. My new shop is 50. Nice. Completely agree. We need 25 mils at least. And that's for the sample bottles I get. They're 30 mils, which is really good. But a lot of these, the ones where you do the online things, they only give you 20 mils, so 2 CLs. It's like you just need a tiny bit more. I mean, they're alright, you can get 2 reasonable pours out of it, but, you know, if you want to keep some for later, it's crap. Yeah, 2 ounce, yeah, I understand 2 ounces. Greg, I am on the not gonna do 18-year-old. Which I just had to replace the cork. I only store my samples inside of an old M&M bags like a real man. Yeah, that's what shits me when you get less than 1 ounce pour. It's like, what? It's garbage. And the minimum should be 1 ounce. So these are only... I don't know, that's a 1 ounce pour. 30 more. I mean, these are the perfect ones. So these were the samples that are going from the Australian lime burners. So these are 110 mil. With a cork. And goddamn, I wish I could get these bottles. So Cameron, who owns lime burners, he imports these by the pallet from France. And he reckons these cost him a shitload, but this is the perfect size for not only a sample, but when you get a bottle gets down to the the last quarter, you can decant into this, and it's got a cork. Fucking love these bottles. So you might be able to find these, Greg. These are great. I'd buy a fucking half a house full of these if I could get them. I mean, these are perfect. But that's so good if you want to go to a mate's place, you just take a couple of those with you. So you don't have to take a whole bottle. Now that is the sample. Hell yeah. Yep, that's the way to do it. It's right about the size I was thinking I could send. Maybe I could also just send 3 of the 60ml ones we've already got. Yeah, just do that. Yeah. You have the 12, 18 opened and still on 21 euro, 86. Ooh, believe me or not, the cheapest distilled brand 20 oil. Ha! 56 euros in 2012. Wow. Crazy how the price of bottles can vary, all about buying bulk. Yep. Sample D's nuts. Coming with a nice wooden box plus 2 Glencans. Nice! Very nice.
Nice.
Hell yeah. No, I like them. It's quite tasty. Cheers for JD for hooking me up with this. So I just had to replace the cork on this, Greg, because it was shrunk. Yeah, definitely do that, Greg. But right now there's a shortage and they're not easy to get. Bobby at Burnber telling me was waiting for even more. Yep, and he's definitely going to be waiting for a shitload because he needs heaps. I can buy whiskey in South Africa at least 20% cheaper on most bottles. It's all about import tax. Yep. And that's where we get completely shafted. Yeah, I don't know where you'd be able to find them, Greg, but he definitely gets them from France, that's all I know. Got a shave, shower before work. No worries, Aiden. Don't work too hard, mate. Cheers. Yeah, this is a good space order. I enjoy this. It's not bad. Except for the stupid slow mature. It's like, yeah, get out of here. Get out with your slow matured. G'day, John. What are you drinking out of, mate?
Good day. John Lasry.
Do I not rate
Whiskey
the Glencairn?
glass.
No, I've got heaps of Glencairns. We all do. I've always drunk out of Glencairns. But if you type ! glass, it'll come up with what this glass is. So this is an Italian glass. It's a Luigi Bromelli Vintuet glass. Thanks, Julia Kitty. There you go. So I always used to drink out of Glencairns, but then I started drinking out of this, and I've just gotten really used to it. And I actually find the nose on this better than a Glencairn. And the other advantage is you get to hang on to the stem, and it's easier. You're not having to shove it right up into your face, and also when you're drinking it, you don't have to tip your head back as much. But yep, we still use Glencairns in our reviews, and when I go to a person's house, I always use a Glencairn. So yeah, I've got plenty of Glencairns that are all floating around here. But I find the nose on this is just a bit better. Actually, I wouldn't say it's better, it's just slightly different. It's interesting to compare. You find you get different notes out of this glass than what you do with Glencairn. I think this picks up slightly fainter notes a bit better. It's pretty much, it's only a little bit wider, it's only a tiny bit little wider on the actual opening. But the shape, like it's a bit smaller in size wise. So it goes narrower a lot quicker on the Luigi, whereas the Glencairn, the opening stays quite wide before it actually narrows at the top. slightly more vertical top. Yeah, it narrows. Like punch it, punch it.
Yes, master.
Yeah, so you can see it actually narrows quite a bit more than a Glencairn. They say in rickhouses the whiskey thieves use those long stem tasters. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it's a pretty good glass. I don't mind it. Punch it.
Yes, master.
And they're not that expensive. They're really high quality glass as well. They're titanium reinforced and they're meant to be used industrially through glass washers. They're hand blown. Yeah, they're pretty nice glass and not that expensive either. And I use quite a bit of the Luigi stuff. Resembles a lot to my Chef and Sommelier open up whiskey glass. Yep, one of my favourites. Nice. So these are Luigi's as well. So a highball glass and then a rocks glasses. They're all the Luigi ones. Good quality glasses. I like them. And I do have some other competitors. I've actually got the competer style. So that's a Glencairn competer. That one took me a while to find and bloody expensive. Yeah, and then I've got a bunch of other. The Elixir whiskey glass is actually not bad. That's a pretty good glass. 3 picks of my Knockin' 221. Oh, nice. Let's have a look at that. So it's sticky. Ooh, that is a sexy box. Nice! I like the rope handle on top. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like how they got the glasses in there as well. What's the ABV on that, Greg? Master's Reserve. Yep. I reckon that tastes pretty damn good. Yeah, there's someone to find out one of those other glasses. It's all at the back there somewhere. It's an Elixir something or other. They actually paired with Glencairn to actually make them, and it's pretty much a Glencairn on a stick. They changed the box style and colour since it doesn't please me much. 43%. Okay. So it's the same as the 18-year-old. For comparison, here's the glasses on Amazon. $50 US for a set of 6. Let's have a look. And I think they cost me for 2 of them, $25. Yep, that's the one. Yep, that's the glass. It's a good malt. Good all-round malt. Tried the 25 Diageo special release some time ago. It was great, probably more interesting than this one. A sample of 21.987. It was pretty average. Yeah, I think the ABV lets it down a little bit. And 25 euros, mind you. Yikes. I bought all the glassware from local micro brews. We have 3 local and another with a half an hour. Have way too many glasses. Yeah, I mean, I've got a decent collection. I probably need to do another glass episode. And I talk about this and a couple of the other ones. I mean, I know Swedish Whiskey Girl, she loves this glass as well. It's one of her favourites. It's got a good base on it as well. So it makes it a little bit harder to tip over, but it's actually quite a strong glass as well. A couple of times I've bumped it. It hasn't disintegrated into a million pieces, not like a wine glass would. So I just pick them up as a 2-pack. Punch it.
Yes, master.
So they just came in a 2-pack. Like 25 bucks I think it was. Not that expensive. Comes in with a pamphlet with all the paraphernalia, that it's super clear and sonic, superior sonic and blah blah blah. Lead-free crystal and all that jazz. Punch it. Did a video about glassware, comparing about 12 glasses, including 3 non-tasting glasses, all filled with the same whiskey. It was an interesting experience for me. That is something I haven't done. Punch it. Punch it.
Yes, master.
So we did a glasses episode, me and Scotty, where we just talked about the glasses and stuff, but I haven't done that. I haven't put the same whiskey in a whole bunch of glasses. That would be interesting to do, actually. Might steal that idea there, Greg. That's a pretty easy episode to film. So yeah, they give you a pamphlet with all the stuff about the glass. Most of them seem to be interested in getting their name out and sell the glasses on the cheap. Yeah. Yeah, these guys do pretty good glassware. And I really enjoy their bubble glass and their just normal rocks glass. And the missus and me, we use them all the time. Cut my finger then. I did get one of the crystal Glencairns. Super solid glass. Sounds amazing. But it's just more for the show than anything else. It's a nice glass. Cost me like $60 though. When you could buy half a dozen Glencairns for that. But yeah, it's pretty fancy. God camera. God camera. God
Yes,
camera.
master.
Jesus.
Yes, master.
Oh, and then she turns it off and turns it on again. Fine, I'll use the keyboard. So yeah, fairly nice glass, but too bloody expensive. But it sounds good. Like it. Just sounds good. This glass I actually picked up. This is a Luigi Baramelli glass as well. And I picked this up. This was only like $10 or something. But yeah, it's a Luigi Baramelli glass as well. So, good glass. I have used this a couple of times. It's a pretty nice glass. I mean, I'd use that more for a bourbon that needed to open up or something like that. You need to get a nice decanter to do an affinity blend in. Decanters suck. I just use an old bottle. You know, like a Hibiki Harmony bottle or the Ulster Bay bottle. I use those for making infinity bottles in. I'm not a fan of the decanters because they always come with the shitty glass tops. And they suck. Yeah, cognac, sherry, port, that kind of glass, yeah. And then I've got a bunch of other glasses there. I watched a YouTube video yesterday with a guy. It was his 60th birthday, and he was a port writer for a magazine or whatever. And so this well-renowned port guy decided out of his own collection to bring a 160-year-old vintage port.
Whiskey glass.
G'day, Anthony. How you going, mate? Person never used cliche cognac glasses for that. There's some more a bit wider than my usual nosing glass. One like Ken's one. Single malt. Yeah. Sup, GMT? How you going, mate?
Mr. GMT. Whiskey glass.
Yep. I'm with you, Greg. The same thing. I mean, you can get some really nice decanters. They look amazing. But I would just stick some, you know, some garbage in it that I'm never going to drink. Just so it looks good, you know. It's just for show. I mean, the practicality there, they're just... Not unless you get the ones that have the really good seal on them, but even then, decanters are always big. So if you're not topped right up to the top, you know, it's going to be dissipating, so the liquid in there is going to turn to shit. It's alright if you put something cheap and nasty in there that you always top it up and you just give it to your friends, you know, people come over and it's like, yeah, have a dram, you know, just a bog standard drink, whatever. That I can understand, but I wouldn't put anything good in it. That's for sure. So feel free to drop on in if anyone wants to pop in. The link is into the chat as usual. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a nice decanter, but damn, that's so expensive. Like a good one. I say that because when my Casawara 986 had some cork problem, I did put it in the can to understand a bit late. It was leaking, so I had to change bottle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They look really good. Get me coffee. Nice. Yeah, they look really good, but they're just not... Actually, yeah, we need to talk, Ardbeg bourbon. I mean, yeah, with Anthony, you said you liked that Ardbeg Wee Beastie? And I think before you said you didn't like the Ugadale or something, so yeah, it'd be interesting to have a chat with you about that. As I said in the reply when you messaged me, on the comment or whatever you messaged on. Like, yeah, you've got a really good wide world of stuff that's just opened up if you like in that Wee Beastie. Because that's a shit whiskey and there's some really bad stuff out there. For pretty much the same price. Just straight Ardbeg 10 to start with. That's for sure. Right. So I might have that Paul Anna. And then, what whiskey should I have? I think I need to do a empty some of these bottles. These boxes with bottles in them. So that's another dead bottle. What shall I stick in the fridge? Just grab the first one that's in reach. Another Dunkel. Stick a Dunkel in. Actually might have fixed that a bit, Greg. I'm using a different method to actually download the bandwidth, so your bandwidth will just be going upload. So it might be a bit better. I'll stay in the chat much as I can though. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, Rudderburger's rising prices. No! That sucks. Bugger. Alright, let's add this one. I might put that one in. I'll leave one spot spare. Alright, so I'm gonna have this one. So I'm gonna have a Paulaner Müncher Hell. I have not had a Paulaner in a long time. I never see Rudderburger actually here. Give me a second, Anthony. Just pour myself a brew. Nice. Might have a try though. Edson or Chrome. Give me 5. Yeah, no worries, Greg. Headset on. Yeah, you can always give it a go, and if it's garbage. Actually, I don't want to do that. Too late, it's done now. Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yeah, I just got to
Okay.
click all the switches to turn everything on so I can hear it through the headset. G'day, Anthony. How you going, mate?
Oh my gosh, I'm perfect. It's just a early morning out here.
Well, it's not too early.
Well, was it
About 7:30 or
6:30?
Oh, 6:30. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a bit early.
Yeah, 6:30. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a bit
So I was just up and I said, I wonder who's on. To my surprise.
early.
To my
No
surprise.
surprises there.
Yeah. Seems like the
You are
connection's a little.
Switching to
You're
crop
perfect.
floor.
Seems like though on my end, it's just a little grainy.
Shit. Oh, yeah, your connection's a little grainy.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a lot better because I'm using that different way of actually transmitting the data back to you. So,
Well, I look at it this way. This was better than what we had.
yeah. I mean, this is crystal clear on my end.
Oh, you are too. So it could just be the connection I've got because you're clear. So everything's
Yeah, it's 9 inch
processing
20 by
right.
1080, like a meg. So yeah, it should be schmick. Phone Google was much better, but didn't try Edge. Yeah, I use Edge. I can't believe I say that. I always feel like washing my mouth out each time I say that, but yeah, it actually works better.
You know, there are some things.
Say you
that-
liked the Ardbeg Wee Beast.
Yes. I actually
Well, there you go.
I
that's what I was
actually
wondering.
tried that yesterday and
Yep.
was really surprised at, I'll say, how good Ardbeg actually was because I could taste the whiskey even though it was peated. The peat was nowhere near as strong as that Pirate Ardbeg.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was able to get the flavors with the smoke and actually enjoy it. And yes, I still got a little iodine and Band-Aid, but I would actually consider purchasing a bottle of that. And then the actual people that rep the company here in the States were there. And he said the 10, believe it or not, is pretty much the same, except you're going to get the full
Donald
experience
Drams.
because of the age of the whiskey.
glass.
He says, so have this bottle. In other words, drink some of this bottle, buy one if you want. He goes, and then when you're halfway through, he says, unless you do it all in one day, he says, but in a few weeks when you're halfway through the bottle, he goes, your palate
Grab a 10.
will be adjusted to the peat. Go to the 10. He goes, and he says, the 10 is a little less peaty than the 5, believe it or not. He says, and this was my opinion, but due to the age of the younger whiskey, the peat they made a little stronger because, as you know, it might have more tannins or come off a little young, bitter. But
I mean, that's the thing. They always say the highly phenolic compounds will stick to younger whiskey because they dissipate over time once it's matured in the age in the cask. They always say that. But if you get an old whiskey, like something that's like 20, 25-year-old with smoky stuff, the peaty stuff, it actually integrates really well into the whiskey and it leaves a lovely nuance to it. I would say the Ardbeg 10 is heaps better than the 5, but if you like the 5, I'd agree with him. Buy a bottle, drink half of it, grab a 10, and then you'll be able to, like, the 10's got a lot more richness and character, and it's got that lovely sweetness with the sherry in there as well. It's
exactly. I was just going to
good
say, I think it's
all-round
sherry cask.
great
Yes.
brand. Yeah. G'day,
And it was
Donald. Hope
nice.
you're feeling better, mate.
Oh, Donald, good morning. But yeah, it was nice being able to chat with those people yesterday. Because I told him, I go, I am just not feeling this peat. I says, I tried this. And he even said, well, that was the wrong thing to do. He says, you either like it then or you just don't. And he goes, yeah, he goes, that is the pirate Ardbeg is really peated. I mean, we're
I
known
didn't
for
find
the
it. I
peat.
mean, I tried the Ardbeg and I didn't find it that peaty.
Well, remember, you're a peat monster, so.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a peat monster. I did like peat, but
Yeah.
but yes, if you don't know, and it depends what you actually mean by when you say peat, because are you talking more earthy stuff? Are you talking the more
See, I didn't
vegetable?
get
Are you
the
talking
earth.
iodine? Are you talking the smoke and what kind of smoke you're
KOHEN.
talking? There's so many
Whiskey
different.
glass.
See, I didn't get the
variations
earthy, and people
word.
talk about that in that Ardbeg. I did not get, I didn't get smoke, or I didn't get the earthy.
No, on the WBC, there's not much smoke. There's that earthy dirt kind of note, and then to me, it's like raw peanuts that have come straight out of the ground.
Huh.
Like literally, it takes me back to when I was a wee lad. After my dad planted a bunch of peanuts, waited the 4 years for them to grow, and it was cool watching them actually. The little runners go into the ground, and that's where the peanut's going to grow. And you wait the 4 years, and you literally pull them out of the ground, and then just wipe the dirt off, crack it open, eat it. Best flavored peanut I've ever had in my life, and I kind of get that raw, earthy peanut flavor on that WBC. Other than that, I reckon it's a pretty shit dram, but that peanut flavor is about the only thing that's good. I'll
See,
take a 10 any day.
I'd really have to pour a glass or two to experience it. That little thimble they give you,
Yeah, it's not.
you
gonna
get
be
some of it, but you can't enjoy the spirit. You get enough to taste it to go, okay, yeah, this is worth experiencing.
Yep. G'day, Cohen. How you going? And not only that, the first mouthful you're going to have, especially if you're not used to it, Pete, it's going to be really strong in your face, and you want that second and third pour once your mouth and you're acclimatized to it to pick up all those nuanced flavors.
Yes, I agree with that. And even when I tried the pirate Ardbeg, I do believe it was the second or third sip. I think it was the third sip. then I started getting the sweetness. But for me, that iodine and just, oof, yeah, I couldn't do it.
Well, the 10 has definitely got a lot more sweetness and a lot more layers of character in it. It's definitely.
And I was a little disappointed they didn't have more whiskeys to sample. They were really pushing different tequilas, which is fine. But matter of fact, they were the only whiskey there. So they must have been supporting that monthly promotion pretty good. Well, they donated a bottle of Scotch to the giveaway that you had to be present.
That one's actually not bad. Like, out of their recent releases that I've brought out that have been pretty shite, Scotch is actually the one that's actually not too bad.
G'day.
G'day, Moose.
Mo's Gal's Corner. Whiskey glass.
I was going to say the same thing, Donald. Yeah, if you don't like the iodine and Band-Aid, stay away from Laphroaigs. Especially the younger ones, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And here, that wee beastie is like $55.
Now, if you like that one, Springbank 12 cask strength, hell yeah. And if you like that wee beastie, then obviously, grab the Ardbeg 10 and try a Lagavulin. Just a Lagavulin 16. And I did see Cohen saying, Highland Park. Someone else said the Macchia Bay from Kilhoman.
G'day.
Then you could try
Nightbot.
yeah, I mean, there's so
Whiskey
many.
glass.
You could try Killela, and then you could go the Highland stuff like the Lechig or Lechaig. I get the Beastie for 42, Ardbeg 10 for 49. That's what I mean. That's what shits me about that wee Beastie. And it's the same with that 8. I've got 2 bottles of the community release 8 coming out. And it's the same thing. It's so close to the price of the 10. And it's not that good. And I've heard reviews of people saying with the 8 and the 5, they're just not as good as the 10. So why would you spend, only a few dollars less than a 10 when you could just grab the 10? So if they want to push the 8 and the 5, they need to drop the price down. Never tried a Scotch before. Where do I start? All right, so the first question I would ask Moose is, what do you normally drink? What's your go-to drinks?
Yeah.
Are you a mixer? Do you do cocktails? Are you a bean, jacks? Do you do bourbon? Do you do beers? Are you a coffee drinker? What's your flavor profile? Yes, I agree with Donald. Yep, Ardmore Legacy. And that definitely doesn't have any Band-Aid. That's got a lovely, nice balance between the malt and a nice smoke. It's, Yep, and Cohen's definitely on it. Plenty of peaty stuff from other places than Otter, for sure. Like that Ben Riek 21. Oh my god, hell yeah. Oh, there we go. G'day, Greg.
Hey, does it work?
Yes.
Yeah, that
I
works
still
better,
have
actually.
a delay. I still have a delay on my side, but I hear you. Hi, guys.
Well, your image looks a
few
lot clearer.
seconds. A few
Should be a
seconds
few
delay for me.
Should be a little bit. Ben Ramick peated is cheaper peated. Yep. Ben Ramick's a bit hit and miss like that. That new one that's meant to be coming out, and then
How are you?
New Lucky 12 that's just getting released. That one I'm keen to try.
Oh, let
You're
me see
cropped.
the chat.
Switching to cropped viewer.
Oh, New Ben Romach. New Ben Romach. I haven't tried it. I haven't been in any show, so I can try anything now. Even master classes in some shops are only allowed to people with a pass. So I'm not gonna jump on it again because.
Yeah.
But never mind. I have enough stuff here to survive.
Yeah.
I picked up a few things very quickly, and just the image is not good on my side. Is it good on your side, Ken and
Yeah.
Yes.
Anthony?
Yep, from what I'm saying. Oh,
Here is the Nokendo I was talking about.
nice. That is a big ass
The-
box.
the-
It's got 2 glasses in it.
56 euros. It's crazy even at that time.
Wow.
That's
And
it.
it's strong wood. It's strong wood, and you have those. I don't know if you see it well. The
I like
86
Oh, wow.
bottle
As you wish, my lord.
and the 2 Glencairns.
That's all.
And the same thing now, believe me or not, is 70 euros. It's the cheapest 21 euro in the market with a distillery closure. Of course, if you go at Lidl, Aldi and stuff, you will still have cheaper than that, but it won't be disclosed.
Hmm.
That said, I'm almost sure if I'm gonna open it, so I'm not gonna do it now, the cork will break, because I bought this a long time
A
ago.
while ago.
So there's this thing to protect, not to dry out.
The delay comes through on the YouTube side too, but the quality is nice and clear. So delay is in voice to video. Is that what we're talking about?
But I'm using Edge, so I don't know what to do else.
No, it seems
What
pretty
else
good on
to
this
do?
end.
It's on my side that I'm blurred and I have delay on the image, but never
Yeah,
mind.
there's a little bit-
As long as I hear you and you hear me, it's frustrating for me, but it's still okay.
Okay.
Just say hello or
No, it's fine.
Yes, I should
How
get it
is
so
it
there is an
going,
audio
Anthony?
delay. Oh, I need to fix that. Right, I will.
audio is okay.
You're small.
What do I have here? I like those bamboo boxes that are really cheap, but I really find them super cool for samples. So you see,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
oops.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think-
Yeah.
And there are most of them are 10 CL. There's some beautiful stuff there. I don't know if you see that.
Aaron Carr strength marching more. Yeah, that's one
Which
I
I will
need to
never
get
be-
my hands on, Cohen. That's one.
Glen Scotia 25.
Nice.
I still haven't done the review. So this is a gift. So there's the 18, there's 2019 Open, Golf Loch Lomond. Well, it's all Loch Lomond group.
Yes, please.
Loch Lomond 18.
Love Loch Lomond 18.
I might start with this one.
Yep. I'll join you on that. I'll have some Loch Lomond 18.
But believe me or not, because the box is the bottle is tall, I also have this, which is a mezcal.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to put it in the same box because it's too tall. This one is gone because I finally bought the bottle. It's a Campbelltown Festival rum cask, Glen Scotia from 2019.
Oh,
I got the bottle. It was too good for me.
I'm going to refill my coffee cup. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
all right.
go ahead. And this is said weirdly Loch Lomond Madeira cask with no age statement, nothing. And I thought it was the Inchmarin, and that's why I bought the Inchmarin. So I don't know. And this, I'm saving it for a special occasion. Shall I show it to the camera? People are going to be killing me if so.
Oh, what is it? Hold on.
You see it?
Oops.
For me, it's blurred.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Little Mill 25 years
Ah,
old. 50.4 ABV. This guy was crazy. And I have 2 blind mezcal samples. I have no idea what it is. It's from Spirits People Johnny, so I have to. He doesn't do videos right now. And I have also some old stuff. Oh, this was from a friendly sample. You're gonna be crazy if I. You can't see it, right, as well. Kleinlich 73 from Murray
Oh,
McDavid. It's the only thing that's left.
wow. Does
And
Loch
those
Lomond
two
18
are-
have any peat? No,
No.
not really.
And those are gifts from when I was going into some that's very cool, cute minis from
Yeah.
Glenrothes.
I was going to say they look like mini Glenrothes bottles.
Yes, they are, but they're difficult to find a place for them. So it's 1994 and 1998 release, and I had the 1994
That's nice.
in big. Let me. No, it's 10. It's only 10 CL, but because of the shape, it feels like 20.
Yeah, it looks like 20, yeah.
But it's 10.
Cool little bottle.
Yeah, very cute. Collectible, so I didn't open them. Then I have the Orchard House that I think some of you, some of the guys here in the chat didn't like, but I do like it. But I don't care. It's personal, as always. Got the old Oak Cross. Second different label. But I had a new one, but I don't know if it's as good. But this one is great. I have other things as well. Just one of my favorite.
I haven't had too much experience with Glenrothes Bedball. I mean,
well,
Greg would definitely have a better idea. He definitely would have tried.
Problem was the price. One of my favorite of those last years. Sorry, the Glenmorangie Alta was the last of the private edition.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
It's young, but it's wild yeast. They're using wild and local yeast, and it's 51.2. So nice. I have ABV.
Yeah,
and I have a bit of this too. And this is supposed not to have color, but no, it's not disclosed. It's only non-chill filtered. Yeah, sorry, I'm missing the chat. I have it. Yes, but
then Glenrothes any good?
Glenrothes. Then I tried all the new range up to the 25, but it was 2 years ago. Of what I remember, everything was okay. 25, I don't remember. The price was too expensive for what it was. But I found the 18, and I think there might be a 15. I'm not sure. The 18 was pretty nice, and the 12 was okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there was a 15. I have a doubt now, because sometimes I confuse it with the Balbear range.
Yeah,
because
the Balbear
both
range
switched to from vintages to ages. So
yeah, from the general.
I have an old companion. Yeah, I also have an old companion I opened recently.
It's pretty.
Look at that.
Is that a 15? Yeah.
Yes.
15.
Yeah. In case I need some peat, put it on the table. Oh, that was 10 years ago.
That's a good one.
Also some indie sherried Buna. Crazy color.
Yeah, look at that. That is toffee. That's molasses in a glass.
Coffee,
Oh, you should have passed JD on the Aaron. The bothy is good, man. You like cocktails?
For more
I really love tropical drink.
Everybody knows that.
Gliders. I would have answered sooner, but
everybody knows that. So,
Huggable and 8. Yep. I'm not a fan of that.
And oh, you don't like it?
Nah.
Oh, interesting.
I prefer the 9.
And
I prefer the Game of Thrones edition 9.
I haven't tried it. And a French only market Kilhoman.
Oh, nice.
I did a review about it. Yups. But I'm gonna stop showing things because I cannot see the chap. I have other things here. I don't wanna. I need something in my glass now.
For hours. I will keep looking.
Oh yeah, you're fine, great.
I have enough stuff to stay long. So I'm gonna pour me a bit of that Lochlom on the 18.
Yep.
I haven't done a review.
In my glass.
Still, I have nothing from Loch Lomond in my collection except the Inchmarin, which is another reference. But so cheers and cheers, even for the coffee, Anthony.
Yep, for anyone else who's in chat and having a coffee, water, or tea, or whatever you're having, cheers.
Yeah, whatever
Well,
you have.
I had a little pick-me-up to the coffee.
Okay, Sugar Kitty, they don't have a 15. So probably instead of the 15, they have their knowledge statement, whiskey makers cut. That's my guess. Yeah, but alternative, Glen Rothes has a really specific style, which I enjoy, which is both malty and sherried, but almost the same way that Temdu has it, the contemporary Temdu has. And this is very discreet, this is very refined, very subtle. These are not usually sherry bombs, but this is more subtle side, more rely on refill. Sherry, it's hard to tell.
Oh, it worked. We're hoping the power goes
Yep.
out so I can go home and drink. Well, let's hope that's happened, Burnbull. Didn't go home. So with
Greg,
Luce,
Yeah.
I have a question
You go,
for
Anthony.
Greg. Armagnac.
Yeah, go ahead,
Armagnac.
Anthony.
I have been given a few samples of that. I don't know much about it, but it is delicious. I talked to Ken about it
Yeah,
maybe a little over a week ago. And
yeah, I
And,
have some.
a friend of
I
mine,
have some. Armagnac is distilled once.
friend of mine gave me
Oh.
this sample yesterday that we exchange samples frequently
Oh.
here. Well, so we were at an event yesterday and we were talking and he said, "What'd you think of the Armagnac?" And I go,
Nice.
"The one I had here." He said, "No, the sample I left you." I said, "Didn't know you left me a sample." So I have it here. But
Ah,
I find it quite pleasant.
there's
I
nothing
find
written
it
on
quite
it?
pleasant, the Armagnac. And as a matter of fact, it's almost
Great.
to me, has some characteristics of a single malt Scotch, even though I know it's not. But I love
Yes,
some
yes,
of
yes,
the
yes.
flavors off it.
Sometimes,
it's so light.
yep.
Yeah, it's distilled only once. It's funny you talk about Armagnac because the whiskey I've been working on, was distilled in 1969 ex-Armagnac still.
Yeah.
And it's only distilled once, which is allowed here. But this funny. But Armagnac, do you know which brand it is you have the sample?
You
of?
know what? If I did, I probably couldn't pronounce it. Hold on.
Oh, no. You can
Alcohol
tape it maybe.
won't have sugar.
I have.
dealing with- Oh, whiskey
I have
is
my
definitely your
phone,
friend
so-
then because there's no sugar in it. So, but the alcohol might be a bit different. I don't drink sometimes,
Good.
but not as often. But I also enjoy Cosmopolitan. Okay.
Let's see. What
Just tape it in the chat, Anthony.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now. He did send it to me.
So, what's a super fruity Scotch that we can recommend? I mean, I was thinking something like
Super
the
fruity?
Glenmorangie Taylor Cake.
Well-
I mean, that's quite fruity.
I haven't tried those two, unfortunately. The X and the Tale of Cake, I don't know them. There's a new one coming in called Tale of Winter. I haven't tried either.
I mean, X.
The
X is
18
good.
for
18? I'm not a fan of the 18.
well, it's for me it lacks 3 or 5 points ABV. That's the problem. But still, it's a
Agreed.
good reference for me. I used to try a lot of Glenmorangies in the past, so I'm a bit partial to the pre-LVMH era. I prefer the old 18 than the new 18. Same for the 10 years old. I have the old 10 years old behind me with a
The old
beautiful
ones,
canister. I have to say the problem is availability for the person. I don't see it now. I have to go back in the chat maybe. For the person who asked the problem, is availability. The private editions for me are, this is super fruity, the Alta, but this is around 80 euros. This is limited edition.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It directly affects blood sugar. Probably has to stay away from drinking it neat. Yeah. Okay. So then, if you're gonna, you make it in the cocktails. So depending on what cocktail you want, the Glenmorangie X would be a good one to try because that's aimed at cocktails. Glenmorangie X is the new one. So
let me check for Anthony. Because I have the references here somewhere.
So Cohen, Fred just put up a review. Literally just uploaded the review on that bottle, that orchard.
Who did?
No, me.
Okay.
To answer your question in the chat, Anthony, it's not the brand you put. You put hors d'âge, which is something saying beyond any age, which is not true. But the array of ages that it can have legally is 8 to 20 years old. When it says hors d'âge, the VS, it starts, everything is regulated here. The VS, very superior or deluxe or grand choix or surchoix, means 2 to 5 years old. The superior 3 years old, for those who might be interested. The same for cognac. VSOP stands for very superior old pale. Vieux, réserve, it's the same, it's 4 years old. But since month of April, it's now up to 10 years old. So they have, if it's written VSOP, they can do up to 10 years old. And the same now for the XO, they can go up to 20 years if they like. But they have to be minimum 6 years old. Napoleon, XO, Très Vieux, Vieille Réserve, Extra, Royal, hors d'âge, all these means minimum 6 and up to even 30, I see here.
Wow.
Then after, it's the same problem as the cognac about additives. So they can add sugar, they can add oak chips or oak essence, they can add E150A. So that doesn't mean everybody does. And of course, they chill filter, most of them. The problem being also the French tradition, commercial tradition for those, which will be for Armagnac and Cognac, 40% ABV systematically. Now, that said, there's some big brands that are not working like that, and they can go higher on ABV. In Armagnac, for instance, my favorite one is Darros, which I really recommend. I have to get one, but it's a bit remote now to show you.
So Greg,
let me tape it on
all Armagnacs have Boise, but some cognacs do, some don't.
Sorry, can you repeat?
With the Boise, all Armagnacs have Boise, but cognac some do, some don't.
Oh, what is Boise? I don't get it.
That's
sorry.
the additives.
Oh, boisé. Okay,
Boisé.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It means woody. No, not all. The craft one don't have because they don't need it. That say, you have to know that for cognac, 98% of the production goes abroad. Yeah. And probably 70 or 60 goes to China. And they require added caramel mandatorily. So it's probably the same for the whiskey they import, except for the true connoisseurs that do private things, private purchases. When it's on sale by a big distribution, there it will be with one E150A. The Armagnac is the poor. It's nice. It's nice. This has additives, but it's still a good brand. Chateau de l'Aubade, I have one. It's always nice The thing interesting about the Armagnacs and the cognacs, even if cognacs are more expensive than Armagnacs usually, is that you can have something of your vintage or something old with a decent price compared to single malts or to other types of whiskey.
And that's what I'm looking at. Like, I'm turning 46 in a couple of weeks, and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to grab a 75 era Armagnac or a cognac.
Oh, what's your vintage again?
75.
Ken? What's your... Oh, yeah, we talked about it because I have to send you my liquid. If the customs don't keep it, I will be sad.
Yeah.
That's a problem for me. I haven't tried to send anything to Australia.
No, it'll come into
Australia.
Contact, as long as you label it as beard oil, it'll get to you. It's fine. Bottles are a bit hit and miss. JD is the master. He's able to get stuff through. Samples.
Well, if Frederick has managed to do it, that encourages me.
Yep, Frederick's done it.
From Sweden.
And James McGurran from Sweden, he's managed to send me samples as well. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Darros rum. I didn't know they do rum. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised.
But yeah, I'm real pleased, Greg, with the Armagnac. I mean, truly wasn't expecting the taste. It was extremely good, and now that sparked my interest, and I'm so glad you came on because I knew you would be able to elaborate more on Armagnac, what it is, and so on and so forth. And
it is distilled. Yeah, sorry.
I wasn't sure.
It is distilled after wine as cognac. It's only distilled one time. Then the oak are, of course, French, but they do now some experiments. The craft brands do some experiments. I even tasted, believe me or not, an Armagnac that was finished in Islay casks. Which was not very interesting, that one.
I was going to say that,
but I know
other sound like it would go together too well.
No, but sometimes you feel it, sometimes you don't even feel that one. I didn't felt it, the peat. It was subliminal. But I know some others experiment well. I can also advise another brand which is good, which is independent and hard to pronounce, which is L'Encantada. It's more craft stuff. I put it in the chat.
Okay.
It comes across often with 50 CL instead of 70, as often for Armagnac. Now, the thing with Armagnac, as for cognac, if you go for 5, 6, let's say VS cognacs and Armagnac, there will be more for aperitif. There will be maybe to flavor some meals, etc. The real thing for me with Armagnac starts around 20 years old or more, and more. Because the age really start to show and the distillate develops very well. I have a 23 years old Armagnac. I have a 35. There's a few brands I'm not gonna even mention because they don't sell abroad, and they sell only on festivals, some general food fairs. That's how I got for 105 euros a 35 years old Armagnac at 46%.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
And I know where to find, but I resist because I have to take care of my money. I know where to find an Armagnac of my vintage, which is 1965, and it's 189 euros only.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
I take a pause because if I wanted a whiskey which is not a single grain, I have a single grain for my vintage, but I bought it a long time ago. Even those now are getting high. If I wanted to have a single malt of my age, which disclose the distillery, it will cost me probably 2,000 to way more. It's too expensive now. 12 12 years ago, I could have one for 250 or 300. Now it's not possible. The only thing possible is Armagnac, because nobody wants it,
Even vintage
except
port.
very,
Can't
very
even
few
get a vintage
people.
port. And like 75 wasn't a good year for vintage port, so I can't even get a 1975 good
Okay.
vintage port. Damn.
Good to
That would've
know.
been good.
Good to know.
The 77 was a good year.
But what you need, Ken, is an Armagnac and a single grain, maybe, to start.
Yeah. Yep.
in your
And I
I'm
have,
going to have to
there is a
research.
1975 Glenmorangie, which has got big 1975 on the label that I've been eyeballing for a while.
I'm going to have
It's
to
like
research
$1,600
Ooh.
Australian.
if 1969
Yeah.
was a good year or not.
Anthony, you know what you should do? Email me on my website. Contact. I hope it will be you who will email me, by the way. I can't add it in the chat.
Well, just
So you have
put
to
exclamation
give me-
mark plug. Greg, just put exclamation mark plug, and that'll be your channel. And then people can go to your channel and then find your email.
Oh, I will put my not channel, but I will put the website's email. I use it to filter visitors, let's say.
Yes.
So yeah, we will exchange email and speak more about Armagnac and whatever you want, if you like.
I'm going to do
And make
it.
sure everyone go to subscribe to Bourbon Neophytes channel.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm planning on a stream coming up. My furniture comes back Monday, crossing my fingers. Probably take them 2 days to put it all back. But somehow, some way, I'll set up a corner of the house to do a stream. And
Nice.
yeah, I think I'm going to go and get a bottle of that Armagnac because it's just, I keep thinking about it now. And
Yeah,
I
everyone's
enjoyed
good, but
really enjoyed
Yeah.
the taste.
we still don't know the brand. You don't have
You know,
the brand name.
I'll go and take a picture of the bottle today.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, and then I'm getting ready to email you, Greg, as soon as I open up my email page here.
Great. Again, if you travel here, like Eric from Malt Muser, you will see he'll probably talk about it when next live on Thursday, I think.
Yeah, he will definitely talk
He sent me some. He sent me some pictures. I think it was a bit overwhelmed by the things. But we didn't have much time, but I managed to pour him a couple of good things, I think.
Nice.
And I put 3 of the bottling on the Discord chat, so people
Yeah,
can
I
see
saw
what
he
it
had a
is on the
big
whiskey
grin
pot.
on his face in that picture. I was like, yeah.
I think he didn't complain at the end.
No, he certainly had a big.
Yeah, he's a tall guy. He's a much taller than me guy. I expect you can't figure out on on live shows how tall the guys are.
No,
Except
and I'm a
for,
midget, so everyone's
Scott and Bart.
Okay, Greg, I'm sending it now.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I will see that later on because I can't have access
No, that's
now.
fine. But I sent it.
Or maybe just to confirm. So I'll try to open it just to confirm it's.
Oh, you'll
you.
know it's me.
Because or other people having Armagnac bottles will post them.
But now that I have your email, if I see something, I can always take a picture, email it to you, and say, hey, good, bad, indifferent.
Yep.
Yeah, and I will send you another one. I haven't got yours yet.
It's got a long way to swim.
So that's
Whiskey glass.
Yeah, I got some Chinese spams instead. Since I answered to someone about glassware, they all sending me now like hell dozens of mail every day to buy glassware from China.
I know, it's
crazy.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
They're like vultures.
thank you for reminding me, though, Greg. So on your glass can that you're using now,
No.
Is
Yep.
that a normal wine glass or is this a long stem Glen? I'm trying to figure out what that is called.
G'day.
Yes.
If you type
Slapshot.
glass in the
Ken
chat,
Whiskey
g'day
glass.
or
Brian,
mine?
g'day
G'day.
Cheech.
Cheech Ardolino.
Type
Whiskey
exclamation mark
glass.
glass.
Yeah, hi
It'll come
guys.
up with it. It's a Luigi Bromelli Vintuec. And I completely butchered that pronunciation. It's a snifter glass. Luigi Bromelli Vintuec snifter glass.
Okay.
If you type
I just like the
exclamation mark
longer
glass, it'll
stem.
come up with the name.
Because I don't want to heat up either the bourbon, the Armagnac, or whatever. I just like that.
Yeah,
No, these are really good. I've got
yeah.
quite a few of their glasses, and they're good. I got their highballs. I got
I
that.
have to. Yeah.
That's a Luigi. This is a Luigi. I got the highballs. The normal rocks glasses.
I have to say on my side, I disagree. Sorry, Ken. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I disagree with people, even French pros, that say you have to warm up your cognac and Armagnac. I have to disagree on that. It's personal, but I don't think that it's useful. Of course, when you're in, and I've been into a cold warehouse, if the warehouse is too cold, 10, 12, even 15, okay, you can understand to warm a bit the glass. Best temperature for me to try Armagnac is almost the same as whiskey, so say maybe 18 to 22, it's approximative, not 25 and more, of course, and not 10 or 2. One thing is to enjoy whiskey with ice and young cognac and whatever with ice. When you know it, it's not expensive, it's something to enjoy. It's not a tasting, but for proper tasting, for me, you have to have a decent temperature and conditions of why also if the glass is too bold, then how will you concentrate the flavors? I don't like the old style cognac glass, the Copita, the traditional wine glass, and also the one Ken has, and also me, but it's bigger. If I take a bigger glass than this, I will be tempted to pour more. That's why I don't use it every day. But sometimes to assess special whiskeys, I use it. I would send you pictures if you like, and also, Anthony, you can have a look if you like at my glassware. Sorry to do advertisement.
No, do it.
Glassware video. What I poured Highland Park 12 in 13 glasses, and I tried them all in a row to see what's going on. As I know well this whiskey, I chose this one.
Good morning, Dustin.
Hey, Dustin.
G'day.
Thought I'd Armagnac with you
Okay,
guys.
so
Oh,
Damn, I haven't got any.
Anthony got
Okay.
your mail, Anthony. It finished by your last name finishes by
Yes.
M, right? Anthony M. Okay, so we're fine. I will answer later on.
1980.
Thanks. Oh, Delors, nice.
1981.
91. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. I
This
haven't
is a
tried that
40-year-old
one.
Armagnac.
It's cool to speak about Armagnac from so far. Thanks, guys.
It's delicious. Oh, look at that
Oh, hell
color. Look
Yeah.
at that color.
Definitely makes you think the color.
It might have some.
Yeah, coloring.
Yeah, it's adjusted, I think. This is a brand who adjusted color, but doesn't mean it's bad. That's from whiskey. There's whiskeys that are colored
Well,
that are
and,
cool.
you know, the thing is,
I don't see
what are
the.
you looking for on here?
Thanks, Dustin. The problem is the screen is still a bit blurred for me, so I can't have the details. But thanks for
Yeah, it
trying.
might be easier to.
And at least I can see.
Yeah,
There we go.
on YouTube.
Try now.
Yeah,
Okay,
nice.
it's Recollet is the brand.
Récolte. Récolte means the harvesting.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they always put the harvest date.
Gotcha.
Just to
Gotcha.
let you know.
So, it just says Boss Armagnac Delord, and then
Yeah, bas Armagnac is low. Armagnac means the region, which is the most
then
famous.
Appellation Boss Armagnac Controle.
Yeah, it's the regulation. It's a protected name that certifies it's an Armagnac.
Okay, we got History
Regulated
de Familia Dispense, 1893. Sicilian Boss
give
Armagnac.
some.
So they just say it's like a family farm or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a family.
Yeah,
company.
so $95 US.
Nice.
That's what I said. These kinds are ridiculous.
$95 for a 40-year-old Armagnac. I don't care who made it.
Oh, I know.
There you have it.
It's really good. I'm really surprised.
Santé, which is to your
Same one
good
Simon
health.
got?
Bonne
Okay.
santé.
And then I thought I'd just show how big my stem was to Anthony.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. I like it.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's
So your stem's bigger than
well,
Ken's.
Yeah. I didn't go for length of stem.
Well, trust me, this one has no girth. This stem will snap
No.
quite easily.
Yeah, this
The problem
stem's
is-
got quite a bit of girth to it.
Yeah, this one doesn't. I actually broke one of these drying it off by just shaking it. I didn't hit anything. I just
Yeah, I was gonna say you only look at that glass, it's gonna fall over.
It's a classic. It's a classic Dustin to break them like that.
look at the
Oh, yeah.
I
base.
forget. We were talking about
Ooh.
this. Hot Buttery Rolls last night was talking about that. How he had broken a couple like that, and even a couple of the Glens. You know, the base broke
Ooh.
off.
How do you
And I
break
said,
a
you know,
base
he
off
was like,
a Glen?
What?
It,
How do you
it
break
didn't get in his hand.
Glenn.
You missed this, Dustin.
I have dropped and bounced a Glen off the floor like a baseball or basketball and didn't break.
Yeah, these
Here.
things will bounce, but I don't know about breaking the base.
You
No,
can't.
it's not focusing at all, is it?
Little Mill 25.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Still to try. And this is a Buna, which the color matches your Armagnac.
They might be harder. Jeez.
Except it's not colored.
Thank
I
you,
think.
Will. Thanks for whacking me up.
Problem is I have an Armagnac with you guys, as it's the ones I talked about that's very characterful. It will kill the following whiskies I have on the table. Okay, Hordage de ma liste. Haven't tried that one.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed with Armagnacs is I'm not noticing a lot of difference in the flavor and profile of the ones I've purchased. Could just be, I'm getting all kind of similar stuff, but I haven't noticed as much variance as I would have expected.
Well, I would answer the variant you will have with, same for cognac, with craft companies. Little ones.
Yeah, those aren't really here.
Or bigger ones. Because as the base is the same, as many will do very big batches, less for Armagnac, but it's true for cognac. Very big batches, they will standardize the taste, the profile with adding additives as well. But this is, I agree with you, it's not super wide as single malt.
Good day.
But when you go into craft and indie territory, you might have surprises.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, even compared to like a bourbon, I mean, it's just they all have a very similar profile, and I like it. So it's not a bad thing.
Lots of oak.
It's making it hard for me to want to explore different producers, I guess. I was what I'd say. Like, there's a few out there I'd like to try, but I mean, they're all pretty close.
Yeah, you know what, Dustin, maybe because the main thing that's talking is the oak on all those, especially on Armagnac and bourbon, I would say, more than cognac.
Yeah, but
sometimes.
bourbon can have quite a bit of variance, from in my experience, but substantial just based on where they age it. I mean, certain rick houses just take on different characters, and I just haven't found that yet with Armagnac. And again, it could be my new palate to it as well.
No, the Armagnac might be narrower. That said, you have to try a lot of Armagnacs to generalize. And I haven't even tried more than I don't know, 50 or 60 different
That
ones.
should give you a
So
pretty good start.
I'm probably
That should give you a rough
not the
idea.
best one to speak.
Yeah.
It's a lot
As you were
more
saying,
than what we do.
plenty. I was like, okay, well then all right.
Yeah. I've had probably
No, I
like
mean
5 of them
compared
live.
to 4,000 whiskeys, it's not much.
I don't think you need 4,000
And even
to know
search.
whiskey's range. I said I don't think you need 4,000.
I
I don't
didn't
think you
hear.
need 4,000 whiskeys before you realize whiskeys vary a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, you can learn that before. You just have to know where to pick some to get different profiles, especially old style whiskeys before 2000 bottlings and after. You have a lot of variations. You can with all that Paxerate and sherry stories and old style of distilling, etc. And all the modern technology we have now, which changes the profile of many whiskeys. You see all these new whiskeys that are, for me, often too reworked with 4 or 5 different cask types. And what's the distillate? We don't know sometimes. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's definitely,
That's
especially with a
another
lot of these
question.
sherry casks. Now they're charring them before they put stuff in there. And I mean, at that point, I mean, you're just getting overpowered by oak and sherry, and it's just like, all right, I don't know what, I don't know what this
But
was.
that's the main problem for me for Bimber. It was my problem with Bimber, especially, and all the hypes distilleries. Because Bimber, I tried the first release in the show. I even managed to get a sample to try it home. And it was absolutely fantastic. It was a 3 years old, absolutely fantastic. Why? Because I learned they were using 30 to 40 years old ex Pedro Jimenez sherry casks. So, of course, that overpowered a bit the distillate, but the cask were so good that the final result was good. It was a chance. But my problem after that, I couldn't buy me a bottle, is the next release was the Richard ex-bourbon. And the charring was doing all the thing for me. And I couldn't tell really what is the distillate. It wasn't a bad whiskey. I rated around 80, 82, but it was not for me. And at the same time, most of the reviewers were crazy about it. But I said, compared to the first release, it is not for me, and I don't understand it, and I don't know where they're going. I tried another one with the same thing, oak and spice. So still waiting for something, a decent price from Bimber to try, but I won't rush all the crazy. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think
Whiskey
we're going to be
lovers said it.
seeing fair-priced young whiskeys from these startups anytime soon. I mean, that's unfortunately
They can't
business
expect it
model
from the
work.
start.
They have to be really overpriced.
They need 20 years production before you start getting something that's actually going to be reasonably priced.
I mean, that's my problem with all the love what Westland's getting. Not Westland,
message.
Waterford's getting. They're putting out interesting stuff, I guess, but I'm not enjoying it. It's just really young, new make tasting stuff.
Yep.
Not where I want to shove $100. And if that's your thing, if you like that young profile at $100 a bottle, go for it. I will not.
I had a lot of feedback like that. I tried only one sample, which I found nice. I have to retry it. But I had a serious argue with, that Ben Nevis. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I had a serious argue with Sir Renier and on my video called Demystifying Marketing Tricks. He was very furious about my video and put a commentary. Then he said he invited me there, but I couldn't go. Well, it's a long argue. I don't want to spend too much time there about it, but it's, for me, his approach is interesting, but at some extent, and also my main problem is I don't see what it is an Irish single malt. I don't see that. Despite this is local barley, blah blah blah, terroir, but I don't see. Yeah, hype and also marketing position.
Yeah.
Definitely a different
Mostly,
profile than any Irish I've had.
it doesn't. The only one I tried doesn't come across as Irish in any. I don't know. My references in Irish is Cooley, Middleton, Bushmills, and just a few other producers. I don't know the contemporary.
I don't think they're
offer,
attempting to really make it taste
but
like
for me,
Irish.
doesn't
They're
come
making,
across.
they're really just making a Scotch. They're making a Scotch in
Oh.
Ireland, really.
Yeah, absolutely. He wanted looser regulations, but didn't want to answer to me about that. So he was furious. I pointed out he wanted to make money with something with looser regulation, and that's it. Then for me, what's the point? Like I said, and he didn't like that. What's the point in claiming terroir 10 times? And then you're gonna mix every terroir and choose cask which has nothing to be related with Ireland, and even ex-French wine cask with Murray McDavid and Brooklady, basically. And then
Frederick.
Whiskey
and
Rum.
then
Not wrong, mate.
yeah, absolutely. That's a
Volkswagen.
great
Man,
distillery,
that stuff
Fred.
is-
That's a great distillery.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff.
I call it Springbank of Sweden.
That is a good analogy.
Personally.
I like that. I'm gonna have some Berschlagen after this one.
More than Port Ellen.
More than pour that.
I don't know. My thing is at the end of the day, I just want to open a bottle of whiskey and I want it to taste really good. Everything else is jibber jabber on out there. It tastes really good. I can get just about anything. And
Yeah, and
right now Waterford doesn't taste it good.
and not pay
That's their problem right now. It's not good.
and not pay too much for it.
Yeah, I want to. Oh yeah,
Yeah, some
sometimes you have a
people.
choice.
Dustin, some people.
Everything's overpriced now.
Some people say that about Dingle as well. I haven't tried Dingle yet, but now I hear some people saying it's the same problem. Too young and too expensive for what it is. I don't know. It's cheaper than Waterford, though.
Waterford's awfully expensive. I mean, at $100 for what tastes like probably 3-year-old whiskey, it's just ridiculous. And it's not
And I don't like the blue bottle.
That'd be good in a decade. And
Yeah,
I agree
well,
that
I
with
mean,
the Glenglasser. Like the Glenglasser in a few years is going to be good.
They're not using special
Donald's
cask. They're not using anything that adds that kind of extra value, in my opinion. So it's just young whiskey.
Yep.
And the terroir, they
Doing well, Frederick. You're doing well.
okay.
All right, I'm going to have a little moment with my Ben Nevis.
Oh, enjoy.
Well, I'm going to finish the Armagnac.
My Ben
Switch back
Nevis
to
are
coffee.
a bit remote.
Oh.
But thanks, guys, for pointing out Armagnac. It's not often, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're on here a stream ages back. Me and a local buddy of mine down south. He found a website that's got a shitload of really good Armagnacs and cognacs. And we were going through the site looking at all this stuff, and we're like, wow, there's some really good stuff on here. I was like, yep, it's definitely something I've been meaning to jump into and grab a few bottles. And
You mean an online shop?
yeah, an
Ken?
online shop here in Australia that imports a lot of stuff in.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. But here, even in my local supermarket, I can find crazy gems for €80. Judge, good chance this isn't coffee.
What's it say?
Ah,
Whiskey and Barrel Connoisseur's Choice Award 2020.
good.
Nice.
Oh, that's good. That's a good mug.
Yeah, they gave us these when we were after we did a judging in Chicago, and they gave us these as one of our little gifts for coming and participating.
Cool.
So that was a fun time. And let me tell you, it definitely changed my view of home is where your dog is.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely changed my view on some of these competitions. I now understand why sometimes the competitions just utterly fail at doing their job. It's really hard to go and drink 30, 40 whiskeys back to back to back, and to keep your palate sharp and to keep your notes accurate. And like spitting it doesn't really solve the problem either. It's just you just get
Dustin,
overwhelmed.
do you use, when you're doing that, do they give you like sparkling water or things to try to cleanse your palate, or is
Yeah,
it?
we had crackers, we had water, we had lunch kind of in the middle of the whole thing, which I don't know if that was really ideal for us, but we needed food obviously, and we had, you have a spit cup. My rule was the first sip, I would swallow just the tiniest bit, just to get the effect. I know you can do it other ways. There's other methods, but I figured I could do 26 barely swallowing any amount of liquid.
How many drams, Dustin?
I think in total we did 36 over the course
Oh my
of
God,
8 hours. Yeah. I mean, I left there.
How many hours?
It was about 8 hours. About 8 hours.
Oh my God,
It
it's
still
a
felt
lot.
like a marathon. I felt like we were moving like this. I mean, it was just like,
It's too
geez.
much.
We'd get four.
Oh, no,
That
no,
should be
no, no. I
stretched
hate
over a
that.
couple of days at
We'd get
least.
4
Oh,
quarters.
no, no, no. Even
And you judge all.
even when I it's too fast.
I agree.
Even when I do special tastings with friends on special themes, and I don't do that anymore now because what happened, COVID and all stuff. Everybody's remote. But when we did that, we were spending 5-6 hours on only 10 or 15 max. And me, I was saturating after 12 or 10 because usually they were cast strength and very demanding. When you do 12 carries in a row, I can't because it's overwhelming. And the food comes and breaks everything,
Yeah.
especially dessert. It's not possible. So usually I have oat cakes. Like when he came, I have oat cakes and some almost neutral biscuits. And then we couldn't go to restaurant, but he had to leave. But usually I go to restaurant or I have some meal immediately after, but not during the tasting. But to do things very quickly one after the other, I think it's not
You're not giving them.
it's not the best way. But often contests are like that, so it's not your fault. It's the way they work. And
Well, they get paid by the distillery. For each bottle
it's
they
not
put in.
wine.
And so that's kind of the problem you run into is if you want to have, in order to make any money off these events, you have to have a certain number of bottles. So you have to do it this way. I mean, that's part of the problem.
Okay.
And they had a pretty big judging panel. They split us into 2 groups. They did a Scotch group, a bourbon group. Oh no, sorry, they did a 3rd group, which is kind of like a hybrid, where I think they got like a little of both. And we were in the Scotch group, and I mean, it was just. Well, here I'll give you this one. All right. So I said to the guy who ran the show, he had partners, the 2 of them. I said to him at the end of the show, I said, "Is it just me, or did we just drink the same whiskey like for 16 straight pours?" And he kind of laughs and he goes, "You know what you drank?" I'm like, dude, at this point I'm lost. But it tasted like everything I had there was like slightly sherried and between like 10 and 15 years old.
Oh,
He goes,
no.
pretty much. He goes, "You did the entire Glenmorangie core. You did the entire Glen Going core."
Mhm.
And then I forget what else he had, but like he was just like, "Oh, so that is exactly what we did. Is we had a like 12 straight mediocre, like perfectly fine, daily drinking
Run of the
whiskey.
mill.
Nothing special."
Yep.
Yeah.
And after that
I
point,
don't know,
all those
it's-
are just going to blend together
at the end of
into
the-
one. Yep, like you said, into the same dram. It's just going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't distinguish those.
When you have 4 or 5 of the same disc, I mean, I early on I was picking up, ooh, this one's a little older, and I was probably like the 15, or I think we may have had the 18 in there. I know we had the Glenmorangie 18, and we had the Glen Going 18 in there, so I definitely, picked up some age on a couple of them early on. By the end of that thing, man, I was honestly just trying to not find hints of off-putting notes, and they all had a few.
And even at that point, you're not going to find too much offensive. You're just the palate's mute.
Well, that's the thing is all I was getting were the off notes.
The context is very important.
I was only getting the off notes at the end. It was just
the
like
context.
all the good notes were the same.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the shame, but that's all you want.
Well, also, when you're a blender, you have to dilute them at some point, even sometimes drastically, to assess them. So it's not the same play than in the jury, but this is a way to see the flows. Also,
Yeah,
that could be interesting.
Talking to blenders and
You
master
cannot do
distillers
that.
I've talked to, like when I went down line medicine, it's like, yeah, they drop it down to at least 20%. It's like 20% ABV, and that's how they.
Yeah, the 30 to 20, 30. But when you have less, I have to say on my own experience, recent, I need to try them. When I had 10 casks, I'm sorry, I had to try them at cask strength and then diluted them. Because I had to see what's going on, and also I had to let the blend stay and rest, and this is how I got to find out the flows. And there were some, and I had to correct it after. It was not easy. I did 8 recipes for the one that's coming up.
How long did you let them
very
rest?
soon now. It was tough. 2 weeks, because now it's gonna stay 1 month and more, because it's the final step, and it has been approved by me and by the distiller, because we loved so much the batch strength version. I tried to fight to have it bottled at 56%, but it was not possible, so I fought for less than 50, but over 46, 48.
48 is a good place.
And we decided
40 is a
40.
good number.
I think it could be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like,
But I hope the no,
I think his
Anthony's
dog was
gone.
No,
like,
he's dealing with his dog.
yeah, I was gonna
Okay,
say,
go
like,
ahead,
you
Dustin.
know, when I try to, when I'm reviewing a whiskey, I can't do it with Mike when we're, live, but usually, we drink them beforehand. Anything I think I'm going to give a really high score to, I generally do bring it down really heavy in water to really look and see if there's something I'm missing at, the higher proofs. So I'm with you. I mean,
Yeah, but some reviewers refuse to do it.
some people want
I
to
don't
do
understand
everything
that.
at tap strength, or like whatever the bottling strength is. It's like that's not how the average consumer adds ice or adds water to their whiskey. So if you're not reviewing it as the average consumer drinks it,
Well, even that, as the bottle goes down, it's going to change. You need to look at that.
yeah, and
Yeah.
water's your best
Sure.
method for getting a whiskey to resemble its older self in terms of time and
Yeah.
cask or bottle.
It's the only way. Yeah,
Perfect,
it's
but
the only way. Or letting the glass, let it sit in the glass for an hour.
Yeah.
But in theory, you could do if you
There you
want,
go.
if we wanted to.
Bill
do
Dunston's done
things
online
in
tasting
another-
Glemo in November, the 13 cognac, the new one.
Oh,
Isn't that like 40%
okay.
though?
I haven't tried a new one.
They've been doing a lot of 40% lately, I've noticed.
I
That's lovely.
I really wanted to get me the Malaga, but it's very difficult. Lots of good feedback on the 12 Malaga. But
Yeah, it's really good.
you have it.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, the whiskey club.
Yeah,
here,
I know
man,
there's some shops in Germany that have it, but it's
If
complicated.
you can't get it,
and
I'll
expensive.
send you a sample.
That would be nice.
Ooh, drop a little noise.
Yeah, I met Bill several times in shows. He's a nice guy. I love his accent and his expressions. They're really
Yeah, he's
characteristic.
very expressive. Yeah, I'd love to
But
sit
it's-
down with
it's-
him over in Drams and just talk nerd out over science. Would be amazing.
And the one that's really fun is Richard. But Patterson. But
Mr. Whiskey.
it's a long story. I know him, and I would like to have him on a special show live in my Demystifying Marketing Tricks series. But I'm afraid he will punch me before the end because I'm gonna drop him some sensitive questions about E150A, for instance.
Well, now that he's
but
now
I
that
really
he's
want
not
to
with
do
White
that. So
Mackay and he's doing his other thing, you might get away with it.
yeah, maybe, but
Okay, 13 is
it's
46 ABV, non-chip filtered, no color.
okay.
Okay.
But cognac is one thing, and to say you have cognac finish, it's another.
Yeah,
and I
mean,
tried some whiskeys finished
like
in cognac,
rums,
which is
that's not
purely
the-
symbolic and no interest. Same for Armagnac, I'm sorry.
I agree. I think
But
rum,
if it's
cognac,
good,
and
it's
Armagnac
good.
finished stuff is not easy to do. 5 years in cognac.
Yeah, no. Well, for me, the traditional ones, like I said in the video, are the bourbon, the sherry, the rum, the port, and the Madeira. And maybe Sauternes, you can add that. But when you pass that, it's getting more difficult. The wine thing started very early as well with Beaumont and, if I'm not mistaken, who started first? Beaumont? With, what was the name? Voyage was the travel retail release. And the Dusk
And then Ardbeg,
with
I mean, not
Bordeaux.
Ardbeg, Glenmoe.
Oh,
And they picked it up.
so I heard of this. Can you refresh
So
my
this
memory?
just came
Justin?
out. This is Four Gate, which is a bourbon. This is their new trilogy series, and this particular one is number 3, and this is everything I think Greg is going to hate in whiskey. Straight bourbon whiskey, finished in tawny port, especially in dark rum casks.
Interesting. You know, I love now that I experience to try some weird casks. I know that things can be no prejudices. You have to try things.
Yeah, and they're
Now I have the right on paper to disagree, but I see the cask I've used. And I see the cask, I say, Craig, if it's good, it's good. So I think more about all this.
this one's
Is it one
so far
called Robot, or
getting
was
a
it just me?
proper judgment. I think the bourbon they use is just not very good bourbon to start with. That's
Oh, too
really,
bad.
unfortunately, that underlying bourbon, these guys sourcing bourbon now are able to get the good bourbons that they were getting even a year ago, and that's a problem.
Am I out?
Oh, I think it's a
Okay,
glitch.
it's not me.
It went
The
robotic.
connection.
Yeah, I like the wooden bill.
Well, the thing, Dustin, is did they use those four finishes in order to highlight the notes they provide, or did they use it like Mark was doing earlier on with Brooklady to hide poor quality casks of the first content?
I mean,
That's a question.
So from what I've had with the Four Gate series in general has been they were using good bourbon casks, not great because I don't think they have access to anything that we would consider great bourbon casks. And
Also, it's sourced.
it is sourced, yes. They're 100%.
Okay.
And then what they do, their whole thing is they do the finishing. So they source bourbon and then they finish it. And so you're paying for them to do the
But
that's the value.
yet in the US, what is strange, it is US or
This is
Australian,
US.
Dustin?
Yeah.
Okay, but
this
you
is
are in
this is
US,
a real
right?
small source bourbon company.
Okay.
I mean, they're putting out bourbons in batches of 2,000. That's their big batch.
Because if I'm not mistaken, in US, they're not obliged to tell they are independent bottlers, right? Like
I don't think
in
there's
Ireland.
any obligation. However,
And it
these
can-
guys are pretty damn open about what they're doing. In fact, if you go to their website,
But it confuses me a bit, like in Ireland, the sourcing, they're doing branding that looks like more than in the US, I have to say. That looks like the official distillery, but is not.
Yeah.
And I'm
yeah,
confused
the
with
challenge
that.
in the U.S. is that
And
a
you-
lot of these guys are distilleries that are producing their own bourbon, but they're also sourcing, and that's where it gets really confusing. And it's just,
Mm.
and again, and honestly, on the bottle, they don't do a great job of disclosing what's in here, which is frustrating. But there could be legal reasons for that. They, however, they are very clear, bottled by Four Gate. They don't say distilled. They don't say,
Okay.
kind of gibberish like that. It very clearly
So
says
can
bottled.
we say, Dustin, the safest way to have a true American bourbon is to have it bottled in bond,
I mean, that's gonna give
like they?
bottle and bond is great, and that like I mean, bottle and bond is your best way of getting a cheap bourbon and knowing you're getting a level of assurances.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of bourbons the will age state. This distillery, I don't, or bottler, I should say. This bottle's not on their website yet, but every bottle they put on their website, they do give you a breakdown of how old each piece of it is. They give you some indication of where they sourced it from. They can't always fully disclose because of legal reasons, but they usually, like the last one I bought from them, very clearly said it was 11 and 7-year-old bourbon. It kind of hinted at where they got it from, but they couldn't fully disclose. But if you're kind of in the bourbon world, you pretty much knew what 11-year-old means. You know what 7-year-old means. You know exactly where those came from. Especially, they also tell you it's from Kentucky, this, that, and the other. But where their value add is they're sourcing barrels from Kelvin Cooperage, who a lot of American distilleries are using. They've got a really good relationship with Kelvin. And as a result, they're getting really exceptional casks that have been just really good. And I think it's translated to some really good bourbons. And unfortunately, as their access to better sourced bourbon gets slimmer, we're going to see the quality drop.
And what's your thoughts on Smooth Ambler, for instance? Because I've been given a really good one. I know it's sourced, but some of it is sourced, at least my bottle.
I think all Smooth Ambler is sourced. I mean, that whole distillery, they are making their own bourbon, I believe, and I believe that is being bottled in there. And Bourbon Neophyte over here might know better than I do, but I know they've got like a what do they call it, like a confusion or something or other, where they mix in Tennessee.
A contradiction.
Yeah, where it's got Tennessee, Virginia, and MGP in it.
I have the Old Scout, 7 years old, that cast, supposed cast.
Yeah, like I bought one of them.
Oh no, it's 40s. Oh, let me check.
I picked up one of those contradictions, and that was one of the worst bourbons I've ever bought.
Really?
So for me, I will not be buying anything else that they put their West Virginia bourbon into until somebody tells me that it's gotten good. That's my only guess.
Okay, mine was 49.5 from 2012, I think.
Okay, so
it's an old one.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some really good MGP made Old Scouts. Been some
MGP
made ones that weren't very good. And there've been some MGP ones that were kind of young and grainy to me that I've
Lord
tried.
Long sent me a Old Scout Smooth Ambler 107. That was pretty fucking good. That was MGP.
Again, if you find a good one, there's some good stuff.
I think it was a pick though.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is they're all picks these days for the most part.
And Bullet also sources, right, some of their stuff.
Bullet
from MGP.
The only thing they've sourced from MGP was their rye. Their bourbon.
The rye.
Their bourbon is believed to be sourced from Four Roses and probably somebody else. But they're
it's Diageo.
They're exceptionally non-transparent about that. However, Bullet here in the next 2 years is going to start bottling their own bourbon, and they have probably the most sophisticated and advanced bourbon distillery I've ever seen. When they start releasing their own bourbon, it's going to be the biggest.
Would you recommend the rye though, because it's exceptionally cheap and there's some notes that are really not encouraging to buy it, saying it's very harsh and young. And
I have not had the regular rye in a while. I bought they had a 12-year rye that came out for like $60 that was great. But I haven't had the regular rye maybe ever. Anthony, have you had it?
You know it's statement.
No, I've had the Bullet rye, and it's a staple on the bar. It's just good in general, even though it's. Yeah, even though that, like I said, it's very inexpensive, but it's just, to me, is a very good tasting rye, and I don't know if anyone can get it.
Thanks, Anthony, for the feedback.
I know Dustin probably could.
Well,
But there's a redemption rye
can
I'm
get it
drinking
here.
right now. And, well, it's not a rye. It's a high rye bourbon, excuse me. Let me correct that. And it was a store pick from Total Wine. And I just cannot believe how good that damn thing is. And it's 105 proof. So it has a little bit of a kick to it, but it is a lovely spice on the finish. And that's with the sweetness in the beginning and finishing up with the spice, and the sweetness just so slightly lingers towards the end. And I do enjoy it. I really enjoy
Yeah,
it.
I mean, if you like rye, and that 95.5 MGP rye, even at young ages, is generally pretty good. And you got to think, Bullet probably gets their pick of the barrels from MGP because of the volume they're buying and because they're old. I mean, they're huge, and I don't think they're actually planning on
Whiskey
distilling their
glass.
own rye. On
Good
even
luck,
though
C. Jackson. Good luck, mate.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, Bullet's going to be one of the largest producers of bourbon in the country once they're up and running fully.
Oh.
I mean, I'm telling you, that distillery they have it's Macallan level. If you've been to like the new Macallan distillery,
Oh no.
it's that.
Really? Oh my god.
It's massive. It's huge, and
Oh,
it's state of the art.
15.
Yeah, whistle pick.
Wow.
Oh,
Whistle Pig
My
store
God,
pick
Anthony.
15.
that is the only way I will try.
I've never seen a 15 yet.
Well, you can't
What are you
afford
pouring,
it.
JD?
I have the 10, which
You
is
can't afford it.
very expensive here. I have the
There's
10.
no way Greg can afford it.
110.
That doesn't exist here.
110 here.
Well, I mean, that's actually. The
I
15 is probably 4 times the price.
oh no.
It's absurdly expensive.
The Boss Hog Dustin
Yeah, Jeb, mate.
Well, here we had
in Whistle
Yeah.
Pig, I watched it sell for $500 a bottle yesterday. And it sold like hotcakes on a grill.
Here they had to discount them, and I mean they had to discount those to 400 to move them. Like I saw them just collecting.
This is
dust.
Springbank of Sweden, Greg. You are so right. This is so good.
Oh. What's the new one? I don't know the new
Hey,
one. I
there you
had
go,
the old
Springbank
Madeira
10.
one.
Man, this is so good.
You know what? Even those getting hard to get. They're sold
I would-
out here.
Glencairn's
On
17.
the distributor.
Nice.
Well, I do know,
15 last
I
night.
did know
Haven't
Springbank ran
tried
into
this.
some
Well,
distribution
they're not-
issues because they
Oh,
were
what's
going to put all of their whiskeys this year into tubes, which I saw one of the 18-year-olds tubes. Oh my god, it's terrible looking, horrible. Like whoever came up with that idea needs to get fired. But anyway,
Oh.
I think they were able.
For
Yeah,
For
they were going
Springbank?
to put everything in tubes, and they were working to get them. And it looks
Oh,
like the
no.
18, they did secure tubes for that one, but it looks like the 12, the 15, and the 10, sourcing issues got in the way. So they're just going to release them with just the bottles by themselves, which for those of us who've owned a Springbank, we're good. I don't ever want to see this box used again. This thing is
They are shit boxes.
absolute crap.
I'll give you that. They are
Like,
shit. I mean,
yeah.
Springbank with all of their bottling packaging is crap. Long Road sucks.
Here's what I don't get. So if you get a
Has-been
Springbank
sucks.
bottle, it's the
I prefer
hardest.
even this. The
It's
previous
a great
one.
bottle.
The 12 actually isn't a bad box, but I'd still rather just have I'd rather the bottle by itself than have the cutout box. They're just not great.
Yeah, those cutout boxes suck.
What I don't understand is why they spent all this money on this incredibly high-end, well-made glass for the bottle, and then they put this
Oh,
cheap cork,
I want.
and then they
Oh, triple
Oh, the
glass
corks
bottle.
are bad. One of the most bad.
Oh,
cheap cork,
damn.
But
and then
this
an
was
exceptional
great.
glass bottle.
It's first release.
Oh,
First
wow.
release of the 18.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
The box
that's
was
real
cool.
cool.
The label was different, but still
Yep.
the corks are crap. I have cork broke
Well, it's the cheapest,
every
like
time.
the copper of the cork.
Almost
It's just cheap
every-
plastic that's just not meant to survive.
The cucumber's not doing any box.
Well, I prefer in that case.
Okay.
Honestly, that case I prefer plastic cork.
Oh, I agree.
Fully
Well,
plastic.
I'd
and
prefer
silicone.
Give me screw
Or
tops, man.
glass.
Give me a good, well-made plastic screw top. I'll be happy.
Yeah, because I still have several Springbank to open, and it's. I'm afraid they
I've never had a
will all
Springbank
break.
cork break on me, but I've had a couple where, like, after I opened it, I instantly threw the cork out and had to put a new one in because it was already leaving sediment all around the side.
Because
It was very porous where it shouldn't be. And these weren't super old.
yeah,
These were 5-year-old,
even
10.
even John told me, and I saw that the first ones back in 2000, 2005, they were very bad corks. At least now it's a bit better. Still traditional ones. It's not the latest. The latest now is this, and I enjoy that they put the brand on it, and it's a bit more, looks like a bit more solid.
Oh, okay,
on
that's cool.
top.
I haven't seen those. Oh, John Glazier from Compass Box. Yeah.
Yeah, inside it's almost the same. It's just the top
Yeah,
of it,
see
I
what
don't know
you're
if you
showing there.
see it, which is now different.
It's kind of funny because, again, you'd expect Compass Box is like the one brand I expect, like,
Just did the video
display,
about this.
horn-like display, Like, I expect them to go way over the top. Just because that is kind of what their brand is established.
Yeah. Well, it's a problem of it depends if it's core range or not. They're not gonna go for expensive corks and stuff for the core range. This one I learned comes across with no box. Because it's core range, I have to do my own
How
box.
is that? That's the new one that came out, right? The Orchard, whatever
But-
it is.
Yeah, it's now entering into the core range. I just did a
Yeah, they
video
just
about
came
it.
out
I
here,
released
but
a video
I'll be
about
honest.
it today.
It sounds like it's going to be young. That was my impression.
It is 6 to 8 years old, but I like it a lot. But it's an aperitif whiskey, definitely. It's not like I don't want to spoil my video, but it's not a fruit bomb as some. That's why probably Cohen in the chat was disappointed. It's not a fruit bomb like you're gonna have your sherry bomb or let's say a tropical fruit bomb.
Tropical fruit, you're not going to get on young.
It's something lighter.
Yeah.
It's lighter than that.
I'm just not a big fan of that Highland blend they use and everything. Like, the more of that they put in a whiskey, the less I tend to like it. I don't think I like that French oak they're using to finish those. So,
Interesting. Well, it seems they have a long-term agreement with those blend, or they find a parcel that was interesting price-wise, with the same whiskeys in there, and they had dozens of casks of it.
but
I don't know.
For me, I think it's not just that those are young distillates they're using there, but I think I just don't like that. And I'm usually a fan of French oak, but I don't think those whiskeys do well with that French oak finish they do. It adds spice. I don't like young whiskey that then adds French oak spice, if that makes sense.
Well, I understand that, but I think it's what John
Agreed.
likes, and even his it's number 2 head distiller who did that blender likes that. It's a trademark of the company because also of the Kleinlich. Main components in there are Linkwood, Kleinlich, and Ben Rinnes, and Kleinlich comes across as second component. So, but I can't find Shelter Point here, so forget about glass cork.
Yeah, I will give a Waterford credit for using the glass corks, but again, I don't want to pay $100 for a 3-year-old whiskey because it's got a nice glass cork.
Yeah. And the Yoichi works well with the plastic topper, even if it's not cool. But I don't have issues. To think my 25 years old single cask for La Maison du Whisky Yoichi is with a plastic cork. A screw cap. So,
my 17-year-old Nika came with that, and oh my god, that's one of my favorite low-proof whiskeys I've ever owned. It's amazing whiskey.
The 50.
Hell yeah, Glencairn.
I will cry when I finish that bottle because I'll never be able to buy another one of them again because the price is stupid. It's just a 17-year-old Nika.
Oh, Oh, it's not my favorite of the pure malt range. I prefer some of the 21 that were released for France, but
Well,
I
I was
couldn't
gonna say-
afford them. You know, they did four different ones from the 80th anniversary of Yoichi. They did 4 different ones. There was a non-chill filtered one called just non-chill filtered 21. There was a Madeira cask finish. There was a sherry cask finish. What was the other?
Yeah, I never got a chance to try the
another
epic
one.
bottles.
I don't remember.
I've seen them.
I tried them all, but the problem is there were 240 to more. And now they just released, La Maison de Whisky just released, I missed the show. As you know, I cannot go to shows. I missed the 2 new expressions of Yoichi and Miyagikyo they released for France. Guess what? It's no age statement and 245 euros each. So the Miyagikyo Petit
I mean,
and Yoichi Unpeated.
I just recently
gonna buy that.
Saw like a bunch of NAS releases that came out from Yamazaki that were all 2,000 plus. I mean,
Damn.
yeah.
No,
I mean,
no.
let me tell you, they had some color on them. Like you could tell those were active, beautiful casks they used. But like I saw the Nika 21, just the regular Nika 21 for $700 at a store that doesn't do secondary.
Oh,
They have no
pork
reason to
wood.
do secondary because that stuff doesn't sell that well at those stores.
Yeah, Glencairn 17 Portwood, 95 euros, and a free bottle of the Glencairn Origin
Yeah.
25. Like, holy shit. Damn.
I just have one Glencadam. I found it by chance. It's the Reawakening 13.
I'll
Which
grab,
I'm
I
gonna
had the
review at
Glencairn
some
15
point.
last night. I'll have some of the 10.
Glencadam's the one distiller that's gotten a lot of hype recently that from people I respect that hasn't hit well for
Yes.
me. That it's just
Not your palate?
Because of Roy and
the
Aquavite and
Roy.
all other-
Yeah, I mean Ralphie was big on him, and usually when those guys are big on stuff,
Yeah.
I'm usually like I understand it. Glencadam, I don't get it. It's very decent whiskey.
I like this one because it has something old style of single malt. There's something almost overripe apples. There's really an old style profile in this that I
Yeah.
like.
It's real light. Risky.
I had the whole range when it was launched, and it didn't impress me. It was okay, but
Yeah,
it didn't impress me. But this one is showing interesting, standing out.
gotcha. Yeah, I would argue
profile.
the ones
But
I've had
it's
were very
ex-bourbon.
much modern day industrial style whiskey where you really don't get a lot of. It's a very
Oh.
clean.
Have you tried?
Oh, that
yeah.
sounds so good, JD.
Have you tried this
I
one?
have to,
This
yeah.
one seems interesting.
No, I definitely haven't had that.
So speaking of port-
Glencadam's not sold here. I have to buy all my Glencadam from Europe. So
Speaking of port, Renee from
Oh,
Sky League
well, I
Whiskey is
struggled
going to
to
be
find
on
it.
next Sunday this time, and we're going to talk all things port finish whiskey.
Oh, nice!
Okay.
I did a video about port finishes. I love.
Yeah,
port
we're going to
finishes.
do port finishes.
Usually, there are some exceptions.
Hey guys, I'm going to switch to lurking in the background because I'm going to get some stuff ready here at the house.
Mhm.
So, anyhow,
Okay.
always a pleasure.
Good to see you, Anthony.
Always,
We're
Anthony.
continuing this later on mail
Okay.
by mail.
All right,
Good.
guys. Have a
Yeah,
good
to see
day.
you.
Take care.
All right. Cheers, Anthony. You have a good one, mate.
I love Anthony. It's our superstar
Incoming message.
cinematographic voice
Is that Vegas?
of God, something like that.
I love the 10 is the bright side.
You know, the guy that will tell you
Fall
the-
and it's priced right. Glencairn is a winner for me. Yep, I'm with you, Shit Kitty.
I would definitely agree
I'm
on the
drawing-
pricing of Glencadam is very, very reasonable. But like
It's
you
not
you
here.
compare-
I mean, everyone talks about the price is so good, and here in Australia, it sucks. But
I mean, you put
That's
Glencadam next to Aaron.
Not-
I mean, I'm buying Aaron all day, every day. I mean, Aaron's just got so much more
well,
distillery.
they're two different things. Man.
And I bought
Well, the modern range, I won't say.
I bought a
that.
bunch of single
So
cap.
the modern range, there's lots of oak in there. Dustin, I'm surprised you quote Aaron. It's some oaky and spices profile often Even the
I
old
mean,
range.
I get the oak
don't
and
know.
spice, but I can still taste the underlying spirit quite well with the Aaron. I mean, even that new 18 that's super dark sherry, I still get that Aaron character very easily when
Yeah.
I taste it.
Okay.
I
I still have to retry that because I haven't tried the 21 and 25.
the new
either,
21
so.
is really good. It tastes like the old 18, just with 3 more years and just really nice extra sophistication.
Yeah,
Really
okay.
Has a beautiful box. Beautiful box, I have to say. I saw
Yeah,
it.
the 25 I really, really enjoyed. I bought 2 bottles of it to give you an idea of how much I enjoyed it.
Oof. It's not cheap.
It's
think,
not
for
expensive
25.
as 25s go. If you
Not
got
that
it when it came out, I think I paid $330 US for the first bottle I got, and then I paid like
Okay.
$370 for the second box when I had to get it from a sort of a secondary, not secondary, but a store that they have to source their stuff, I think. So that wasn't terrible.
Well, sure.
For 25.
No, that's
good
true.
price.
That's true. For modern day standards, 25 euros less than 600 euros is cool. Or 5.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think
You remember the Balbler 1991, 160 euros or so, or 50.
Those days are long.
And when they switched to 25, now 5 plus, 500 plus.
Yeah,
Fucking
I
hell.
got Glencairn 21 in Cali for 167. Damn, that's pretty good.
yeah, but I think 330 is the equivalent of like 280 euros roughly. So I mean, that's in today's world, that's a good price.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah,
I
that's
see.
about 500 Australian. Yeah, that's pretty good for 25.
But there were some
Good
steps where I missed
Daniel's
to
Dragon.
get, for instance, Highland Park
Whiskey Bar.
25.
I tell you what, I really
When
want
it
to hear
was,
some people I trust review the new Highland Park 25, the one that came in at 46% and has the stupid black box.
Mhm.
Because I love
Yeah.
the last 3 releases of Highland Park 25 have all been really good whiskeys, but every one they've been a little less exciting. And I'm worried with the new prices. I'm really worried to buy another 25 Highland Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw, what do you think, guys, of
Hit and miss.
the packaging wise? I saw an advertising of the new 15 and I was pissed off. I hate really disliked that white creamy stuff, ceramic with its not girlish, but even, I don't know, it's disgusting.
It
I don't
looks
know.
horrible.
Yeah.
It looks horrible. And
Yeah, it
then
looks
and
like-
now
Have you seen
you're
it?
not going to be able to look into your bottle and see the whiskey inside it to know how much whiskey you've got left. You'll have to do the whole shaking and
Yeah. And you want to know something, guys? It may sound pretentious, but I did send something to them, and I was helped by a friend who's more in design. I'm a painter and I draw, but I'm not a designer through computer. So I did a project helped by a friend. I never talked about that yet. So, and I sent the project to Highland Park. It was to create a new reference with the same black opaque shitty that I don't like, but in a glossy style, not in matte style. The matte style they use for instance, Dark Origins, which I don't like. I prefer when it's glossy. But I did something like a big stripe with a special shape. And I found a concept with different things I cannot disclose now, because I don't want the ideas to be stolen. Some extra stuff for a special box. I send them the idea of always seeing, to make it short, the level of feelingness of the bottle. And they say, oh, interesting, Greg, but it's too expensive for a release, blah, blah, blah. We won't do those kind of things, which is not true, because they did some special things for the 50 years old with some artists I never heard of. I hated when they did a spiral, metal spiral. It was ugly for the first 50. So they say, no, we're not interested. I say, okay. But I'm keeping the idea, if someday I become an indie bottler or something like that, to do a special bottle which will have still the way.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, except Greg said, I'm not a computer one.
I'm not either.
yeah, they got to do
Yeah,
something.
you can't talk, Danny. You get prices too good. Your prices.
Yeah.
The only thing, when I see this Highland Park 15, the only thing I want to do is put some tape on the label to protect it and take a bomb of color and, and
Just put it
repaint
on it. Yeah.
immediately because I
Pollock
cannot
painting.
stand it. And put some blue or I don't know what. If you gotta get crazy with stupid idea, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after they put out those
Yeah.
two 21-year-olds that were just mediocre as hell, Highland Park has really just lost my interest as a brand, which sucks because
I mean, they used to be so good.
They were probably one of my favorite distilleries. I love their
I mean,
distillery.
everyone. I mean,
Yeah, but-
like the 15 was amazing. Just the bog standard 10, the old
They're behind me.
great. I mean, the 12. Sorry, I mean the 12. I mean, these were good. These were just really good drinks.
Yeah, and they've gone downhill, and their prices have gone
Now
up.
they're
all
just-
the time
yeah.
because, shit, it's just.
Yep. I'm just like, no. I just don't even bother.
And you know, some of those NASs they put out were actually pretty good. The Valkyrie was pretty tasty. It's like, guys, you obviously have good stuff. Just stop doing stupid stuff. Give us a couple
Yeah.
of really good core releases and call it a day.
Yep. Do what you were doing back in the day. Exactly. Hunter Pack doesn't design bottles anymore. They design Viking sex toys, and that's pretty fucking true.
Yeah.
I mean, some people were mocking those ones, but me, I found those
Fucking hell,
beautiful.
Daniel. Not gonna do 21-year-old for 50 fucking quid.
What do you think?
Yeah, look at that, Greg.
Who
Look
knows?
at that.
Those are great back in the
Nice.
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Oh yeah.
I've seen Nakadu 21 for some really good prices. Not quite that cheap, but that Nakadu 21 is obviously
Oh,
a really
50
cheap.
quid? Jesus Christ.
Have you seen that, Dustin? Did you saw that when I showed that? 56
retail?
euros. 56 euros a while ago.
That's the Nakadu.
And for the price, you have the
Not that-
you have the 2 Glencairn glasses.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Now it's 70 euros. Even now, it's
I was going to
the
say,
most
I saw them
overlooked.
for a really good price. The problem is I've only had
Most-
one Nakadu, and it was a Cadenhead, like 8-year-old, and
Ooh.
I did not love that. But
Honestly, I'm not sure you will like that. It's.
I like the 18.
I
mean,
prefer
yeah,
the 12.
Not to do
I'm gonna
21
surprise
is
you,
5
Ken.
euros. It's fine right now. I
I
like that.
prefer the 12. The 18 is a bit closed on some woody sherry. Then it depends.
I find
Yeah,
it
of course,
opens up.
Edrington.
You got to get past the shoulder, and like
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
first
yeah,
had
yeah,
it, I
yeah.
found it.
It was
very
better.
close. And,
That
past
coin
the
is
shoulder.
right. It's a big group, and they yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just.
So basically,
They have slowed down.
people who make
Yeah, shit.
People who make those decisions. I saw a new bottling from Macallan with this another silly name, chocolate, blah blah blah. Okay, I don't even give a. I mean,
Rat's
I don't
ass?
care about those.
No, they neither.
I tried. I tried at some where there were 300 euros that I found okay. Okay for 70. Are you buying? Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's
70
like a-
euros. It's
Mike and I just reviewed the rare
Incoming
black from
message.
Macallan, and our view was,
Oh.
it'd be a good $150 bottle of whiskey.
oh sure,
And
I'm sure it's not bad usually, but
maybe $200
Average.
to pick up once a year as a special occasion, premium bottle, but they want $450 for it. No.
Nope.
no.
Nope. That's
Never.
Like, it's just unbelievable what they are charging for that
Whiskey glass.
good, not amazing whiskey. And that's the problem with those guys is they can't seem to
Well,
grasp.
yeah,
It's got to be amazing for those prices. Otherwise, who is
G'day,
buying
done a
it?
pass. There you go, mate. Yep.
the only problem that I don't understand marketing wise is Usually, traditional customers from I,
It isn't to buy the
Tra-
current ones. Yep, totally with you, Boniface. Totally with you.
traditional buyers from Asia, Indian and Chinese people, when I meet some, they tend to stick on age statements, big brand name and age statements. So how would they accept those with strange names here? There might be those ones, no age statement might be rather targeting our markets, while the old age statements will still. What do you think, guys?
Nice.
The
There's
triple cast.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I don't wanna-
things like that.
anyone I can do.
Yeah,
The two
I don't want to
cards.
over.
Mm.
I don't want to overgeneralize,
Oh,
but
that's
when I
an
look
old
at
one.
when you see the secondary markets here in the States and you see who's
Fucking
buying
50
them
quid.
for premium prices, old Macallan 18s and old Macallan 30s and 25s, the guys buying them are overwhelmingly Asian. Overwhelmingly.
Okay.
Now they
Or
might not
Indian.
live in Asia. A little bit of that, but even really from what I'm seeing, it's guys who are very much of Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese, Vietnamese kind of descent. I don't want to overgeneralize there because I'm not positive, but that seems to be who buys those and pays those giant prices.
Some of those guys,
It's
I
got
have
to be
to say,
here
they
with
drown
India.
out.
Like you get India, the doctors and stuff like that. They're coming in and just buying.
They
Wonderful,
did drown
mate.
out those guys.
Amazing.
The offers in Suntory and Nika's distilleries, exclusive on site. It's what I heard. By the end, when the shortage of 2015 and 16, it was not help only to hype it, but also the problem. Those guys were going at the distilleries and buying every distillery exclusive they found. That's why it was completely empty. Visitors who went to Japan told me Yamazaki had a bunch of 100 casks in 20 or 50 cl in the demonstration room. You could buy them, and they were completely empty in less than 1 year, and you couldn't find in the shops as well, nothing. So it's not only shortage, there was a big flipping period at that time. And also, of course, for Karizawa, but Karizawa is another thing.
But it seems like there's a.
But
it's interesting, but there's a different market demand for different distilleries depending on where you are in the world. Macallan seems to be much more popular in the UK, in the Europe market than it is here in the States as well. I'm not saying Macallan doesn't sell here in the States; it does, but I can still find, like, if I really look, 1996, 1995, 1994, 1993 Macallan 18s on the shelves. Now they have gone up in price to match the current prices because they know what the cost is to get a new bottle, but they're not reflecting secondary here yet.
Well, there was a time I had access to exceptional bottles I couldn't buy myself, and I made them buy by a good friend because I knew he would open them and let me try them. So I had them once for 250, 10 years ago. 18 years old Macallan, vintage 1978. So
yeah.
Now when you see the price for this, this was a beautiful 18 years old. Even the 1980, I tried. So
apparently, when whiskey isn't chill filtered, it causes Asian people to have a heart attack and die from the brown form in the Medical Journal of Medicine.
That certainly seems to be their issue. Apparently, fancy ice trumps fancy whiskey. They can't put the fancy cubes in their mixed drinks with Macallan 18 and Glendronach 18. It offends people.
Yeah. I was talking to my mate at the bottle shop yesterday, and he said, because he had the Brown Forman rep, and he was able to get another bottle of the Benrick 2110 Porous for me, and he had they had the Glendronachs. And I said, so all the ones you're getting now, are they all the non-chill filtered ones? And he said, yeah. They're all coming in, they're all non-chill filtered.
Or even chill filtered?
I'm gonna go for some peats now.
The label off.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that a brand that built its name and reputation on being a connoisseur's kind of whiskey geek whiskey, one batch of whiskey gets sent back in one region, and all of a sudden they just completely change their entire line. It's unbelievable.
When all they had to do was just bring out a bottle for the Asian market.
That's what really confused me. Like, just make one shitty bottle for them and then sell us the good stuff.
Exactly. I mean, it's what everyone else does.
Yeah, if they
it's-
want shit, give them shit. Don't make us all eat shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not in the.
Spend all
We
that
don't
money
have the same
that
wallet,
infrastructure
Dustin. That's
Filtration and then fuck everything up.
Well, that's the thing, though, Greg. I mean, the U.S. is the largest buyer of Scotch whiskey in the world. As far as we should have
single malts. Yeah, yeah.
But that's what Glendronach
Blends
is
it
selling.
us.
Why don't we apparently have
That's
no influence because we don't care enough to like read labels here in the States, I guess. I would love it if a couple of the big importers just basically called them up and said, "Hey guys, if you're chill filtering, we're done buying your premium stuff." Just said, "Look, that's going to
Well, maybe you should enter in a kind of association and to do some lobbying.
Exactly, David.
Honestly,
I
in
was
Europe,
complaining
in
about
Europe,
this.
yeah,
It costs more.
yeah,
to
that's
chill
something
filter.
I
All
don't
the infrastructure,
understand. But
they have to do it. And then I was coming up, well, the counter argument is, okay, they're going to make so much money in the Asian market because they're going to buy so much of this crap. So,
yeah, and guess what? The worst is for France because I don't understand. One of the most popular aperitif drink here is the pastis, which is made of aniseed, and it's full of sugar. My brother-in-law, only drinks stuff like that. And how do they drink it? They put ice and cold water, and it gets blurry. It gets hazy.
yeah.
But at the same time, there's the first consumer of blended whiskey in the world. And what did they do with their whiskey? They do the same ice cubes and stuff. So if they like the fact it's blurred and hazy in their pastis, why wouldn't they like it get the same with whiskey if it wasn't chill filtered?
Exactly.
It's something I
And like
cannot
whiskey lovers
understand.
saying, most people don't know about
Because for
filtration, they
them,
don't
whiskey
care.
has to be clear.
But it says it right on the label on this spring
And,
bank. It may
amber
go
looking.
cloudy. This is perfectly normal, and it will turn to clear when the temperature gets back to normal. It's like, just put it on the fucking label.
And you know,
when I turned 21.
and you know what?
Greg?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
When
going
I
to
turned
show.
21, I
tell
bought a
your-
Glenlivet Nadura 16 year. It was my first like expensive Scotch I ever bought.
Oh, nice,
And
nice.
like I was just,
I love it.
We were just getting ready to have a tax hike in Kentucky, so it was like we spent like $150 each to buy it before the tax.
Whiskey
And
glass.
on the back, it just said in bold letters, this may turn hazy. This is totally natural because we didn't filter it, and it's pure, blah blah blah. So me at 21 with no real whiskey knowledge, just reading that one label, I said, "Oh, well, this is a better way to make whiskey. Cloudy is normal. I want it to go cloudy." That was it. I was done.
Exactly. When I see whiskey go cloudy, I'm happy. I'm like, this is amazing.
I was no geek or something. It was just the first time I read it. And I went, okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Put it on the fucking label. Educate these dumbasses. Like when the Aaron Salterns, when I first had that, I rinsed my glass out, shook my glass out, and I must have had just enough residue in the glass that the whiskey went completely cloudy. And I'm like, fuck yeah, this is amazing. This is awesome. It should be celebrated.
Yeah, spoiler. It is in French, but I asked the producer the whiskey which will be released soon that I blended. I didn't make it, but I blended it, selected, etc. I added because it was not on the label. I asked the distiller, is it chill filtered? Is it colored? He said, no, neither of those two. He said, you have to put this on the label. Consumers want to know, especially this limited edition we're working on. It's targeting people like you too, and our listeners. It's not for everyone. We're doing something a bit special. So I added in French, and he agreed. I will translate it in English. This whiskey is non-chill filtered and non-colored. It can get hazy if diluted or chilled, but it is the sign of the respect of his in English, qualité gustative, let's say, organoleptic qualities. It's hard to
Sure.
translate, but I mean, it's inner qualities. So I'm trying to teach people that it's normal.
Yeah.
But it's difficult.
It is. It is very difficult.
I hope they will be sensitive to this.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think when you
I don't know.
see on the label, here's what we did, here's why, and this is not just normal, but this is
Yeah.
it assures you that you get the best quality whiskey we can provide.
I try to push that. I don't know if it
I mean,
works.
again, anybody who's spending over $50 on a bottle of whiskey is gonna
Yeah.
want to have a little bit to read on the bottle that tells them what they're buying, and it should give them good information. I mean, again, Springbank, and their bottles not
Springbank,
anything
right on the
crazy.
back.
But here it is, yes, Springbank.
Right on the back.
It's free of artificial coloring. Also, is not chill filtered. This will cause a slight natural haze to form when it is cloudy. It will disappear when the temperature returns to normal. They should have added, this is to assure no flavor is lost or something, I think. But either way,
This
Yeah,
is
it's
a
what I
natural-
added in
this is
French.
Purely natural. Yeah, they should
Yeah.
put that on there. Yep.
Yeah, it's what I
Normal and natural.
added in French.
this is how whiskey.
No,
This is how whiskey connoisseurs prefer to drink their whiskey. You know, something like that.
there you go. There you go.
Here. Brown Foreman can get fucked.
And you know what? The crazy thing is, Brown Foreman has other brands that don't chill filter.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. 'Cause they might
Oh.
fucking start doing it.
Like I know King of Kentucky comes out of Brown Foreman. That's sure as hell not chill filtered, and they proudly put that on the label. Like,
Yeah.
that's essentially their flagship bourbon. I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, you're right. Good point.
So it's
Yeah, and
just,
like Whiskey Love the same. People have been talking, complaining about color and filtration for years, and distilleries still do not add it on the bottle. And the thing is, the people that are buying these whiskeys, as Dustin said, it's not your average normie. These are people that are actually appreciators of whiskey. They're not people that are just buying the bulk standard average shit, whacking it in a glass with whatever, and just drinking it down to get drunk. We're people that want to explore this stuff. There is no reason to have it filtered and colored. It just makes no sense.
yeah. I mean, if they said the Glendronach 12-year was going to be filtered and colored or whatever,
Oh,
I would have
That's
been like,
fine.
you know what? Fair enough. At least it's the
That's
12.
fine.
But to do it for the
Yeah,
18
exactly.
or 21
Yep.
is just maddening. I mean,
no,
that
the
is
12.
wrong.
No, they have it. They have no age statement. I don't agree. They have no age statement releases. I prefer the 12 not to be chill filtered. Otherwise, I might not buy it.
well, I would agree there.
Also, if the
Well, I wouldn't buy it either, but I can still live, because when they first
Yeah.
started announcing them, we're like, okay, they're going to do the NAS, they're going to do the 12, that's fine, you know, for the Asian market, whatever. They leave the 15, 18, 21,
No.
leave them alone, you know, leave all the good stuff alone, that'd be fine. But no,
Yeah.
they're going to do
I
the
gotta
whole
say,
range.
the 12's gone downhill so much in quality for me. I was kind of done buying it anyway. The last couple bottles
I must
got of
admit,
that-
yeah, too. My first bottle I
Not
bought
good.
a few years back, I enjoyed, and the recent
Oh,
bottle
yeah,
I
because
bought,
you
I've
know
had like
why?
3 grams and it's still
Bec-
sitting there.
because-
I haven't bothered touching it.
because it was an 18 years old instead. Ken.
The first one I bought was
At the beginning.
The first one I got wasn't back when it was 18. The first one I had was 12, but it just had better casks. I mean, it just
Yeah,
just
I
tasted
agree.
like-
It's gone.
the
It's
new
gone.
one tastes
gone
like they
down.
used really, really like
Shit
like
cask.
they didn't age the
Yep, I
sherry in the
agree.
cask very long. Like they just rushed it out.
Yeah.
Which makes me
No,
worried.
I found that in the last
Um,
3-4 years. My first, the first 12 I bought, I thought, wow, this is
The-
great. This is a
Yeah.
nice cheap sherry bomb. And then I bought one recently because I thought, okay, I'll grab another 12 because I ran out. And I left it about a year and a half before I bought another one.
Oh, really?
I'm like, this is crap. I've only had a couple of pours out of it and I haven't
Oh,
bothered
man.
touching it. I just go straight to the.
I had a 2015 Dustin. Would you say it's from the new bad ones, or which is an opened
That's gonna
2015
Oh no!
release?
Well, again, I think
That'll be
quality
the good one.
the last 2 years. I think the last 2 years the quality's gone down.
Yeah. The last 2
Okay.
years it's really dropped.
yeah.
So if you've got one
2015,
before then, that's
right on
that's
the
one of the good
border,
ones.
the old stuff or not. So yeah, that one should be good. But no, the one I had
Yep.
was just I don't know what they did,
Well, I won't buy it again.
But I mean, now they've chill
Nah.
filtered and that. I'm like, okay, but don't do it. I mean, again, the 15 is still really good. The 18
Yeah,
is
leave it alone.
really good. The 21 is really good.
Glendronic. We're talking about Glendronic. Powell's label is non-chill filtered and is doing just fine, at least before the redesign. Yeah, the redesign is so bad.
I don't think the
This is good, but now that you said this, of course, I feel some lack of oomph and lack of.
Yep.
Now, I will say with Powers,
There's some.
I've had the new 12. The new 12, you may not like the label. Who cares? The whiskey.
It's
The
phenomenal.
whiskey is just.
Oh, it's good whiskey.
It's
Yeah,
very
don't get me
good.
wrong. I love the whiskey,
Yeah,
but the label just.
But I like this new bottle.
Oh, gray, all that
But I
gray
love, I love the new
shit.
bottle. It reminds me of that. It reminds me of the
The
Mary
bottle's
bottle.
sexy.
That big lip. It's so nice to pour out of it.
Yeah. No, the bottle is good. The label.
But the
is-
bottle is nice. I just wish
Yeah.
they put some color instead of gray. Come on.
It's not a visually.
Yeah, like the old labeling is great. I mean, why
Yeah.
did they have to go backwards?
Let's say every 10 years or sometimes less, they have to change for stupid marketing reasons. It seems all the big owners, it's what they do.
It's all these marketing assholes.
But
It's
at
not the
least
distillers,
the
it's
quality of
marketing.
whiskey didn't go down. Because lately, every time I see a new bottle, I'm just terrified that the whiskey's gone to shit. And so at least that didn't
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah,
And you
exactly,
can-
whiskey lovers. It's cheaper to have no color and it's cheaper to be non-chill filtered. I mean, all that shit costs money.
A while back, I heard that Pernod Ricard was spending each year some amount of money just for marketing. I had the number. Can you guess the number?
Which
just
distillery was that,
for-
Greg? Sorry.
It was-
Pernod Ricard.
Oh no, it's Pernod Ricard for Middleton and the brand
Oh,
Jameson
hell.
only.
Wait,
How much money would
Oh,
they
God,
spend a
20,
year
25 million.
for?
at least
It was 10.
Yeah, millions.
How much?
20, 25 million. That's my guess.
13 millions. It was in 10 years.
Oh, it was 10 years
10
ago.
years ago.
Fuck,
13
10 years
millions
ago.
a year
Oh, wow.
per year.
Jesus.
Per 1 year of marketing. So probably Dustin is right now. 24.
10
Oh
years
my
ago,
God.
it was 13. Yeah.
That's insane.
You know what's crazy to me?
All that money that could. You can open a distillery for that. That's what I wrote on my website when I knew that. You can open several
What blows
distilleries.
my
Yeah,
for
mind.
that
you're not
money.
bloody wrong.
What kills me is you barely
Yeah, that's
even
what I was
see
saying,
marketing for whiskey. Like,
you can do ice for your chill filtering for your bog standard normies, 90% population people, but for people like us that are in here and watching and discussing this stuff, we're not the average. We're the minute little exception that are buying single malts to appreciate them. We're the ones that they should not be fucking our stuff up with, because we spend a lot more money than those plebs. Yes, they own and get a lot more money
And
at
if
the
you-
80% with all the pleb shit. But we're ones per bang buck for the bottle. We're the ones that are spending decent money. They should have,
yeah, I mean, who's buying Highland Park 21?
And I'm sorry.
It's not your average guy who drinks whiskey. It's going to be people like us.
No.
Why would you not make it
Yeah,
for us?
exactly.
Glendronach 21. Again, who's buying Glendronach 21? It's sure as heck not somebody who, cares about, who doesn't know what chill filtering is. Like, it's
No.
just not.
They're just buying their bog standard.
Well, but
bottle,
those who,
at it and whatever.
those who have money, who just want to show their bottles to their customers or friends or
I totally
whatever,
agree, JD.
they could
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
Ardbeg 25 and never open it.
And, and they
I
might
agree.
buy an Arctic 25 or a Macallan 25. Don't get me wrong, but they're not buying Glendronach because Glendronach doesn't have the name cash at this point. And they're a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
people
right. That's right. But it's don't forget, it's still a Glen. So for some people, everything Glen. I was told that in a shop, in a supermarket. I'm buying, sir. Which one would you recommend? I'm only buying the Glen something. I said, "Oh, come on." You know, there are
Yes, we
invented
understand
brands
China.
with blend.
That's a shitload of people, but just put the bottles out for China and leave the stuff alone. Like we were saying with the Glendronach, if they want to unchill filter it for the Asian market because they want it that way, fine. But leave the high end stuff alone.
Well,
The
and
better
if they can afford to put a different label on it, they can afford to chill filter the stuff that goes onto that label. You know?
Yeah, the amount of money they're spending on chill filtration. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
I can. Yeah.
But again, I mean, to have it to where they bottle, a certain, chill filtered, non-chill filtered, isn't going to cost them that much to have two different lines.
That's nothing. To change that label.
For big brands, no. For smaller brands, it will be expensive.
Yeah,
of
but
course.
for Glendronach's 12-year, not an issue. They produced.
Yeah, now Glendronach
Yeah, there's
belongs to
nothing.
Brown
And like,
Forman.
and
so
like you
you're
said
right.
with Pinot
It's
Rico,
not-
how much
it's
money
nothing.
they're spending on fucking marketing. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing out of their budget.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And
just,
even like
I
that,
don't have the.
you go to the
don't have-
person that designs the label and makes the label for your fucking bottling plant, and it's literally delete a fucking line of the label. It's not like you're redesigning and doing rebranding. It's deleting one line of
But
fucking
you know,
text.
sometimes it's just lack of knowledge of what connoisseurs want. Like, for
Yeah.
instance, that. Sorry to say that, but that French distillery, they didn't even thought of it.
No.
It was me who told them, "What are you gonna put on the label? Can I work on the label?" They said yes. The final step will be given to a designer to make it fit to the commercial standards for printers and stuff. But I did wrote the text. I did choose the picture, and I did wrote non-chill filtered, non-colored in French and in English.
Yep.
And they said,
Well, like you
"Oh,
say,
why this?" I
the
say,
people
"It
that are
is true.
designing this stuff
You
are
told
just
me. You
marketing
told me this is
departments
true."
and advertising.
"Oh, you think it's important to write it?" I say, yeah, it's appealing for our consumers. So you have to write it. It's a positive thing. Oh, okay. So they're not used to that in some countries.
No, that's right.
Again, I have to disagree on Blue Label. It depends which batch, which year of production, and which point of view you have on that whiskey, how you're gonna drink it, and what do you expect from it, and what do you know of it. I'm sorry to say that I did a whole video about Blue Label, recent batch that some YouTubers sent me that was not very exciting, that is true, and a bottle I was offered from US market, which is more than 10 years ago, 43% ABV, and this is awesome. And I did recognize the style of some old single malt Scotch in there, including a bottle I have.
I feel like the 43
So
gone
that was a
in the
complete
States,
different
but,
experience. So
I think 43 is gone in the States. I think it was 43. I think they're all 40 now. But I don't look at
well, it's old. My bottle is old. Good to know, but I have only one bottle. Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
Also, I'm a
the problem with the blue label is it's overpriced.
And I'm a
That's
fan
really
of
the
the-
biggest thing, and it is lacking in a lot of depth and character. But if you want a smooth, easy drinking whiskey, man, how do you beat that? I mean, it just goes down like water.
But you can sense more than that in the old bottlings. It's
Well,
my
it's like you
opinion,
grab a red
at
label
least.
Johnny Walker from the 60s.
Oh yeah, and I tried
And
a dozen of them, and I can tell. I did a whole topic on my
That is night
website
and
about it.
day.
Also, a video, etc.
Everyone's a shivers.
Then it depends
any of
what
that
you
stuff.
expect from those whiskeys. It depends
right.
what you expect. A blend like a cognac, in commercial terms, is there to smooth things, to have something really melted. It's not made for. First off, of course, Blue Label is not made for us. It's
No.
made for rich people. But
It's not even made for rich people. It's made for people that just recognize the label and think that's prestige. It's not.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
Hey, I like to
there's
it falls into what I like to think of as the upper middle class who wants
Yeah.
to feel like they're rich.
not really.
Somebody made a good analogy
That's
to me.
true,
It's a
that's true.
doctor's whiskey.
Yeah,
It's a
I mean,
doctor's
yeah,
whiskey. A doctor
it's a
walks
doctor's
in there.
whiskey.
Yep, buys.
Good.
Yep, buys a gift or.
That said, you can touch the interest of it when you try the 55.8 cask strength version of it. This is very interesting to compare the two. I still have a
Well,
bit
not even a blue label. The 51% freaking celebratory blend they brought out last year. I mean, that's good shit.
Oh, I haven't tried this. Oh, you recommend it? I haven't tried it.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr.
for a
Whiskey
cheap
Shit.
Nice.
blend, this
Whiskey
is
glass.
really good. And this proves that Johnny Walker, aka Diageo, can make cheap, good stuff.
I've heard the Ghost and Rare blue labels. Some of them have been really good.
Well, I tried 2 out of 3, 4 now,
not bad.
because there's a Petit Vert
Yeah,
highlighted now. I haven't tried it. I love the 3 distilleries that the first 3 highlighted, and I know a bit
Brora,
them. Brora, Port Ellen, and Glenry Royal.
Yep.
But I have to say they were not super highlighting them. For instance, the Brora one, the nose is fantastic, but the palate cannot match the beauty of the nose. It's still a good whiskey, probably better than the regular blue. Yeah, better than regular blue, but it's not super overwhelming by its quality and gourmet and everything. The Port Ellen, I didn't found really Port Ellen in there, I have to say. And I have tried some, believe me or not.
yeah.
But I know why. But my guess is because it's older Port Ellen than the ones I prefer. So it's probably 35, 37, just a drop, of course. And they're not as interesting, especially diluted, as the one, in my opinion, from 20 to 30 years old. Yeah. So something that changed the profile of Port Ellen. And then the Glenry Royal, probably it's the best of the 3 for me.
Okay, cool.
Because it's really definitely the style of Glenry Royal, super subtle whiskey with beautiful fruity notes and dried fruits and stuff. And I would go for the one who likes older stuff and yeah, prestige close distilleries. I would go for Glenry Royal.
I don't know Glen
But,
Royal at all, so that's one I was
then-
not looking at. Just because I don't know the distillery.
This is something I regret. I had opportunities, and it was too young in my, too early in my journey, and I left some bottles with crazy prices. I still cannot understand why I didn't bought 66 euros at 24 years old back in the day, considering the prices were going to jump a few years after. But it's life.
Yeah,
You
if
cannot.
we knew ahead of time
live
prices
with
were going to
regrets.
jump. I mean, who thought they should be buying every freaking bottle of whiskey they saw 10 years ago because they'll never get that quality of price again? Like,
Oh yeah, even 15 years old. You know what? 15 years old before, or 17, maybe in 2002, when I did go first time to Scotland, but I only had 3 bottles in my bar, believe me or not.
Yeah.
And I saw at this supermarket, I saw the dumpy, even, where is it?
I'll just jump in like the guys are saying here. You got your Macallan, you got your Johnny Walker Blue. They're all status symbols. It's like what David just said.
Yeah.
You know, Blue Label Eagles, a Lamborghini. It's a status symbol. Shit to
Oh.
drive, but it's a status.
yeah,
No,
but really,
I don't drive, so there was this bottle which now are collectors, and this is the dumpy but not big. And I saw dozens of this, and I saw the dumpy ones that looks like Abuna bottles. And
Yeah.
I said, I don't like the big opening and all that. Is it really better than that? I don't know. And 15 years after, I see they're very much sought after by connoisseurs. But it was 20, 30 euros, nothing at that time. So there, you're gonna always regret things, but the same time, I still got this. So
yeah, I mean, hell, I mean, there's so many things you can think of. I mean, I think of bourbons. I mean, geez, there were bourbons I could have been picking up for $30 and I could be selling for $1,000 now. It's just dumb.
Hindsight's a wonderful
Yeah.
thing, isn't it? Hindsight.
and this 18, I know because I've interviewed people from the distillery. This 18 did contain 21, 25, and 30 years old stuff in it.
Well, and that's the other
The
problem.
current
They
one,
used to top load all these
the current,
because they couldn't sell whiskey back in the day. It had to
yeah,
be
the
that.
current one, no.
Yep.
There you go, only 18. So that makes a difference.
Oh yeah. I mean nowadays
Yep,
you
and
can.
I'll just address this. I saw some studies that indicate it's not possible to taste the difference between chill filtration and non-chill filtered. That was a blind tasting, and then David is saying,
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
filtration,
say that.
extra
Some,
viscosity, not really.
yeah, don't leave
But
a
even if
more.
that's the case,
Don't li-
even if that's the case, if you're on a blind tasting, and like all of us, if we're on a blind tasting, we couldn't tell the difference. That's not the point. We want this for the money that we're spending. We want this to be a natural product. We don't want it to be fucked with. That's the point.
yeah.
And I
Yeah,
still,
yeah,
I personally think it makes a difference with the viscosity on the palate.
Yeah, I
Those
agree, and
oils,
I
those fatty
saw
acids,
that in.
Those fatty acids, they make a difference, especially when you add water.
Ken, I agree because I saw that in a cognac, not distillery, but in the bottler. That's very looking after his casks, and he showed us the chill filtering process for some references going to China.
Yeah,
that's why I got the information. He showed that the I don't know in English how it's called, the squares. There's
the
tons of
absorption,
squares
yep.
gathered together.
Yep.
And we can see the fat in
it's caked on that.
in the different. So
Those
you
things
can
are
see
expensive.
something is lost.
Yeah.
Oh
well,
hell yeah!
Something is
strip.
lost.
It's a strip for sure.
So the study he's most likely talking about was done by Horst Looney on whiskey.com. And if you go actually read the study and you go look at what they did not give the contestants, here's the same whiskey from the same distillery, one's chill filtered and one's not, and have them guess which one is chill filtered or not. They gave them a set of whiskeys and asked them which whiskeys here are chill filtered, which ones are not. But they were different whiskeys.
No.
They weren't clear about doing that when I first read the study, but then when you look at the results and the charts, it was very obvious that the people reviewing it, like the chill filtered versus non-chill filtered of certain whiskeys, they didn't have the same number of responses on it. So if they don't have the same number of responses, then they couldn't have been done 1-to-1. So I'm sorry, but all that proves is that you can't taste the difference in chill filtered, non-chill filtered in a random sample of whiskey. Not that you can't tell the same whiskey is chill filtered or not. It was a bad
Plus, if you got something like
so-
now with the Glendronachs, where you've still got
Plus-
some non-chill filtered and filtered stuff, you could do it.
Yeah, plus caramel. Sorry, guys, caramel changes things because you can sense, for instance, in some blends, there's an awful lot of E158 added. You can. I'm sorry, but I can
You can
see
smell it.
in the glass. I can see it. There's this kind of strange mate haze of the color, which is not normal mate reflection. Which is not normal. You can sense it and you can taste it. So if they do the test to those guys Dustin is talking about, they have to put to them the whiskeys which are uncolored or all colored, and then distinguish between non-chill filtered and chill filtered.
Yeah.
Because it will be changing things.
Yeah, I mean,
And
again,
I agree. It shouldn't be outlawed. It should just be disclosed on the bottle, like you have to do in Denmark and you have to do in Germany. It should be disclosed on
or Germany and Denmark and Netherlands. You have to ask information to them each time you're gonna select a whiskey which doesn't disclose it, and you're gonna know which one is and which one is not. But there's no obligation for them to disclose in Scotch regulations. There's no obligation.
And we were talking about that earlier, Dave, when we were talking about Armagnacs and Cognacs. We were talking about that exact thing.
No, I don't agree, David. It's not better. I can feel it, and they use it in rum. I don't agree, and it's awful in rum. You've got sawdust taste. It's so much shit. I mean, I don't agree with that. And you know what? I won't go even further, and people will not be pleased. One thing that I don't like, and that could go, I have to jump to go to find my Ben Riach bottle, which is an unopened, a new one. They have now invented an expression that I don't like, which is they don't say natural color, they don't say E158, they say cask imported color.
No.
Cask imported color means you are allowed to work worse than Highland Park to adjust level of the color from one batch to the other. You are allowed to char a lot your whiskies in order to get the color you want to please the customer, whether he's a connoisseur or not, by the way.
That is natural.
And this is
At
what
least
they
it's
do.
natural, though.
Put it on the fucking label.
Yes, but it's the new policy under Rachel Barry, and I have the bottle of Benria since they've been bought by Brown-Forman. It's the new policy. So for me, this was just before they announced about Glenronach going back to chill filtering. So I think it's a general policy from Brown-Forman to try to convince their customers that they're gonna get something that's pleasing to them more than before. So when you say cask import in color, you're basically promoting wood technology. It's my opinion. And wood technology, when you feel it when you drink it, I'm sorry, that's the problem we evoked with Bimber and other brands.
Well, I mean, we were talking about Springbank earlier.
Yeah.
That local barley tin they just put out that was dark as hell. That was because they charred the living fuck out of those sherry casks.
Yeah, that's possible, and they have to disclose it.
Well, and the thing is, that's great that they char. I mean, and consumers seem to like it. I thought it was the worst local barley I'd ever had.
Some say they don't like it.
I mean, I just thought it was downright awful. And that one's going for stupid prices. I bought a case of it thinking I was getting old world, beautiful sherry finishing from Springbank.
No. I tried old local barley. I doubt it's the same.
I have like a first fill, quote unquote, fresh sherry Springbank single cask from, that was 2015. It was 19 years old. That's one of the best whiskeys I've ever had in my life. Absolutely just masterful. I'm like, oh my God, if they used a sherry cask like that and got that color. Oh, no. They used a shitty cask that they burned the hell out of to impart that color, and it just wasn't.
Kill Karen style.
Yeah.
Or they use Paxarate back in the days. So not really.
Well, they can
sherry,
still use Paxarate today, from what I understand.
So
the industry went away from it because it wasn't actually that good.
Oh.
But the laws haven't officially banned Paxarate.
No, and like Donna's saying, SWA is not going to jump in because a lot of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
SWA is an organization about maximizing profits for the industry. It's not about protecting consumers.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't give a flying fuck about the consumer.
No.
Yeah, that's why I'm sorry if I get controversial here. I absolutely doubt that the OSWA will change anything. And I think Ralphie and Roy are very naive thinking that Diageo will change things because this new thing will award whiskeys which are non-chill filtered and non-colored. Just my opinion.
I don't think
they're trying to make it that people are going to change. I think they're just celebrating the natural.
Oh no! It's what Ralphie stated.
Oh, really?
It's what Ralphie
stated. You reckon that he's going to change the industry? You got that. Yeah,
a very pretentious statement.
Well, I think
in my opinion,
I think what he's really meaning, and when he says that, is he thinks that there's going to be the industry will have to take notice of these awards if there's enough people voting, and it'll influence the industry. I don't think he believes they're going to change. He may have said that, but I think really what
influence, right? You're right, but I don't believe it. I don't believe the big five, which Roy says big four. I think it's big five. You have to put Beam Center in there. I really don't think the big five will in any point change their things. The only companies that might be influenced are the smaller ones, the one that rely a lot on YouTubers and virtual shows, etc.
The big ones, they're all their money is going.
They
to
don't
blends,
care
into the bog standard
because
stuff.
sometimes we wrote to them. I wrote to Pernod Ricard for some things. I wrote to LVMH for others. They just don't care. They don't answer.
Yeah, but
No.
that said, look
So-
at Diageo. Look at the special releases. I mean, what have consumers been complaining about with the Diageo releases over the last couple of years? Number one, people were complaining they were too expensive. Well, the prices have been going down on those releases year after year. Number two, people complained that they were releasing too many NASs. This year's release are completely age-stated whiskeys. So they are listening to the consumer to some degree. Now, what sucks for anybody who actually is paying attention, they just released a lot of really boring, not special whiskeys for this release.
And the labels are awful for me.
Yeah, they are
The
awful.
new labels are absolutely
they're
crap.
pretty ordinary.
Yeah,
They're
stupid.
Game of Thrones targeting.
Yeah, no, they're stupid. But go look at it. There's not a single one of those that lists the bodega cask in it. There's not one of those that you look at and you think, oh my goodness, this is a truly special whiskey. Every one of them, it's like, oh, it's cask strength version of Oban that's using recharge.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just cast strength versions of whatever the shit they got.
Oh,
You're not
okay, this
fucking
one's
wrong,
using
eh?
a
Yeah, most
Fucking Jesus Christ.
no extra details, nothing special. Got it.
Can you put the sound down yourself, or is it forever?
No, it's
that
deliberately
level
turned
of
up, so it
sound
scares
for
the
you?
living shit out of me.
And the bigger the donation, the louder it is.
Yep, the bigger the nation, the bigger the boom.
Ooh. So what are you gonna do? If someone send you $100, you're gonna jump
Well,
to the
the
roof.
$50 one. Well, I already made my Jason Boosie dropped that one and made my boy cry almost. It shot this.
Oh no!
No,
Oh my god!
He was just.
And the 1,001 breaks all the glasses, right? In
I've
the
already
room.
chucked whiskey in my face
This
with
one.
a fucking donation, so yeah. Love this discussion.
Oh, we need a glass after that. I don't
Yeah,
know
we
what to
do,
drink
mate.
now.
Well, I was.
Discussion.
Since we're talking
really a
about
bit.
powers, I'm gonna finish my Glencairn. Have me some powers.
I you know,
Oh, I thought.
I'm going to a liquor store here in a few minutes. I just might actually pick
Aha.
one of those.
Want
You
some
have
powers?
some ideas in mind, or you
Uh,
don't know what you're gonna.
well, I'm basically going there to see if one of the employees is working today. He's working on trying to get me a bottle that they've got in the back that they're not currently putting out for sale.
Ah.
So I'm trying to get
Aha.
that to be offered up to me. And I might pick up that Powers just as
You
a
got-
consolation prize if I can't get it.
Okay. We don't want to make too much spoilers for the other customers. Who gonna go
David's got
there.
a funny point with those special releases. The labels are
Oh.
funny. All of them get an awesome animal, and Cardo gets.
Ah, I didn't saw that.
Now, I will say this: the Cardew is actually the one out of
Concocted.
the collection that kind of has my interests up because it's actually got kind of an interesting cask finish, and I've never seen a Cardew with that. I think it's 14 years. I mean, it's getting to where it's sort of got some age. And I haven't had an old Cardew. at
Well,
all.
that's it. That's the only way you're
What
going to get a
finish,
Cardo that's actually decent because it's just bog standard stuff that's thrown in blends.
Well, it's a beautiful distillery, not served well by Diageo, I have to say.
Yeah. So that
No,
one-
I mean, not Beam. Johnny Walker bought Cardo for their blending. That's what it's all used for.
Well, and then I don't understand what they're doing with what's the Royal Lochnagar there. Like, why is that not like a first fill sherry cask? Like, if you're gonna do a Royal Lochnagar, that they're known for their sherry, why is it not a first fill sherry cask? You know, something they're already charging enough for the damn
Good.
stuff. Outrageously expensive
Yeah.
for that bottle. It's the only bottle in the collection other than
Well,
Lagavulin and that is legitimately overpriced. So I don't understand what they're doing with that. It just makes no sense.
Justin, what do you think of the new Lefroy Cartridge 2020 or the 2020? If you had it, is it worth it?
2020 I thought was pretty terrible, and I have not had the new one because of the 2020 was so bad. I'm kind of scared to even go back to the cartridge after that one. That was that port and wine one, and it just tasted like they used bad wine and really young, rushed out Lefroy. I mean, it was a double whammy.
No, Eric.
They did that in the past. And
I know Eric tried it. I can't remember what he said about
Yeah,
it.
I mean, some people some people did like the port wine more than we did, but I don't think anybody was really high on it. And then
Cooleroni.
Yeah.
I've
So,
heard some
Cooleroni.
good stuff about the new Cartridge sherry, but honestly, Lafroig to me is better with bourbon casks.
Yeah,
You know, Lagavulin is the one that I like with sherry.
usually.
Yes, Glen Turret. That's one I want to go. I've got a bottle of the Glen Turret 12 that I need to grab.
Well, it's so expensive. Honestly, I have known it's too expensive and hard to get
It's not
here.
a distillate I really
Glencairn?
enjoy either.
So
I want to try new ones.
yeah, I love the old 10 years old was great. The old 10 years old was great. The no age statement range was very average, in my opinion, and ugly labels.
Upcoming cartridge is first of all makers. Well, all of Lafroig is makers cast. So yeah.
Oh, I heard there was a new Maker's Mark cast strength. I'm very curious.
Well, there's two.
You
There's
think it's
101,
worth
and then there's
searching,
the,
Dusty?
I'm not a fan of the Maker's profile, so I'm not going to ask.
Ah, okay.
If you're a Maker's fan, I've heard the new one's pretty good. Anthony would have been the one to ask about that one because he's a much bigger fan of their stuff. But for me, I've just never.
And larceny as well, so you don't like wheat much, right? Larceny, you won't search for the cast strength larceny. I'm very
I've tried
curious
the
of that
cast
because
strength
I love
larceny,
the
didn't like it.
92 proof.
It tastes too much like.
Oh,
The thing with larceny is they so for most weeders they put the they put in the whiskey into the barrel at a much lower
Back in a
proof
second.
than most bourbons. So like most bourbons, they pretty
Mm.
much put the bourbon into the barrel at 125, which is the highest legal limit, which obviously gives them the highest yield.
okay.
But most weeders they put in more like 105, 115 range. Larceny goes in at 125, and I just think it leaves an off note on that. I do like wheat.
Okay.
I like, but again, I like older whiskey and Maker's Mark. They don't age their whiskey very long, and it's because they said it just doesn't age well. And then Larceny's just always to me just been an off profile wheat. I've got like some MGP stuff that's a wheated bourbons that are beautiful. As much as I dislike the distillery in the market,
Okay.
I mean Wellers are still really good for when you can get them retail. So I like wheat. It's just I don't really like those two particular distillates.
Okay, I see.
So
Well, Wellers here, it's crazy prices they ask for Wellers. Sometimes they are released the 12 for 1 or 2 weeks for 45 euros, La Maison du Whisky. And when you are late to buy, the week after they sell them for, wait for it, 909 euros. So I say, fuck you. I don't want to follow that. It doesn't. I tried sample for meat. For me, it's okay for 50 euros or 70. I can do an effort up to that, but not more.
yeah,
It's
Whiskey
crazy.
Lover Society saying he likes the Larceny barrel proof. And I will say I've only had the first batch of that the barrel proof. I've heard they've gotten better since, but the first batch did not get a lot of love. So again, it also depends on the batch you get a hold of.
Thanks, Whiskey Lover Society.
But I have heard the last couple batches were pretty good. But those are impossible for me to get without going through hoops that I'm not willing to go through.
Okay.
For me, I have access to almost any bourbon I want if I'm willing to use my quote unquote equity at a store. But
Okay.
I can only do that on a few bottles a year. So I'm very choosy about when I use that. So there's only a handful of bottles that I really go after. I am really, I will try to get, I'm not going to go all in, but I will try to get the Parker's Heritage released this year, which is I believe it's a heavily charred barrel used with a wheat. I think it's like an 11-year-old or something. I will definitely.
But it's not cheap, right? It's not cheap stuff.
That one will run in the $100, $150 range, and I will have to use a lot.
Only?
If I get it for retail, yes. And I will have to use a lot of quote unquote equity at the store. So I will have to have probably spent over $1,000 at the store for the right to buy that for retail.
Whoa, fuck it.
But I've already
Oh
done
my
it. I've already
God.
spent the money at the store. So it's really just a matter of hopefully I am there when they have it because I've spent the money. You know, you buy enough Springbank 10 and you get some pretty good deals on whiskey. Let me say, I buy a lot.
Well, the ones I would like to have there are the Michter's barrel strength rye because
charred
they're
barrel,
really
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, that one is.
No, I haven't tasted the toasted. I haven't seen them.
The toasted are definitely harder to get. I have not had the toasted rye. I've had a couple other toasted ones that were not great, but I've heard the rye is pretty awesome.
Okay.
So,
Well, the barrel strength rye, even not toasted, I mean, not much, then this something very. We had it once in Whiskey Life Paris, and I saw the guy from the distiller was very. But it was sold out very quick, so there were not much allocation there. And even the ones I have, I'm lucky to have them. But I love them very much. And you were earlier on saying they were barreling not high, but Mictus doesn't barrel very high, but they hit cycle their warehouses, so it might change things. But I love the sour mash. I love the American whiskey. I think that's beautiful stuff. Even if it's not super cheap here, I think among the best American whiskeys I ever had so far.
yeah. So,
And I'm not even talking about 10 years old straight dry and 20
no.
bourbon.
I have 2 bottles of the Michter's barrel proof from a couple different years. I didn't get this year's batch, but I think it's a very good whiskey. Very, very good. And then I saw the comments here about Macallan and stuff. You guys are overstating what Macallan is. Macallan 18 is a BMW or a Mercedes. Macallan 25 is the Lamborghini. That's the whiskey that rich people buy. Like Macallan 25 is your rich guy whiskey. Macallan 30 is your rich guy whiskey. And then the Macallan 1926 is your like fuck off collectible Ferrari Enzo.
I tried them.
Fuck you money.
It's not those that blow me away the most. The old 10 cast strength I like.
Oh, the old 10 cast.
And then some old Gordon MacPhail, of course, vintages.
Yeah. And the same thing, like Rolex is another brand. Rolex is the most expensive middle class guy's watch. It's the watch guys buy when they get into middle management or they get into like investment banking and they're still like an analyst and they haven't actually made any money yet. That's the guys buying Rolexes initially. Yeah, the gold ones and stuff are ridiculous. But when you're a rich guy, you're buying Patek Philippe's, you're buying Elaine and Son, you're buying Audemars Piguet, you're going and buying the Four. You're not buying freaking Rolex.
That's what we're talking about with all the watch guys. We were talking about that, and I was saying the same thing. It's like I've never been wanting to get a Rolex. I want a Holden Lange Sana. Yeah, I want one of them.
God, yeah.
One of those.
There was a stupid politician here in France that once said,
I'm wearing a
if you haven't if you haven't a Rolex at 40 years old, you missed your life. Okay. No, I don't see it well, but I can guess.
Yeah, well, this honestly there's not much to see here. This is nothing fancy. I mean, this is a well-made, well put together, ETA-sourced movement tag heuer that came back when a tag was still, I think, a little higher quality than they are today. But
I've always fancied a tag.
But this is just a really comfortable, really light, durable watch. I've beaten it up and I've sent it back to Tag to have them do a full restoration. I mean, at one point you could barely read it. The crystal was so beat up, and it's a sapphire.
Oh.
I still beat it up that bad. And
yeah, it's the problem with watches. You can. I will never spend a lot of money on them.
Johnny
because I know
Walker
will
Red
hurt
is
them.
America, right down to the supermarket air freshener.
But
I wouldn't say
Greg,
supermarket. I would say gas station air freshener.
I spent $175, had it serviced, and had it, the full, the bracelet redone, the crystal fixed. Came back looking almost new for $175. I mean,
nice.
Works for me.
Then if you can spend this money, it's okay. It's always a question of how much you have and how. And if you're going
to spend $2,000 on a watch, I think you can spend $175 every 10 years to get it restored.
Oh yeah. Of course.
I mean, $17 a year for maintenance on it isn't too terrible. Yeah, I'm with some of the others. I think Rolex watches are generally just not particularly attractive.
No, I've never. Rolex has never done anything for me. I mean, Tag,
Mm,
Alangon Sona, they're the ones that I've always looked up to.
And then even if you get into like the Trinity stuff, I like a lot of what they do, but I don't like. I'm not a big fan of the Gentry models. So that would be like the Vacheron, Constantine, Overseas. There's a few other the Royal Oak.
Oh, pocket watch.
I love pocket watches. Those are cool.
Pocket watches. I love pocket watches. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, those are cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I
Mi-
would. I would
Mine is
look
just
Ultra.
60 euros.
Hey,
It gives
You
only
happy
the
with it?
hour. It
Else
doesn't
fine,
give
that's all
even
you
the
fucking
date or
need to know.
nothing.
yeah, but I mean, like a
I
Juggler
had-
Ultra would be an amazing thing to have. A Moser, a Gestalt Original. I mean, there's just so many great brands, and then people keep talking about Rolex, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I know someone
Rolex
who
is the
collects
calendar
shaving things, old shavers. He can put $500 on an old shaving set, and so
A good.
it depends what you want.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing
That's
is,
it.
like Rolex has people thinking when they buy one, they're getting some kind of like old world crafted, thing, and really you're getting a mass-produced
Yes,
industrial process that.
I agree. It's like Macallan. It's the brand.
Yeah,
you're
that's what I said.
buying, right?
Macallan is.
Before even looking at the model.
Yep.
Yeah,
If you
Yep.
like the model,
Macallan
you're buying
and
the brand
Rolex.
first.
Yep.
I like some other things about Breitling I like, but man, those things are some big ass watches. They're just
Oh, it seems
big.
a famous brand. I'm not super connoisseur, but I heard this name already. Yeah, Breitling.
Yeah.
For me, a watch has to be affordable, practical, and good looking, and reliable over time. That's all I asked for a watch.
Yeah.
Never thought I was speaking of watches here, but very interesting for the audience.
You know what's funny though?
No,
Okay,
Oh my god!
I'll look at like who's
Oh, I've
subscribed to our channel, and I'll kind of look at their other channels they subscribe to. And I would say 20% of the people who subscribe to us also subscribe to something in the watch world. And probably about the same percentage somebody in the car world.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe 10% you're going to see something related to fashion, shoes,
Mm.
leather goods. Like people are into
Good
whiskey or into other
Mm.
fun,
Yeah.
guy stuff.
I mean, there's a huge thing on Instagram where it's just whiskey
Interesting.
and watches. Where they have a good bottle of whiskey and then a good watch on the neck.
Oh, I used to do that. And
That it would be interesting to have the stats from Mike and Arby then, because the whiskeys they're covering are even more expensive, right?
yeah.
Who's watching that?
Well, they've
Except
got
us.
1,000 more subs than Mike and I have. Like, but I don't know who the heck that. Like, yeah, that's a different demographic.
That's a different fucking planet.
Sure.
But I mean, I'll get comments in like our videos, like I'll be wearing like a Tudor or something. If you're like, "Hey, is that a Tudor?" I'm like, "Yeah, it is." So people notice. I don't think anybody's ever noticed
Okay.
this tag. It's pretty
Knives.
on-
Yep, knives. Knives is a big thing.
Oh yeah. Guns is another big one too. I've noticed. Quite a-
Guns, cigars.
Yeah. Yep. Guns, cigars.
It's just us guys like good shit,
Yeah. And I'm sure no one person's gonna like all those things. Like for example, I'm into watches. I'm not really into guns and knives. Mike likes guns. Mike's got a couple.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what all he has because it's not something we talk about often. But he has, shown some stuff to people who when we had somebody else there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I got this," and it's like, "Oh, cool."
Oh, that's right. Clint, how did your hunt go? How'd your shoot go? Yep, cigars as well. Actually, I had a dream about cigars. Something fucking happened. I had a whole bunch of my cigars and they all got fucking water and they were all fucked and I was just fucking... That's wrong. Good cigars. And I was like, no! They're all fucking falling apart and munted. Oh, no! I've shocked myself forgetting I have a watch on World Charging.
Oh.
But I was just... We were talking about that on the stream, Donald. couple of nights ago on my old watch. It's got fucking weld marks on the fucking band because I'm a metal band guy. I can't do leather or synthetic bands. I just have to have a metal band. And the amount of times I'm working on a car, fucking
That'd
just
be dangerous.
electrocuted and welded my fucking watch.
Have you ever done the have you ever done like a really well-made NATO, Ken?
I've had heaps of different brands over the years of my life, and some I really like for a while, but it just gets to the point where I'm like, nah, can't do this anymore. I
I'll
like
tell you what,
metal band.
my Tudor, it came with a metal band. I bought a leather strap for it, and it also came with the NATO. And once I put that NATO on, I have not wanted to wear that watch with anything else. It's so comfortable.
Yeah.
Fits perfect. Doesn't move when it shouldn't. It breathes better. It weighs less, and yet it's so well made. I mean, it's $175 NATO to actually get it replaced. They use these old world looms. I mean, it's well made. You start feeling that thing, you're like, oh yeah, this could take a bullet. I mean,
So
it
is it gonna not be a shitty fucking sweaty mess in 110 degrees Fahrenheit?
Oh, dude. I mean, I've worn it for. It's the watch I wear when I go out, like side and do stuff. And I mean, that thing can take a beating.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because
I
I
mean,
find
that's why I bought-
synthetics, when it's 100 degrees every day, synthetic. Yeah.
I've gone swimming with it. I've gone, in the ocean with it. No issues. No worse for wear.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say. I mean, mind you, it is the official Tudor NATO, so that's why it costs what it does. But it's actually legit.
Yeah.
Okay, forget it.
It's worth looking at.
I'm gonna head over soon because it's getting late, but still a few minutes.
Yep, people are into guitars as well. Yep, that's true.
Shoot, Cohen, you missed your mark, man. Watches are going for crazy prices these days.
Are they ever? Fuck me. I mean, just jumping on
used
with the
market's
watch guys.
crazy.
Fucking hell.
The used market's gone crazy.
And the wait list. The wait list. Fuck.
Well, I mean, it was like maybe it's probably 7 years ago. I bought my first Grand Seiko. I got a deal for 30% off on a special edition that was popular. Nowadays, you pre-order those sons of bitches at full MSRP, and you thank them for letting you buy it for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's if you can get fucking to be able to chance to buy the fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. You have to be following when the releases come out. And yeah, if you're talking about a popular model from Rolex, Vacheron, Audemars Piguet, the Tech, the brands we were just talking about, 5-year waits.
Yep. It's fucking insane. And you have to be somebody for them to even fucking acknowledge your existence to even put in.
My uncle just got a hold of the Pepsi Rolex, and it was a 2-year wait.
Yep.
And he just loved the fact that he's wearing a watch that he can sell anytime he wants for twice what he paid for it.
Ooh, that's huge.
Like he's just like
a large amount of people in their 20s are virtually
cash in.
already into whiskey, cigars, watches, cars, like they've aged 20 years too fast. Well, if you're in that position to be able to get into that, fucking good for you. I mean, wish I could have.
I mean, I've always been interested in cars. I just couldn't own anything that was anything worth driving until I was in my 30s, and even then, it's still not special. When I'm in my 40s, I'll be able to get a car that's actually really fun.
Yeah, and then you have a fucking
Okay,
family and
guys.
kids and shit, and then all that goes out the fucking window.
I confuse Pepsi with.
I see I have a lot of messages to check, and I will have something else after. So I'm gonna leave now, and thank you for your welcome, Ken, as usual.
Always, Greg.
And
Always
thanks,
welcome.
Dustin,
Always
for
good talking to you,
popping
buddy.
in.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
And take care, and be lucky later on today, Dustin, for what you're gonna do. Have some golden hand pick. Cheers. Good luck.
Cheers, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah, Clint, the watches aren't changing, buddy. The used watches might come down, but not for the Rolex and stuff. This has been going on for 5-10 years now, and it's just gotten worse every year.
Insane.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't new. This isn't even a little new.
No. You are cropped. I saw Mr.
Switching to
GMT was in
crop
here, and I wish we had some of the watch guys, you know. But
I mean, it's absolute madness what I've been seeing the last few years, man.
That's
Man,
crazy.
selling a Patek Philippe. You don't own a Patek. You just hold on to it for the next generation, right?
You're just a holder. Yeah, that's right.
Oh man. Yeah, definitely.
Supply and demand, Clint. Supply and demand.
Supply, yeah, exactly, Clint. The thing is, Rolex controls the number of watches they release every year, and in their special releases, they keep it very under control. And then when it comes to like Patek and stuff, their steel watches are so popular that they intentionally produce less of them because they want people to buy their gold watches where they make higher profit margins. But the end result is now steel watches sell for more than the gold ones do. People will actually pay more for steel watches than gold.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy.
And keep in mind, we're not talking a small production. Like, they're still making tens of thousands of these watches, and we're still talking $10,000 plus watches. But there's just so many people right now in today's market who have plenty of disposable income.
And the big thing with the watches is the freaking flippers.
Well, the same thing.
A lot of the companies, and a lot of the ADs now are making it okay. When you order the watch, or even when you eventually get it, you have to. There's a cool off time before you get the warranty card and shit, so that you're not immediately fucking flipping it and crap.
Yeah, they won't give it to you for the first year or something.
Yeah, something crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's like, well, if you need the card, it'll be kept here in the store. So if you have any issues,
yeah. Like, really? I just spent all this money and waited all this time to get this fucking watch, and I can't have a fucking warranty card.
It's absolute, it's asinine, and it's only getting worse. I mean, that's the crazy part.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick, somebody was telling me how tag heroes don't hold their value. All right, so I'm like, okay, cool, fair enough. So I went and looked at this watch. This watch I got when I graduated college. So I was 22. I'm 36 now, so 14 years ago. It's a 14-year-old watch. Tag still makes basically the same watch. They've done a few things. There's a little better detail on the dial now, and they now have a lower water rating, which may have just been they were overrating this one at the time. Same band exactly, same classic link band. I looked this thing up in good condition. I could get like $1,600 for it. It was $2,000 new. Like, how's that bad? This thing's basically worth what I paid.
Exactly. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I looked at some of my Grand Seikos, which I've been told will lose value. No. One of them selling for more used than I paid, but it's actually so rare that it's hard to find comps on it, which all the more I'm probably going to get my money's back if I ever sell it. And then my other one, for the most part, if you find that one, you're looking at easily paying $2,000-3,000 more than I paid. Easily.
Yeah. Consider flipping Rolex because I know they're managing Beverly Hills.
That's crazy.
50? What the fuck?
It's the only thing that they could do 50 off is a Cellini or maybe a date just. Anything else, there's no way they're going to give you a discount on.
Quit wearing watches when I got out of the military in '89. I was always looking at, as if thinking I was late. Don't need things to create neurotic behavior.
You know what's funny, Don, is up until the last couple of years, I used to have to sign stuff at work a lot. And so I always just really wore my watch because I wanted to have the date because I just forget what day it was. Because, you know, I do a lot of accounting stuff, so I'm constantly like dating stuff for last month.
You need to know the date.
Month, or I'm, forecasting forward. So I'm constantly looking at different dates. So, like, when I went to go sign a check or something, I'm like, oh, shit, when is today's date?
I have that problem. I forget what day it is half the fucking time. It's shocking.
Yeah.
I just like having a watch about it because, you know, I work for myself. So, you know, if I make an appointment for a client at a certain time, I mean, I'm punctual. I'm always there 5-10 minutes early at least. I'm always there on the time. So, you know, I got to pick up my kid or drop him off or do all that crap. You know, I'm always. This thing's a pain in the ass. It's always in my pocket or whatever, somewhere else, and you gotta look at it. You gotta turn it on. You gotta fucking look at. Fuck that shit.
I do not like using my phone for anything.
No.
I don't even like taking it with me. I need it, so I do take it, but I really don't even like having it on me.
No, I gotta take it because I have to. You put it in your pocket, and you gotta sit in the car, and it's fucking bulky. It's fucking.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of having. I don't like being accessible to people, but I do like the fact that if I, got in a car accident, I have a phone to call somebody with.
Yeah, I'll be there like that. If I need to use it, then it's there. But and then the other times, like if I'm gonna take Monday off, I just want to kick back and do fucking nothing. This thing is always there for some bastard to ring you and fucking ruin your day.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's crazy, Colin, because it's so hard to.
That's
It's
crazy.
gotten so hard to. I mean, these things have just gotten so ridiculously expensive and hard to get. And again, heck, I've bought almost every watch through the same guy. He knows me. When I go to buy a watch, he takes care of me, and he's too high up to be dealing with somebody like me. But because I've been buying from him for a decade, and I've spent I've bought exclusive watches. They were only sold at that store. He takes care of me, and I mean even then, he's like, man, I can't discount those anymore, man. He's just like, he goes, I got 15 more people who are going to pay the same, who are willing to pay a premium for them. Well, I can't sell you below cost. I can't sell you below MSRP. Yeah. It's just, that's the price today. So back. I mean, I can get Rolex still for a discount. I can get like a Date Just or a Cellini or something for 10, 15, 5-10% easy. Local store here will do that for me, but anything more than that, you gotta. Unless I was buying diamonds from them, because you start buying diamonds from stores and they love you because those are thousands.
Yeah, it's like, you're a friend. Yeah, we'll sort you out.
Yeah. Oh, you want to buy a diamond? Yes, by all means.
Oh, now you're fucking talking. Come to the special fucking counter.
I guess if I went in there and bought like Movados or I bought some, what's the pin maker? Mont Blanc. If I bought a bunch of Mont Blanc watches there, they'd love me.
Oh, Mont Blanc, yeah.
They're actually some really nice watches, by the way. If you haven't like held one or played with it, they're legit. They're well made. But I mean, they're not really. If I was buying that style, they're just not the brand I would go to.
Yep.
Unless I get a heavy discount. But yeah, if I bought like 6 Mont Blancs there, I guarantee you I'd get any Rolex I wanted within 6 months.
Had a different customer ask me about wearing a watch, and I said the same thing. No way I want to have to grab a phone or have to swipe it to get the time. So rude in meetings and stuff. I know it's just,
I mean,
so
you're in a meeting.
easy
You're in a meeting. You do this for like 2 seconds, and you know the time. Whereas if you're
it's so fucking easy just to look over and bang, there's the fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're in a meeting and you just want to like, all right, once this meeting in, okay, cool, we got another 10 minutes.
Yeah. And other people will notice you when you actually look at your watch, and then they'll be conscious of the time. If you just pick up your phone, you could be fucking doing anything.
Text, like you're texting or you got a
doing anything.
Your
email, fucking grabbing a memo or whatever, fucking whatever.
Yeah, one looks like you're being a lazy wanker, and the other one looks like you actually you're just being punctual of other people's time and respectful.
Yeah, or you're like, when the fuck is this shit over?
Exactly. Hey guys, we're past, right? Okay, yeah, we're past.
Yeah.
This should have ended 15 minutes ago.
Yep. This was scheduled for 1 hour. Why are we still here 40 minutes later?
Exactly. All right, Ken, I think I am going to hop off and go look into that, getting that hold of that bourbon. So cross your fingers, guys. Positive energy.
All right. Yep. Good luck. All
right. Let's see here.
Yeah, I won't be here for too much longer. I have to be up early, and I got a busy day, so I'll be kicking it in the gut soon and thinking of whiskeys and cigars and cars and watches. Viewer, small.
Switching to small viewer.
I just saw a watch made of old whiskey barrel. Damn. I can look at the time without even having it gesture like that with a watch. When someone else is looking at their phone, it gets my ear. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, like if I'm sitting like this, I can just glance down and bang and see the watch. You know, that's all you need to do. Dream of Legos. Titanic Lego. Yep, gotta get that Titanic Lego. I don't know where the hell I'm gonna put that thing. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't know where to put the Lego as it is. Like, I don't even know where we're gonna put that typewriter. I don't know where to put the bloody whiskey. I don't know where to put the beer. Ugh. Trying to buy a house at the moment because the prices just keep going through the roof and the availability of properties is shite. Have to go to work myself. Nice hangout this morning. Cheers, Donna Pass. No worries, mate. Don't work too hard. I'm enjoying this powers. Yeah, I think I need to destroy it in a second too. A good week came out. 3 boxes of scotches. Can't. Ooh, damn, hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, the Titanic needs its own room. You're not bloody wrong there. I think all my Lego needs its own fucking room. So, where the hell am I going to put all this shit? Just the old John Lane's powers. Just old bog standard 12-year-old. With the shitty labelling. Great whiskey, but shitty labelling. I mean, that Titanic is literally going to be... It's going to be that big. It's going to be awesome. Yep, Powers is good shit. All the fanboy over Redbreast makes it... Yeah, I think Redbreast is kind of shutting themselves on the foot with all the crap they've been bringing out recently. 2 rooms, one for the Titanic, one for the rest. Well, if it's going to be a Titanic room, then obviously I'll need to have the plans on one wall. You know, the one with the 3 layered plans and the Titanic foundation. They have a big poster you can buy for that, so you need to have that. Then obviously a big picture of the Harlan and Wolff yards with the Titanic and the Olympic. That'll be on one wall. Then you have the Titanic ship in a glass thing all lit up. Yeah. Are they making a new Lego movie? I don't know. I was actually... Because my son was making Lego today and he was watching on his iPad. He was watching Lego and I thought it was the Lego movie. And he goes, no, it's the series. I'm like, what? I didn't even know there was a Lego movie series. So there's a fucking series. So I think they're probably going to do a couple more Lego movies. And supposedly, yeah, there's a series as well. Don't know. But he was watching some Lego while he was making Lego. Have to go pick that one up today. Are you going to pick one of these up? Yep, just look for that shitty labelling. It's a good dram. Now, you need the whole Titanic. Yeah, man, I'd love to have a Titanic museum. That'd be sick. And I've still got a plastic skull model kit I bought fucking 30 odd years ago. That I haven't finished building. And I'd love to get one of those friggin' big ones. Cheers, Mr. Laboratory. Always good to see you, mate. Oh, I've glitched. There you go. Cheers, mate. Alright, so we finished that. Have I been to Legoland? No. Oh, actually, speaking of Lego, here's a funny thing. So, I live north of Perth here in WA, which is about 450 k's north of the big city Perth in WA. It's not a big city, but for us it is. And they've got a Lego shop that's opening. And guess what's going to be their display item that's going to be at the front of the store when they open that shop, like next week or whenever it is? Anyone have a guess what that item's going to be? It's a big fucking model of something that I've built. Oh, really? You worked at Harlan Wolf? Oh, wow. So you've seen the bit with the remnants of the dock where they did the Titanic and the... Wow. Kind of afraid to try anything else now that I bought a Klein Edge 14 yesterday. Love the 14. I think you'll enjoy this. This is a good dram. Oh wow, that's awesome. You worked at Harlan Wolf. When I was a kid, I was convinced my parents to let me get the Lego Imperial Star Destroyer. I really only wanted the mouse droid. Nice. Lego Disney Castle? Nope. Keep guessing. No, it's not a car. You're gonna laugh your fucking ass off when you work out what it is. I chuckled when I read it. Think the other way around. What else can you find that is good? No, it's not Star Wars. Or Star Wars. That is a very good point, Shoot Kitty. Yeah, what other things can you find that are good? Lego Owen Wilson. Wow. No, it's not Owen Wilson. Put it this way, it's relevant to Scotch Down Under. That should give it away. Alright, what am I going to have now? What do I feel like? It's almost 1 o'clock, so I can put a bit more time. Had that delicious Ben Nevis. Got an old elk sherry cask. Yes, Shoe Kitty wins. Yes, it is a fucking giant Lego quokka. Yep, it's a fucking Lego quokka. Yep, somebody has made and they've designed a big fucking, supposedly, a big fucking Lego quokka. When you're making a Lego didgeridoo, I don't really have enough Lego to make that. Even with my son's Lego, I don't think I'd be able to make a didgeridoo. He certainly wouldn't be able to play it, because all the plastic just wouldn't. It's going to be wood. Not going to be able to get the resonance through the plastic. Alright, so I'm going to have some decent 12. Ooh, hello. Hello, Mr. Toffee. Toffee and a bit of toast. Yep, fucking Lego quokka. Couldn't fucking believe it when I read it. So there's gonna be a big fucking giant Lego quokka. It's like they should have got me to bloody do the opening of the store. It's like, come on, I do Lego. I got the quokka booms. Come on, Lego quokka. How much does it cost in Australia? That is a good question. I can't recall. I'll have a quick Google. I can't remember where I got it from. Oh, that's an interesting... Oh, actually... It's now time for what's her name? It's Battle and Agincourt. So it's anniversary of Battle and Agincourt, so... Up the French. No offense to the French, but... Our longbows kicked your ass in the Battle of Agincourt. Quokkas look like a wallaby and a rat mixed together. Pretty much. But when I still bought Lego, I got 4 or 5 sets of shell oil sets. Nice. The collection will forever be incomplete thanks to Greenpeace. 95 in Canada. Let's have a look. We've got First Choice Liquor. So First Choice, $80. What did you say? You got 95. Okay, yep, so that's about the same. Yep, so normal price is 90 on special at the moment at First Choice Liquor for $80. For a decent swap. Yes, quokkas are wallabies. Yep, they're in the same family. Decent 12 is 48 here for a good price. 40, so it's 50. Yeah,
Good day.
that's not too bad.
Libation exploration.
What's up, Tito?
Whiskey
How you going, mate?
glass.
Whiskey glass. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I was actually going to be in Perth at the beginning of November because Guns N' Roses were going to have their concert, but that's been postponed for a whole fucking year. So the same time next year. So yeah, that kind of sucks because I would have been down there, and I think that's when they're opening the Lego shop, so I could have seen the big old Lego quokka. Got a decent 15. I'm looking at depending what I decide my priorities are. I like the 15 organic. Is that the organic True Kitty, or is it the because they do a 15 Bordeaux cast, don't they? If it's remember correctly. But yeah, going back to the original question, I haven't been to Legoland. And I've said it a few times on here. When I was in Hamburg, I completely forgot about the friggin' Lego City place. Yep, the organic Bordeaux would not be for me. Yeah, I like the 15 organic. That's got a really nice malt, hay, grass note to it. That's quite tasty. I enjoy that one. Gotta run, gotta get ready for this afternoon's hockey game. No worries, Brian. Have a good game, mate. Cheers, we'll catch you around the interwebs. Cheers, mate. That's it, the 2008 Bordeaux. That's the one. Yep, one of these days I'll get to go see Hull and Wolf and stand where the ship was. That will be amazing. Pavilion or Holland Park, the way it used to do it. The way it used to be. Yep. Hell yeah. You off as well, David? No worries, mate. Don't work too hard. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers. Alright, there goes the 12. Let's have some of that 15 organic now. Gotta pull out. We're all abandoning you. Ah, that's normal. It's totally understandable. It's all bloody daytime for you guys. The same thing happens to me when I'm watching all you guys. And you're all drinking and I'm working and shit. Dealing with life stuff. That pop was a bit lame. It's all good. Probably take this out of my fucking head since no one's here. Ken makes me drink. I'll be on in a couple of minutes. Let me set up. Oh, cool. Sweet as. I'll stick that in my head then. Yeah, you guys make me drink too. Don't like. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the thing when I jump on the other people's stream. If I'm doing it here, you know, I've got to turn all this crap on and boot up the computers and go through all that shit. It takes me fucking 5 minutes just to set up. Might have to have some Craig over here. No smoke. No smoke. It's yeah, we haven't done a review on this yet. It's very malty. Hey, it's a great one to explore the actual spirit of Deanston because, you know, you're not got a finish on it. It's just pure Deanston. I mean, most of these distilleries have got a tiny amount of peat, but I don't think it's got any. It's very base malt. It's a good one. I do enjoy it. You know, you just have visions of walking through a barley field and getting a bit of raw barley and just shoving it in your mouth and having some honey drizzled over it. It's yeah, it's quite tasty. It's a good one. And if you like that classic malt flavour, it's done really well. And going back to the day drinking, well, it is Sunday. So, day drinking is definitely warranted on such days. So I gotta take my lad to school in the morning, and then I've got a bit of shit to I've got a bit of work to actually do tomorrow. Well, today. Now it's past midnight. Didn't mean Pete the smoke. No, I don't say it's got I wouldn't really say it's got any smoke on it. I mean, there's a little bit of a dusty kind of note to it. Sounds like the HP we're all thinking about from old days. Yeah. I mean, I like the honey that's on this. It's just like grabbing a really good grain bread that's freshly been made and just pouring really good honey all over it and then just biting into it. That's what it's like. Yep. That's a point. Jesus.
Locker can tip $25 LMAO.
I was just thinking, I was just about to say hello. I could drop my son off to school. Because I don't think I can walk to school because it might be raining tomorrow. I have to see what it's like in the morning, and then I'll go down to the cafe and grab myself a breakfast. For breakfast. I was like, I was just contemplating that, and then you just scared the living shit out of me. Was that you, Clint? Good timing, mate. Yep, that was right in the contemplated mode. I was like, you almost got me when I was sniffing this. You could have made me shuck it in my face. Yep, now as right as he was lost in thought. Yep, I was just thinking about Bratwurst in the morning. Like, damn. Cheers, Clint. Good one. Fucking hell. Fun fact, crane drivers didn't operate H&W crane, Samson and Goliath, the electricians did. Oh! There you go. I don't remember Samson. I know Goliath because that was the big one. Shit. Maybe I did know that and completely forgot about that. Samson. So Samson... Okay, so... Tell me if I'm correct. Samson was the one that was originally there, and then they had to build Goliath to do the White Star Lines ships because they couldn't handle it. I'm trying to remember now because Goliath was the massive one. That thing's so fucking awesome. And like I was saying before, I'd love to have that Titanic and then have another one to do the Olympic and the Titanic and have the whole Harlan Wolf gantry with fucking Goliath. That'd be so cool. Whiskey to get. Have a great day or night, everyone. Cheers, Clint. Thanks for scaring the shit out of me. And good hunting. Hopefully you get some good stuff, mate. Cheers. Yeah, it was definitely a good stream. Lots of good chit chat. It's always good when you got someone like Dustin and Greg and, you know, good people in chat and we can talk about the good stuff about whiskey and all the other cool shit. Wow, still going. Quite an evening. Nah, this is nothing. We've only been going for what? 4 hours, 20 minutes? Nah, this is nothing. I usually go for 8 to 12
Good
hours.
day.
What the
DC.
patak is going on here?
Whiskey glass.
Dribbling shit, talking about whiskey and stuff. You missed a really good discussion earlier. We were talking about all sorts of things with whiskey and almanacs and watches and yeah, it was good stuff. How you going, DC? Good to see you, mate. Four and a half hours is half the stream so far. Exactly. It's a fucking warm-up stream. So I did finally manage to catch up with a couple of the 12 hours of Boom streams. So I saw the end part while I was doing something else. Yeah, it's quite a few streams on today. I missed HBR stream, but I caught Cheech's stream. And then I passed that half away for a 20-minute power nap. Because I made the mistake of leaning, because I was home by myself, kid was at Nan's house, Mrs. was at work, and it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I leaned all the way back in the fucking chair and passed out for 20 minutes. Had a power nap. Well, since I've got the Craigellachie out, I might have to have some fucking Craigellachie, which goes along nicely with the decent 15 organic. For sure. Yeah, so it's not going to be a long one tonight, because I do have to get up early in the morning. And the old workload's a bit fucking heavy at the moment. I've got quite a bit of crap on. And being Mondays, they can be a real cruisy day, or they can be an absolute shit day. I was on HBR for too long,
Incoming
I started
message.
to lose focus, and should have been out early, but he made me a mod and I've been staying longer than I used to. Nice. Yeah, I jumped in quickly for a couple times and I didn't interact or anything because I was busy when I did. I was just jumping in to see how everything was going. It looks like they were having a bit of fun. So I caught up and watched the last little bit of Roy's stream today, and I managed to catch up on that. And I saw a couple of Scott and Bart's 12 Hours of Boom. Caught up on a couple of bits of that. That was good. What else did I catch up on? Yeah, I was doing some other work and shit. Should have done the bloody lawns and stuff today, but it was a bit hot, so I didn't get around to doing that. So I need to do that. Plus I've got a few projects on that I need to get done. Work stuff. I envisaged quite a few emails and phone calls later on today. It just popped. Bourbon Talk streams lose my interest after an hour. Yeah. I mean, I like a good bourbon, but yeah, after a while, if they're just talking about bourbons that I've never even freaking seen or know about, then I kind of lose a little bit of interest. It's not my forte, that's for sure. And it depends on the type of stream as well. Goliath was 1869, 315 foot high, and Samson was 1974, 348. Had to look it up. That's why I didn't know Samson, because Samson wasn't there for the White Star Line build. That's why I didn't recognise Samson. Cheers, Cool Running. That's cool. 1869. Fuck. And that was a beast of a fucking crane. Cool. Small data issue with a client to resolve, but I'm in good shape. A lot of work definitely going on. Yeah, no, it seems to be busy for everyone at the moment, which is good. Alright, we had some Klein Leash last night, along with the Deanston 15, so we've done not the Deanston, the Glencadam 15, so we've done Glencadam 10 tonight. Let's go for a bit of honey deliciousness. Sorry, 1969. Okay. Nice, nice. It's still in that era. Post White Star Line. I wish there was more rum channels and not ones that were into cheap sugary. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a market that needs to be. I mean, there might be, but not that I'm aware of. That is a good point. So here's a question for you, Colin Rung. How long was Samson and Goliath in commission for? I need to go back and watch that docu-series that I did with the building of the Titanic. That was a really well done series. They did a good job on that. You know, they explored the conflict with the Protestants and the Catholics, and the whole the whole dynamic of that whole thing was very interesting. Seems like the whole rum world is ready, the products are there, but the marketing is just coming up to meet the demand. Yeah. Yeah, rum is definitely having a bit of a boom. Dorman, let two in.
Welcome to the pub.
Zevy's channel is the best. Yeah, I like watching Zevy's stuff. But they don't broadcast on YouTube, though. I mean, Zevy's, you have to go to their platform or whatever it is. Viewer cropped.
Switching to cropped viewer.
Sup, Tito?
Not
Oh,
much.
he's got some.
I only have the 2 bottles of scotch, so which one am I pouring?
Well, you'd
The 10
start
cask
with the Kill
or the
100 and then go to the
Macchia Bay?
Floyd. Yeah,
Well,
start with the
before
Macchia Bay. Yeah. And then go
Start
to the
with the
Floyd. Go with the Macchia Bay first.
Alright.
Alright. I'll finish my. I've only got a little dram of Klein Leash. Craig Alecky, so I'll have some of this and then I'll join you.
Okay, I'll pour it and let it sit for a little bit.
Nah, just drink that shit.
I need to marble this one.
Oh, Zavi's now on YouTube as well? Oh, when did I do that?
Today.
Okay, because I've always been watching it on their platform.
Whiskey
Sup, Tim?
glass.
Dinner time, catch us all later. Cheers for running. Have a good one, mate. Only 2 bottles, should Kitty say? Road trip, remedy. Always like hearing those marbles. I've been hearing that for the last week or so because my son's just got a whole bag of marbles and he's been loving it. It's his first bag of marbles he's ever had. He's been having a fat time with them. Putting them all different size containers to see how they react when he moves them around with gravity and all the sounds they make, and yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
He got this big fucking dinosaur egg yesterday or whatever when he was at daycare, and they went to McDonald's. And so it had a little dinosaur in it, and he got this fucking dinosaur egg that's about this big. And there's a certain way you got to put it together, and so he's been loving that thing. So he got all these wooden blocks out, and he built a whole fucking house for it, and then he took the dinosaur out and filled it full of the marbles, and he was shifting them from one side of the egg to the other, and yep, having a fat old time with it. Hashtag found my marbles.
My marbles.
He wasn't too happy right, when he was
Yeah,
fucking around
I
with it.
just
He
killed
shattered
him.
one of the marbles in half. He wasn't happy about that.
You shattered a
Yeah,
marble?
I was surprised. I'm like, what? There must be some cheap, nasty fucking marbles, but one split in half, and he.
I don't think I've ever seen a marble break.
Oh, Jesus!
You can throw those things.
I remember him breaking in when I was a wee lad when we used to play fucking rounders. You know, there'd be a certain part in the when I was in primary school. Yeah, we were like fucking 12 or whatever, and you'd have the certain part in the schoolyard would be all this perfect sand, and we'd have all the fucking pits ready, and you'd come out with your fucking marbles, and quite often you'd grab your prize marble, and you'd have a lesser marble going up against it, and you fucking get it with a good hit, and it'd fucking shatter the bastard. Yeah, I've seen them break. Not very often, rare, but they do. They will break. Especially if you drop them on concrete. They will chip the shit out of them.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen them hit concrete. I don't think I've ever seen one break.
Yeah, I've seen them break. I mean, they're just glass. They're going to break. I've seen heaps of cracks and chips, and lead glass marbles make whiskey taste best. Hell yeah. Maybe someone threw one at a car tire just to see what a car tire probably wouldn't break it because the tire would absorb it. But yeah, you throw it onto the ground on concrete, it'll fucking shatter. Or fire it from a gun.
Maybe I'm just blocking part of my memory out. I don't know.
Stick it in a fucking high velocity spud gun. Yeah, that was a good fucking session hanging out with Greg and Dustin. JD, Tito's just drinking my killer scotch tonight. I like you this morning. Nice.
Yeah, like I said, two bottles right now. I have that third one that I bought, but I haven't picked up. I'll probably pick it up in the next few weeks.
What was that
or
one?
so. That pack. One.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, pack one. Damn straight.
I don't even remember who that was. Probably that.
No. That was
Brook
Brooklotti.
Brand was.
Yeah,
Brooklotti?
pack one. It's Port Charlotte. Yeah.
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 So part of me thinks I should get mad at the person that gave me this Mocker Bay because now it started a whole nother thing. I had just written Scotch off.
I always say to people who write Scotch off, you just haven't found the right Scotch yet. And now, like, earlier tonight, Anthony was on and he was saying that he liked, when he went to the tasting and he got to try the Wee Beastie Ardbeg, and now he likes it. And I'm like, well, you've just opened up a whole new world of stuff. Like, and it's the same with me with bourbon. I'd never written bourbon off. I just never had a chance to actually explore good bourbons. And now that, you know, JD's hooked me up with some nice bottles and stuff, and yeah, now I'm like, holy shit, there's another whole fucking world that can go down. And we were talking tonight about Armagnacs and cognacs, and I went down this rabbit hole of watching port reviews. Well, not port reviews, but just all about the history of port and the region, and then, you know, watching a guy open 160-year-old fucking port. And he didn't do it the really cool way where they had those big port tongs, which they heat up over a fire, and then they put it around the glass. And then I saw one video where one guy, he heated it up, and normally they just grab a cloth or something and then just dip it in cold water and then just put it around the neck and it clean cracks. He did it with a feather, which was pretty awesome.
Oh.
So he heated it up and then just grabbed just a standard feather, dipped it in the water, just touched it, and you hear it crack, and then it just pops off. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah.
No jagged edges or anything?
Nah, if you do it properly, it's a completely clean, fucking beautiful fucking break.
Nice.
And that's the way you got to do it with these old vintage ports. But the guy who did it with the 160-year-old port, he pushed the cork in because he wanted to see the cork. I mean, it was a 160-year-old fucking port. Like, wow. So he even said when he had the bottle, and he's like, I'm going to push this one in. And he was like, he had the thing to push it in, and he was nervous the whole time. It was from his own collection, and he took it to this birthday party for this guy that was a port reviewer or whatever, and it was his 60th birthday for one, and he bought out this 160-year-old fucking port, and then just pushed it down and decanted it, and then did the proper thing, you know, poured it to himself and put it to the next one on the left, and then handed it around, did the whole thing. It was like, wow. Well, sorry, you pour to the person to your right, pour one for yourself, then pass it to the left. That's the old English tradition. And I'm like, wow. Yeah.
Oh.
That's so cool.
Whenever I'm sharing, I pour myself and hand the bottle. I always feel weird about pouring for someone else because I'm like, I don't want to give them too little and have them be like, this isn't even a fucking dram. But I don't want to pour them too much where they're like, I wasn't meaning to drink that much of that, you know, because usually there's other bottles around. So I'm always like, just pour your own. I don't know what you want. Pour as much as you want.
Yeah, I mean,
But then you put them in the awkward position of like, oh, this is someone else's bottle. I don't want to take too much of it.
It's
But
kind of
I
a
don't
mixed
know.
thing, and it depends on the person
better
too.
make
Like
them
some
more
people who
comfortable
don't really know that much about whiskey or whatever, and you know they might drink too much and get a little bit inebriated. You kind of a little bit conservative when you pour them a dram because you know they're just going to pretty much smash it down and get blotto.
That's true.
But I find when we do the whiskey reviews, when we do our episodes and stuff, I'm the one that always seems to pour it because I always pour it just by eye, and I always seem to pour it quite equal and stuff. And they always say, nah, you pour it, because I seem to have a pretty good technique out of it. Occasionally I'll grab out the jigger The jigger's always in arm's reach, and I always pour it out with the jigger. But normally I just pour it by blown, and I always get the level pretty fucking good. I'm like, nah, you pour it. You're fucking good at it.
I do a jigger when I make a mixed drink.
Yeah, if I'm making a cocktail and stuff.
Just to get the proportion.
Even if I'm making a highball.
Because I almost never drink mixed drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like for my wife, I know it's, for what she likes to drink, it's 2 ounces of bourbon, and then it's 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice, 3/4 of an ounce of honey, of like watered down honey. And then
2 to 1.
Shake it up and it's good to go.
Yep.
If I pour it, it's going to be different every time.
Yep, we had that
Thanks,
discussion.
Donald.
Sure, it's open the
Oh,
whole
2 bottles,
needle.
the right one. I had a 50-50 shot at that one.
Yep, that's that Craig Alecky. Alright, well I was going to do a fucking kill homer, but I might just go straight to fucking Pete. I need some Pete. Who the fuck is Pete?
Oh, sorry. I was going to wait for you to start drinking it, and here I just started.
Nah, you're good.
And just
I'm thinking I'm just going to go
basically
straight
the
into
fuck
some
you
fucking...
can. I'm gonna start drinking.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, I like the Livewire shirt.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yep, represent. Livewire.
I like how those shirts can make it from Colorado to Australia, but they can't make it from Colorado to California.
Yeah, I know, right? It's fucking crazy. And then when Mike found... there we go.
Who the fuck is Pete? They get it for the ground, then they dig it up. You dig it up, you throw it in a drink, and he's wondering why it's barking a shite.
You want to write fucking a shite? No, we're just talking about that, Donald.
Oh, Port Charlotte. That's who it was.
Yeah, bloody Port Charlotte.
Yeah, no, I haven't even picked it up yet. I bought it. I'll probably pick it up in the next few weeks. I haven't made my way out to Corona yet. It's sitting behind the counter there. Like,
well, it's
put
not
away
going
for me.
anywhere, so it's all good, isn't it?
But, yeah.
What was I saying? I lost my train of thought.
We were talking about
Oh
the shirt.
yeah, the shirt. When Mike
And then
found
I
a
go up.
place in Australia where he can actually have them printed, so it took him. Yeah, for Chris, it took him like 30 fucking hours from when it was ordered, and he got it on his fucking doorstep.
That makes a lot more sense than if you could have them printed
Yep,
there.
and now he's curious to see how long it's going to take to get from the other side of the country to me. Let's see how long that takes.
That's like half the time, right?
Yeah. I mean, get from the
Normally.
East Coast to the West Coast, yeah, that can be a couple of fucking weeks. It's fucking insane. Alright, what? So you got Lafroig then. You've got the 10 cast strength, you lucky bastard. What am I going to have?
Yeah, I happened to walk in. I remember that was one of the bottles you mentioned that I should do next. And then I saw a bunch of 10s. There was like some wine finished ones, some others, and then there was one cast strength just chilling there. So I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
oh, okay.
Yep,
I
that
will
cast
take-
strength is good. Alright, I'll go travel only exclusive 1 litre PX cask. So this is Lafroig finished in HMNS.
Oh, wait a minute. You're going Lafroig?
Yep,
Just
I'm
keep it
going
right
straight
there.
to the Lafroig.
Should I kill the... I'll be there in a minute. I'm
Yeah,
still
no
in the
rush.
Mucker Bay.
I still need to get a fucking Macchia Bay. I just went and grabbed straight to the Loch Gorm. I didn't even go to Macchia Bay, but yeah, let's do some Pete.
I feel like if I stick with Scotch, I always have to have a bottle of Mucker Bay because that was the bottle
Gotcha.
that won me over. Like it's a necessity that I always have that bottle.
Oh fuck, here we go.
As long as I can find
Oh,
it.
you should be able to find that. You should be able to. That one's pretty standard. That's not a one-off thing. That's their standard release. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So which one's that? Port cask?
No,
Is
it's
that what it says?
sherry. It's Pedro Menez.
It's something cask.
Yep.
Sherry cask. Okay.
So it's Lafroy finish and Pedro Menez triple matured. So the first maturation of Pedro Menez is for our 10-year-old in ex-bourbon barrels, followed by a transfer to quarter cask. Then the third maturation in large European oak PX cask, which originally contained Pedro Menez sherry. Yes, I know, Shakiri. I don't have any Macchio Bay. I went straight and grabbed the Loch Gorm. I know. I'm going to rectify that situation. It's on the list of bottles to get, which is about this fucking long. Just got done with coffee, almost time to move on. Hell yeah. Warm up the coffee and get the whiskey. Yep, you did the plug function. Oh man, so many bottles of whiskey I want. Actually, no,
It seems like no matter how many bottles you get, the list is always of what you want is always longer.
It
than
always
what you
grows. There's just always another bottle that I want. I was actually gonna have some of this after I had that.
Yep.
What did I have?
That's the triple ego, right?
Alter ego. That's right, because we were talking about cognac. I was like, oh, this has got some cognac in it, and I want some of this. I got water on. I'm about to make some Tanzania peaberry. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I don't mind this alter ego. When you got sherry, cognac, bourbon. It's not bad. It's not bad. I know there was quite a bit of a discussion on Cheech's channel about the Doc Swensons. That's right, Marty's stream. Marty was on as well. First law of thermodynamics is it applies to whiskey. There's always one more bottle. There's always one more dozen bottles. Much prefer the Macchio Bay to the Sunnig. Oloroso and Peat can be a tricky combination for me. That is true. That is true. I think the combo works really well with this, with the PX. I think they did a good job with this. And a mate of mine hooked me up with this.
You guys are talking way over.
And he's from Aberlour.
In the Scotch.
We were talking about Aberlour before. He's actually from that area. But he had a person that he knows that was travelling and got me one of these bottles. Duty free. Woohoo! Oh, Starwood Store Pick. There you go, Tita. Tanzania peaberry is a kind of coffee since there seems to be talking of choice African coffee, but the peaberry makes it extra strong flavour. Or like a hybrid between African and Indonesian. Well, that's a whole new world for me.
Well, normally the coffee cherry will have, normally the coffee cherry will have two beans in it, two coffee beans or seeds in it. The pea berries are like the anomalies, or where only one seed will grow inside the cherry, so it's more round instead of like that half of a sphere shape, and it'll suck in more of the sugars because it's all going into that one. Then if you get like an African or a natural processed pea berry where they actually dry it in the fruits, you just get tons of sugars in that in the bean on a pea berry. But pea berries are rare. They used to just toss them. And now they usually separate them out, and then you can get just a pea berry, but they're not that common when they're going through the coffee beans and they're sorting.
Okay, cool. There you go. JD's going to hook you up with a sample of Starwood Storpic.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
I want to pop it with a mash bill
Thank you.
as well when I see him. Nice. Well, there you go. I learnt something today because I know absolutely fuck all about coffee because I don't drink the stuff.
Coffee
And now
is
I know
where,
what a
like,
pea berry is.
that's the rabbit hole I've gone down the most. But that's also, I would never do a channel on coffee just because with whiskey, very much drink how you like it. All that coffee is where I'm trying to get there, but very staunch ideas with coffee. Very anti certain things in the coffee world that I don't like that I see going on.
Yeah, it's very, very, very how you like it is how you like it, and yeah, there's no deviation from that. I mean, my missus spends a shitload of money on a really fancy coffee machine, and she makes the coffee and it stinks out the house when she does it, you know, grinding it all up and doing all that shit. It's like,
dude, that's one thing people could do is just grind coffee before they brew it. Even if it's stale coffee, even if it's whatever, that one step will do magic.
Yep. No, she sits there and grinds it all up and then does the whole thing and got the whole coffee machine there.
Yeah.
Sometimes they send someone out to pick the coffee and only grabs the pea berries. Great flavor.
Tim's like straight Keurig. Nice.
Pete. Yep, never done the coffee thing. I always find it satisfying to pick up a 1 litre bottle of whiskey. It feels good.
Oh, that's a 1 liter?
1 litre.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
It's how whiskey should be fucking bottled. It feels good in the hand. It's like you've got a decent fucking amount of whiskey in your fucking hand when you pick up a 1 litre bottle.
Right. I got my little dinky 750.
Well, at least you get fucking 750s. We only get 700s generally.
It's alright. The other 50 comes to you, but in the airplane bottle.
We don't even get them. They're fucking rare as.
Then we keep the extra 50 in an airplane bottle, and you get 700.
Yep, we just get the watered down, fucking reduced version of 700ml. Well, we do. I mean, our normal Lafroy 10 is a 750ml at 40%.
What is it here? 43?
43 at 750ml.
Yeah.
And we pay twice as much as what you pay for it. So we get shafted and bent over the barrel and shafted again.
That's...
It's criminal. And we don't get cast strength. Or any of the cartridges.
Seems weird to do it that way. I don't know. I guess it saves on proof gallons by doing that, but...
Well, it does come down to the market. I mean, Australia is a very, very, very small market.
But why go through the trouble of bottling something separate? You know?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Packaging wise, print the same things and just send it.
Do it the same thing, increase the price. Well, it's probably comes down to the fucking price because we pay stupid pricing. Probably the general customer's not going to fucking pay for that shit.
That's true. 50 mil more, they're going to charge more. Higher proof, they're going to charge more. That makes sense.
Yep, they're definitely. On both counts, yep, they're going to charge it. So 110, because we pay On average, it's about $110 for the 700ml 40% Lefroy 10. But if you had it at 43% and an extra 50ml, you're going to be paying $150.
Ouch. I don't even know what that's here, but we see it everywhere. I just don't know what it is, cost-wise.
It's going to be fucking a hell of a lot cheaper than what we're paying, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
And you're going
sure.
to get a 43.
Trader Joe's has it here. Like,
Oh, it's everywhere. It's a standard volume. I mean, there's only one less than the 10, which is the Select, which is shite. Don't ever bother. with
okay,
that.
I've seen the Select.
Yeah,
So
don't bother.
Don't do the
Don't
Select.
bother. Don't bother.
Okay. And the other one that I've seen I only seen two that look semi-interesting at one of the stores I go to is the Select I was going to ask you about, and the not Lefroy, who is it? The Offerman one, the 11-year Offerman.
Yep, that
Why
one's
don't
kind of
we-
a mixed bag. I mean, some people do like the Offerman. I probably wouldn't bother. I'd just grab a Lagavulin 16. Dorman, let 3 in.
Okay.
Welcome to the pub.
Just launch it.
Oh, you got a beer. Nice.
It's afternoon. I can drink beer now.
Of course you can.
When I first found it, it was a little early.
It's
for beer.
afternoon somewhere.
That's what I figured. It's morning. I can have whiskey.
Viewer, small.
Switching to small viewer.
Donald saying Lefroy 10 runs about $85 here at 43%. So even you get fucking 43. What the hell
What
is
is
that?
Free
Who
Floyds.
brews that, Dustin? Oh,
There's
okay.
their logo. This is their
Yeah, I didn't know.
this is their fresh
Stone
hop
wings up there.
release they do every year, or Harvest Ale. So it's like wet hops.
Nice.
Very good if you like IPAs.
Dutton, still without a king. Still can't get one.
Yeah, my guy wasn't there at the store today, so
Is that some beer with your foam? I was like half foam, half beer.
you know it's all good now. Look at that. It's proper.
Oh, there you go. It's settled down. There you go.
Yeah, it's fresh hops. They foam a little extra when they first pour in there.
True, true.
Sure, he just doesn't know how to pour a proper American IPA.
We'll stick with our German beers, won't be sure giddy.
German beers have already gone bad by the time they get here to the States.
Bullshit.
That is very true.
Bullshit.
I'm only
That
like
is very
30%
true.
being serious.
Yeah, only that.
Well, that's why like IPAs in Europe that are trying to mimic the American ones, the flavor profile they're going for is a stale IPA. By the time they get them there, they're not the same fresh hops that they are here. And so when they try and mimic it, that's what they're
Yeah, it
actually
makes
going
sense.
for.
I mean, again, it's just it's shocking like
Yeah.
how, I mean, how different it is. I mean, when you occasionally get something that just came off the boat and got, into distribution fast from Europe, you're like, oh, so this is what it tastes like fresh. I would never have guessed.
Not into German beer?
It's like even out here, like regular Sierra Nevada. If you can get a fresh Sierra Nevada, it's amazing. But for some reason, with their distribution change, even here, you don't see anything that's less than 3 months old. And so Sierra Nevada is just kind of bitter and whatever.
Yeah, it's funny how like sometimes special releases are the only times you get to enjoy like a really fresh version of some brewery stuff,
Yep.
because those can somehow get to you in like 3 days, and then the core everyday, the one you think everybody's drinking,
Mhm.
you're like, wow, why? How is this like it's a Stone? I discovered Stone IPA back in the day. You could get it for
Was
4
it
weeks
good?
or less. Oh my god, it was a better beer.
We're spoiled out here with how many breweries we have. I can literally, within a 5-minute drive from my house, can hit 15 breweries within 5 minutes. And that's with California traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I can walk to a really good Cincinnati brewery that's fairly national, and they're really good. So I'm lucky. There's definitely some stuff here in Ohio, thankfully, but I don't just want to drink one. I don't want just one, fresh stuff from XYZ.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Here we just have a million of them around. And one of the local stores where I get whiskey at, they're known for their beer selections, and they a lot of times will put up beers that were bottled and they already have them like on the shelf, and it'll be 4 hours after bottling and they're already on the shelf because they're brought just directly.
Oops. Sorry, something happened on my end.
Okay, I thought that was on my end because everything
went black
there.
on me, and I just hit refresh, and maybe I should have waited. I'm impatient.
You're like, fix that shit.
I'm like, well, I know how web browsers work. Hit first, it does not succeed. Refresh again.
Yep. Start.
Yeah, Ballast Point. Tim's talking about Ballast Point selling out. I think it was 1.1 billion or something. And when they were bought, it was very specific. I'm trying to remember who bought them, but it was to get into the Spain market for whatever reason. I guess whatever larger brewery that was had a hard time getting into Spain, and they bought Ballast Point as their entryway in.
Would never have ever thought that's the case.
Yeah, people want to say Constellation, but that's like way off. It's whoever owns Corona and those.
I don't think they're
I'm
worthy.
spacing
of
on their name.
So we'll just move on.
Probably right.
You are involved in Corona. You are of no value to humanity. Collect your giant massive checks and leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, AB InBev, like they bought, because he's talking about Chicago and he's from them. They bought Bourbon County, Goose Island, and that's like one of the rare times where it was done right. They said, we're going to take over all your production of everything except for Bourbon County and a couple of their other barrel aged like sours. You focus on that because we don't know what we're doing with that, and we'll take care of everything else.
Honestly, the reality was, the way they bought them, they let the original guys who were running the place in power. So those guys still had, their say.
And they loved it because it became a way safer place to work because there was actually funding behind them to where they could bring things like the work conditions up to code, and they weren't like getting injured.
I hadn't heard about that, but yeah, again, there's no reason why a big company buying a smaller company has to be a problem.
No.
Well, and
right. Yeah, El Segundo, Tim, they make great West Coast IPAs. The old school.
And what I've learned since in the last couple of years, I've been kind of moving around career and job wise. I started off my career working for some smaller companies, and then I worked for a really large bank. And with banks, there's really no, you're one company, But I now work for a large chemical manufacturer, and we run every one of our companies somewhat independently. There's some standardization. There's certain things they have to do, but by and large, you run your show as you want to run it. Just follow the few basic rules of here's how we bill, here's how we pay stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and so you can do the same thing with beer. I'm sure that's how it works. I'm sure Goose Island runs their shop as Goose Island with, now they've got new, goals for, all right, your sales goal has to be this.
Yeah. It's the same with the brewery, it's the same with the whiskeys.
But they don't have to worry about brewing 312 or.
I've noticed no change in quality.
AB InBev took it over, and I believe those are mostly done at like one of the Budweiser brew facilities. I don't even think they're made at Goose Island anymore.
I haven't noticed any change in those beers though.
I haven't had a Goose Island outside of Matilda or the Bourbon County
I
stuff.
like their
I don't know
Harvest
how-
Ale. I buy that every year, and I haven't noticed a change there. And then I've had the IPA once or twice because it was just the only thing on draft, and it's still the same decent, sort of English, sort of American style IPA. It's always been.
To make sure that they got the local store at San Juan, to make sure they got a good amount of Bourbon County, and they would sell Goose IPA for, I think it was like $3 less than their cost all year long, just to move volume of it. And they would they would take like a $40,000-$50,000 loss on Goose IPA, or it might be more. I really have no idea. And just that way and they would just have cases stacked to the ceiling in the back room. And that way they could just put
I've
it
never
out
been
and have
able
it out all
to
year.
figure out that for us because I don't feel like I see a lot of Goose Island, but I see plenty of Bourbon County Stout when it comes out.
They haven't been doing it as much lately because there's been a lot less of the variants that have come to California, and so they kind of just pulled back.
I also got to
the reins
just
on
be
that.
honest with you. I don't know about you, but I don't care about the variants. All I want is the damn Bourbon County Stout.
The variants are fun, but to me, they're the regular usually outlives them. Although I will say some of the props have been really
I haven't
good.
had those.
The Chicago
I haven't
only
gotten
ones.
those.
Some of those are really good. We did a crazy Bourbon County share a few years back where got a hold of every single bottle since 2005.
Yeah,
when
you
they
told me
started
about
with
that.
Every
That's
variant
crazy.
through the years. Yeah, we just did that one crazy thing. A
A
lot
lot
of
of it
it
was
didn't
dead
live
by
up,
then.
obviously, but there was a few of the variants that the 2010 vanilla, the 2010 rare, those two were two of the best beers I've ever had, and they
I
held
had
up
2 rares
well over time.
Oh man,
The 10 or
Oh,
the
10.
15? Okay. Yeah, the 15
wasn't the 15
one
like
was
some really
nowhere
old
near what
Heaven
the
Hill
10
barrel
was.
or something?
Yeah,
That doesn't
the
sound good
30-year
to
Heaven
start.
Hill barrels. They put it in. It wasn't really good. I mean, the idea of it was cool, and so much of it came out. And then in Chicago, they dropped it on freaking Target, had them on the shelves like a year later, and then Benny's got like a of it. Yeah, I was seeing pictures of Target shelves with it
That's
on
crazy.
there, and I was like, what?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that just doesn't sound appealing to me. A 30-year-old Heaven Hill barrel is just not going to be the same.
No.
Whereas a 23-year-old Stitzel Weller barrel, whole different thing.
Right, but a 30-year Heaven Hill, from a marketing standpoint, if you're selling to beer people who don't really know whiskey at all, and they see that,
Beer people
that's
know.
going to entice them in.
Beer people know
They know
Pappy
the
Van
name
Winkle,
Heaven
man.
Hill.
They know
They
Pappy.
know.
Trust me.
Yep.
It's not that, but the thing is, if you actually know beer and whiskey, you also can understand why a Pappy barrel, that Stitzel Weller, that sweetness, would work so well with the sweet beer. Whereas Heaven Hill's oaky character is probably not going to work as well at that age. Like, what is it? Is it Greg Hall who owned it, Goose Island at the time? Is that the name?
Greg Coach.
That's
Greg
that's,
Coach is
Stone.
that's Samuel Adams or Stone.
I thought it was Greg Hall.
Oh, 35.
Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, the guy who ran.
Was it
35-year-old Heaven Hill. Damn.
Okay. Well, the other thing is that they did
I
weird
was
stuff.
saying one of
with
the best
marketing.
beers I've had recently was an Innis and Gunn Scottish ale finished in an ex-Lafroy cask.
Interesting.
That sounds
That's
fucking
thing.
delicious.
Yeah.
Tim, those are just getting worse and worse. I think I've drank like about 15 of those 35-year Heaven Hill ones. The first one was like, oh, okay, and each one has
Now, I wonder if it was an
progressively gotten
actual
worse and worse.
35-year-old
That beer
bourbon
did
or
not
if the barrel was 35 years old. Because that was the weird thing they did with the 2010, is they called it a 25-year-old Pappy Van Winkle barrel.
Mhm.
No, it was a 23-year-old Pappy Van Winkle barrel that they aged beer in for 2 years. John Hall. Okay, I had the Hall right. I had the wrong. Yeah, so John
Not
Hall,
all
when he
day,
got
though.
those barrels, made the comment on the Pappy barrels. He's like, "This is the best smelling bourbon barrels I've ever smelled in my entire life." He was just like, he couldn't believe how aromatic they were. And it's like, yeah, that's what the old Pappy 23 was. Is the most amazing smelling whiskey you've ever been around. I mean, I would take the nose on those old 23s over any Scotch I've had. They were freaking liquid gold. Yeah, but but I wonder if they did the same thing on those Heaven Hills, if they added the years the beer was in the barrel and whatnot. Because I've never heard of a 35-year-old Heaven Hill bourbon being released. I know they did a 30 and a 33, but I could be wrong. Hell, there's a 27 sitting on the shelves at a couple stores by me still. If anybody really wants, let me know. You'll just send me $6,000 and a list of random bullshit alcohol you want to buy, and then we can get that for you another $500.
I think I've only got
So 2-year finished.
4 or
So
5 days left.
you said there was a 33-year one, right? But I must be the 2
That's
years
what I was
that
thinking.
it was
'Cause
in there.
I think I
added
did
to the
see a 32 or a 33. One of the two.
You finish in
But would
35
that have
years.
been a couple years, like in
Barrels. Process.
Yeah, like I said, they're very Stone was or not Stone. Newtown was really weird with that Pappy one where they were on the box. It said 25, but it was a 23-year-old. I mean, there never was a 25-year-old Pappy. You know,
There wasn't?
no.
Oh, for some reason I thought there was like a special
There
release
is an
25.
there isn't
I
older
don't
than
know. I don't know that.
23 out there. It's not Pappy. It's Rip Van Winkle, which means it comes in at cast strength because the Rip Van Winkles come in at cast strength when they do those super old ones. And there's no way they got enough barrels to do that much beer of that one. Because that one, in fact, they're still slowly releasing that one. They haven't even finished releasing it because they basically put all of that in steel vats and they're releasing a few bottles a year or every other year. And it could be 25. I thought it was older. But yeah, there is one.
I didn't know Wayne Gretzky was in the.
I mean, Peyton
the
Manning's
alcohol
in
world.
it. I mean, who's not in it these days?
Yeah, that's true.
HP finished beers. Well, that reminds me, I need to get this year's Pirate Life and Lime Burners. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cohen. I had one of those old dubs in a 40-year-old Highland Park barrel.
Whoa.
Yeah. They did a 40, 30, 25, 21. They did like the whole series. Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't doubt.
Pretty good. Of course, I had those back before I really knew much about Highland Park other than like I'd had the 12 ones, you know?
Yeah.
I had no idea like 40-year-old Highland
Right.
Park was like, some kind of like unicorn dream whiskey.
Gretzky into rye beer. That's nice.
One interesting thing that they're gonna do at one of the local stores is there's another local brewery that opened up, and it was started by a few of the guys from the brewery that's local, and they have like the largest barrel selection for breweries in the country. They were second, I think. Now they've actually surpassed, and they have like the most barrels. But they started another small brewery, and so every store pick that he does, depending on the condition of the barrel when it shows up, they're gonna send it over to that brewery to fill up with whatever stout that they're gonna be putting into barrels soon, and then kind of release it as a double, where there'll be one in whatever barrel a store pick came in, and one in whatever the brewery
that's
had
awesome.
designed it to go into.
That's
And
awesome.
kind of put those side by side. Yeah, just to see what it is. I mean, I guess depending on what type of barrel it is and whether the barrel's still wet or not, and just kind of how it is. But as far as an idea,
One thing I expect
really cool.
to happen is, so I don't know if you know much about this, but so you know New Riff, right? So New Riff was started
Mhm.
by the owner / founder of the Party Source, which is one of the largest liquor stores in the country. Which also, and so New Riff
Okay.
literally is located in the parking lot of Party Source.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I didn't know that.
And so, and he, like, from my understanding, is this guy still has his mail sent to the Party Source, and he picks it up there every day. Like, so suffice it to say, there's a connection with the two. Well, I think it's because of Kentucky law, they couldn't actually have built a distillery and had it owned by the Party Source, but they could have a brewery owned by the Party Source. So the Party Source literally has a brewery in the back. Like, there's literally a brewery there.
Nice.
So my expectation is that there's going to be a lot of New Riff finished beers coming out of that brewery, which mostly, and the brewery mostly just makes stuff for on-site drinking. They do very little bottlings, but they will bottle the bourbon barrel stuff and put those out. So I'm expecting some really cool beers here in the next few years, as they're really trying to get that up and running and doing more and more of it. They've already done a few, but I think there's going to be a lot more.
Cohen's mentioning how Anderson Valley used to use Wild Turkey for their aged stouts, but all their aged stouts they would put in there, it would be like 4 to 6 weeks in the barrel. So it never really had time to meld. So it always tasted like a stout that someone poured.
I remember when that
over
first came out of
something
Kentucky.
like that. But for barrel aged stouts, they were always super approachable price wise. Like they always priced them really well.
When that first came out, I was at a
Compared to-
tasting where they were doing a release of that, and guess who was there? Good old Elephant Dick himself.
Who?
It was the very first beer that had ever bought barrels from Wild Turkey was actually Anderson Valley. I
didn't know
got it
that.
right from it's Jimmy Russell, right? It's the old one.
Yeah.
I got it right from Jimmy's mouth. We were talking, and dude, it was hilarious. I've never seen it at like a beer place. This was a beer geek place. This was not a whiskey place. They didn't sell whiskey. They didn't sell food. They sold beer. Nothing else. They had like some potato chips if you wanted something to snack on while you're there. If not, you could go across the street and get food and bring it over. But dude, there was a line to talk to him, and I was just kind of there till near close when he was getting ready to leave, and he just randomly like turns around. And he goes, "So what do you think about the beer?" And I'm like, "Pretty good. The bourbon hasn't overpowered. It's just adding a little bit of vanilla here, really." And he goes, "That's exactly what I wanted him to do with it." He goes, "I didn't want one of these beers. But I couldn't taste the beer." He's like, "I just wanted a little kiss of vanilla from us, and the rest would be them." I was like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Yeah, that's what I wanted."
Noise.
Yeah, the brewery before their head brewer left, they were making some of the most amazing barrel aged beers. He left in 2014. So the stuff that was still coming out up till like 2016 was really good. But they were all minimum 15% beers that are aged for 18 months in barrels, and they owned it. And then he left just because he was under the shadow of the owner, and then the owner ended up selling it, and now the brewery BRUERY is
I
just
never
a
got to
shell
try
of
any of
what it
their
once
epic
was.
stouts. That was always on my list, but they were always just too much for a trade. I looked into trading stuff, and it was just like, man, because the problem was in Kentucky, man, like we just didn't get access to enough. Like there weren't.
We should have known each other back then, because I was a Hoarders member there for years. So, and it got to the point where it's like, these aren't. I still have a closet full of them, and some of the sours that were just after their sour program went to crap, they were just super acidic, and it like wasn't enjoyable. But some of those, after sitting for 5-6 years, have actually mellowed out, and they're actually drinking really well right now.
I was big into beer until maybe 5 years ago, and beer got to where bourbon is getting right now, where I was just like, I am sick and tired of chasing after these releases and like feeling like I'm sucking the dick of the store owners and the managers, finding out if they can let me know when the distributor is going to show up so I can get beer on time. It sucked. Like I remember one year I got a hold of a case of Bourbon County Stout when nobody else got any basically around me, and they're like, "How did you do that?" And I was like, "Dude, I tell you what, I went to every store every single day as soon as I got off work for 3 straight weeks." and I just bought what they let me buy, and I got really lucky. But it's like that's what I had to do. I was like, I'm sick of this, and then I went back to whiskey because I could just go pick up an Ardbeg that's pretty good right off the shelf.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Right.
Not have to dig around.
And I've noticed just maybe not the secondary market, but just in general, just like the whiskey community versus the beer community is night and day. The beer community was all about like if there was a share, it's what are you bringing? Is that up to par with what we're sharing? And it was just it felt very toxic. But part of that was you open a big beer, you have to finish the whole thing right then and there, which is one of the things I love about whiskey is you can go to a share, you can open it up, people can have a pour, you still have that bottle, you throw the cork back in it. It's just it makes
the beer community I was with in the Kentucky area was really good. But I used to do trading and stuff on, Beer Advocate, and I mean it was.
Everyone wanted to win the trade. It wasn't even a matter of what they wanted to drink. It was whether or not
The only
they could
times
win
I
the
ever
trade.
got a really good like trade with somebody was like there was a couple times where like somebody was from like the Kentucky area and was like coming back through from like California or something, and they're like, "Dude, yeah, absolutely," and they would just kind of like they'd offer me a pretty fair trade. Hey, I'd love to get a hold of those. That's cool. And then we'd get there and like I'd bring them like 2 bottles I thought were just kind of nice to like throw in as a gift, sort of like thanks, man. I had one guy in that like he brought in like a 7-year-old of that Dogfish. Not the barley wine. Old school
barley wine. You mean their quad
the old
IPA thing, the 120 minute?
Yeah. He brought like a 6-year-old version of that. I'm telling you, that was one of the most unique beers I'd ever opened because of how old it was. Like the first half of the beer and the second half of the beer were like 12 shades different because all of that separation had happened. Oh man, that was cool. But yeah, that guy was awesome. So I had a few good deals like that. But yeah, man, most of the time it was like everybody was trying to win the trade, trying to get the most. And I'm just like, man, I want to try some of these cool beers. What do you want from me that I can get? I don't give a shit. If I can get it for you. The problem was, a guy who can get Firestone Walker, which I really want, because I can't get it. He can get everything I can get.
They had a great barrel program going. I haven't had their stuff in the last few years, but their
IPA was good too, man. Like, that was what I was trying to get. I wasn't even trying to get the hard to get stuff. I'm trying to get shelfers, and people are trying to get me to trade them, stuff I have to like chase. I'm like, come on, man. I can go to the store tomorrow. You can get this, right? Yeah.
It's like out here with Hetty Topper and stuff like that. People were like, it was like they were asking for your firstborn child.
I got a Hetty Topper. I got a 4-pack of Hetty Topper for free. When I was moving from Kentucky to Cincinnati, I was talking to some of the guys at the place, and I told one of the guys, like, "Yeah, man, moving out. I got like 2 more weeks here. I'll probably be here every day for the next 2 weeks." And he goes, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Come out to my car." And I'm like, "Oh boy, I hear banjo music."
I might be getting shot right now.
So we walk out to his 911 Turbo, which he has in the back lot. This wasn't the guy who was actually going to shoot me. And I'm like, that is awesome. Pops the front, the front hood, and pulls out a 4-pack of Hetty Topper and hands it to me and goes,
"Frunk,
don't show anybody that." He had like 6 cases of Hetty Topper.
Nice.
In his trunk. It was the entire Porsche 911 trunk was nothing but Hetty Topper.
Nice.
That's awesome. Out there, the stuff that we don't get here that I'm always like super stoked because I've never had anything bad from them is Hill Farmstead up in Vermont. Their stuff is fantastic, but it's so far off the beaten path that it's like a total like
do
destination
they make like
place.
is that where like Maine comes from? Maine IPA?
No, Maine Brewing. You're talking about like lunch and dinner. That's Maine Brewing.
Yeah, I only have had Hilltop.
Yeah, no, Hill Farmstead. It's all 750s. Theirs is mostly like saisons and wild ales. They do stouts also,
Gotcha.
and just fantastic. And up there, they have like their shelf turds are amazing. So they have like Florence, and there's 3 of them. Florence, is it Anna? And then one other one, I can't think of what it is. They're all saisons, and they're all just fantastic.
It's definitely a brewery I've heard of, but
and then their barrel aged versions. It's all named after family members of them. It was a family farm that they were losing the farm, and so someone in the family, I can't think of his name, that runs it. He's like, I'm gonna start brewing here just to kind of keep the farm afloat.
Oh, that sounds good,
then
Colin.
It just took off
I've
from
had
there.
the Velvet Merlin, but I've never had a barrel aged one.
Ooh,
I've never had a barrel aged.
Sucaba is great. Sucabo, they came up with that name just because the first year it was called Abacus, and there's people who just try and trademark, beer names, and that way they could sue or whatever. So they changed it to Sucaba, which is just Abacus backwards.
Nice.
That was their way around it.
I got to give credit, man. The fact that breweries are still able to come up with new names that haven't been used by other people is just shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. But it feels like they have to just make up words now.
Old leg
That don't
thumper
exist.
doggy style vertical impalers. Or what is it like? Not McKellar, but his brother, or cousin or whatever, the guy who does like the breakfast brunch weasel stouts or whatever.
Oh, who is that? The weasel things. It's
Yeah, but anyway, I've seen some of those that are like $30, $40, $50, and I mean, like the name on it's like 17 words. It's like brunch weasel aged in cinnamon, toffee, and something. Just like, Jesus Christ. How do I keep up with all this?
I can't do it. Dustin, you're hurting my brain because now my brain's just in a loop now trying to figure out what brewery.
Yeah, the guy does contract brewing. He brews out of like 3 or 4 different like breweries, and even in different countries.
It's not McKellar.
It's his brother or something. Like McKellar does one of them, and then he does the other stuff. Yes.
Is it Evil Twin? His brother's Evil Twin, right?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, but like.
Oh, and Cohen's talking about the Shemai, the $30 for 11-ounce bottles. Right now, my wife barrel-aged stouts is her jam, and right now Anchorage is making some of the best, and that's what she wants. But they're all like $40 to $70 for a 12-ounce
Anchorage out of
bottle
Alaska is
right
so
now.
good.
But
they're so good.
Their IPAs are amazing. I don't know how their IPAs
I haven't
get
seen
here
Anchorage
so fresh too.
here in years, man.
Like-
I haven't seen one of those in probably 5 years.
They were around and then they were gone, and now it just seems like they're back here in Southern California with a vengeance. Everything's priced, but there hasn't been a single bad beer.
There were
that
some
came from them.
epic beers they put out years ago that I bought.
Dude, their barley wine looks great.
Yeah,
the deal with the
I never got
devil,
to try that one.
like that is so good.
All right, guys. I need to kick this in the guts because it's 2 a.m. and I have to get up in a few hours. So
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And beer down under.
We went from
Oh,
talking watches to talking Armagnacs, beer. This has been
That's what the Munted pub is about.
Yeah.
Everything
It's been a
goes.
true pub.
Fucking
talk
A.
sports for like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, you completely lost me at the sports. Oh, that's right, and that was yesterday too when Swami came on and we were fucking talking about sports shit.
Oh God, Swami the other day he starts talking hockey. I'm just like, what?
Yeah, I'm like, yep.
Whatever, Swami. You and your freaking boring ass hockey.
Yep, you can keep your sports.
Hey, hockey's cool.
Any sport that allows fighting that isn't intended to be fighting, I have a hard time respecting.
Honestly, it would be a lot less safe if they took the fighting out.
I mean, well, they also need to enforce. You know, again, you gotta ban people for doing unsportsmanlike plays. You know.
Right. You mean like when Marty McSorley got banned for life? Skated up behind someone and just swung his stick like a baseball bat to the back of someone's head.
I've never understood how
jail time.
certain things don't lead to jail time when you're talking about.
Thanks,
Donald.
Hey, Dustin.
That I can't remember who it was.
Nice.
Someone else didn't get
I
a
don't like
lifetime
hockey either. I don't like sport, period.
No, the thing with Swami is it's not so much that he talks hockey because I can deal with I don't like soccer either, but Swami like gets very like into like I'm a fan of this team and like these fans are like this and these fans are like that, and it's like, oh come on, dude, you're either a fan of the sport or you're not. Who cares what team you root for?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at now. I'm finding like team loyalty is just as I get older is just less and less and less. Yeah, McSorley did have a lot of issues. And the sad thing is, growing up, McSorley was like one of my favorite players because he came over with Gretzky to the Kings. And I remember that was my first weird sports moment was seeing Gretzky as an Oiler and going to games and just being like, we're supposed to hate this guy because it's the other team. And then all of a sudden he's on our team. And as like a child, like trying to wrap my head around how now I'm supposed to root for him was weird. But he was only willing to come to the King if McSorley came over. He was like his bodyguard.
Well, yeah, that's when the team fandom's always been where I understand it with like college sports because it's like, okay, that's your college, that's where you went to school.
Okay, I get it if you went to that college, I get it.
Or if
it's just like my dad was a fan of this college team, and then now I am. Like, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I'm like,
well, again, or like if you lived in the city where that college plays. Like if you were from Lexington, Kentucky, even if you didn't go to UK, but you're from Lexington, I get it. You're going to be a UK fan because that's ingrained in you.
That's your hometown. Yeah,
right. Sorry, Ken. I know you're
it's all good. It's all good. Yep. All right.
Well, pro sports, they're millionaires being paid money to play in the league. I mean.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks everyone for popping in. It was a great stream tonight, and we'll catch you on for the next one. Take it easy. Sláinte.
All right.
Sláinte.
You too.